it's Jeannie. How are you? Hi, it's Jeannie from In Loving Hands Counseling and Loving Hands ASMR. Hi, how are you doing? Oh, it's so good to see you, dear one. Oh, how are you? Hmm? How has your day been so far? Hmm? Have you had a good day? Hmm. I'm so glad to see you. Hmm. I thought tonight we would read some of the Bible and some of our book, The Secret Garden. Yeah. Oh, oh, I'm glad to hear that. That's wonderful. Oh, that's wonderful. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. That's wonderful. Mm. Mm. I'm so glad you could be here. Mm. It's always lovely when we have a good day, isn't it? Mm. Mm. See if I can figure out how to do this tonight so that we can see our messages. Mm. There we are. Mm. Mm. I'm just leaving a message. Mm. There we go. Mhm. How are you? How are you doing? I'm so happy you could join us. Hi, it's Jeannie from In Loving Hands ASMR. Trying to get all situated here. Let's see, I got my little canopy all tied up around me. I've got to free it. There we go. Got a little stuck. How are you? If I turn the camera just a little bit, you can see the pretty bird. Can you see the pretty bird? It's a dove, and a lady in the Philippines made that for me. She carved it. Let me turn my camera just a bit, and then you can see it more. It's kind of hard to see because it's white on white. There, can you see it? It's a beautiful dove, and the dove is a symbol of the Holy Spirit. Hi, dear ones. How are you? Oh, I'm so glad you could join us. Hi. Hi, Jessie. How are you doing? I'm so glad you came here. I try to go live stream every evening, so if you can hit like and subscribe, it would be very helpful. Then when I go live stream, you could find me. Yeah. How was your day, Jessie? Hmm? How was your day, dear one? Tell me in the comments. Hmm. I'm so glad that you are here. Hmm. Gonna look and see what you say. Hi, Ego Master. How are you? Lego Master. I love Legos. Legos are so much fun. Hmm. My day has been lovely. Thank you for asking. It was really pretty and sunny out, and I had a lovely nap. And I've been writing and I got a lot done. How about you? Hmm. You're going on vacation? That's wonderful. I'm so glad. Where are you going? Do you mind telling us in the comments? Hmm. Vacations are so much fun. You've been working hard and you deserve a vacation. Hi, everyone. Can you please hit like and subscribe? That way when I go live again, you'll be able to find your way back to me. So good to see you. You're going to go to an indoor water park? Oh my goodness, I love water parks. They are so much fun. You're going to have a really good time. Hi, Juanita. How are you? Blessings on you. I'm so glad to see you. I'm so glad you could join us. Hi, Landon. Hello, welcome. I'm so glad you could join us. Say, I'm good. How are you? She says, I'm doing really well. I'm so happy to be here. I have some things to read to us. I'm really happy to be here with you all. How have you been doing? How is everyone doing? Can you hit like for me? That would be a big help. And hit subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. That way, when I come back online, you can find me. Yeah. Are you all cozy? I've got some tea here. I love chamomile tea. It's chamomile tea, so I'm all cozy with my chamomile tea. I've got my covers. They're all cozy too. Do you have some cozy covers that you can cuddle up with? Got my fuzzy blanket. My chamomile tea. Ah, it's so wonderful. Chamomile smells so good to me. This is chamomile with honey. Oh, it's really lovely. Do you like to have cozy tea or cocoa before you go to bed? I'm going to set mine over here so that I can enjoy it all evening. How are you today? Can you get all cozy in your bed with your covers? Or all cozy in your favorite chair or on the couch? I like to get my mushy pillow and put it back behind my neck so I'm all cozy. Oh, no worries. You stay as long as you're able. I'm so glad you're here. And Landon says, I'm doing really good. And Landon says, my mom loves tea. I like the kind that's herbal tea because the other kind, I get too much energy and I stay awake at night or when I'm supposed to be sleeping. I'm so glad you're here. Hi. Can you do me a favor and hit like and subscribe? That would be wonderful. Hi, Joe Edward. Good to see you. Oh, of course, Juanita. No worries. I'm so happy you're here. Anytime you come, it's such an enjoyable time. How has your day been? Have you had a good day? I like to read the comments sometimes, and I do it on my phone. Everybody hit like and subscribe, okay? And then you can find your way back to us. If you have something that you'd like me to pray about, you can list it in the comments and I'll see the comment and I'll pray for you. Or if you have a Bible question or a question about life, I'm a counselor and a nurse and a first responder chaplain. And I answer questions about the Bible and I read the Bible. And tonight we're going to read some of The Secret Garden. It's a book we've been reading. But if you have something you'd like to talk about, you can let us know. You think on it. If you have a prayer request, you know what? I'll pray with you here, and then I'll write your name in my journal, And I'll pray for you every evening and every morning. Yeah. Juanita's name is in my journal, and Joe Edwards' name is in my journal. And I pray for her every day. I pray for Joe every day. Yep. Well, let's go ahead and start. If you just got here, hi. Say hi to me in the comments. And if you have something you'd like me to pray over, let me know and I'll pray for you. If you have a Bible question or a question about God or about life, if I can help you, I will. If I don't know the answer, I'll find out the answer and come back and tell you later on. Yep. Can you hit like and subscribe so you can find me the next time I go live? Thank you so much. Landon, how are you doing? What have you been up to lately, Landon? Do you have any hobbies? Anything you like reading or anything you like to do? Are you involved in sports? Tell me in the comments, okay? Also, everybody let me know what country you're in and what time it is where you are. I'm on the west coast of America in Washington State, and here it's 4:35. And oh my goodness, before I forget, I have to write down what time I started. Let's see. I try to keep a little note that says different things that I do. So when I write the description for the video, I know what to write. How are you doing? My code word, if I'm having dark thoughts or I'm overthinking, is poser. Good for you. That's a good word. Everybody needs a code word, huh? And then you can say it to yourself and you go, oh, wait a minute. I need to stop. Yeah. Did you know that that's a good way over time? You keep thinking that and saying that word and telling yourself to stop. And in about a month or 2 months, you'll be able to stop yourself and interrupt negative thoughts. Yep. And another thing you can do is you can replace a negative thought with a positive thought. Oh, let me see what I have over here. Somewhere, let's see. I have some positive thoughts on little cards. I'll show it to you. It's a little affirmation deck. I make lots of little affirmation decks. And I'll close it and I'll show you what it looks like. Some little cards. Can you see that? They're on a ring. Isn't that funny? I found those at a stationery store. They were closing them out. And so what I did, they were blank. They didn't have anything on them. So I just wrote some affirmations on them. And I use them to help me if I need to center my thoughts. And sometimes I'll just take it with me and I'll just flip through it if I'm at the park, if I'm on a walk. And whatever resonates, whatever sounds good to me, that's the one I'll say. It's hard to explain. Sometimes, resonate. Like if you hear something and you go, yeah, that's right. That's what resonate means. Hi, Joseph. Good to see you. What part of Washington State do you live in? I live on an island by Seattle, Washington. Yep. So I live on a tiny island, and it's very rural, but I can take a ferry and be at Seattle in like 30 minutes. So I like it. I was born and raised in Seattle, Washington, but it got really overgrown. And so I wanted to raise my kids in the country, but I wanted to be really close to Seattle. So I have the best of both worlds because I can live in the country. I live in a little cottage in the forest. I'm surrounded by forest on four sides. Mhm. And I have a meadow around my cottage, and I made a beautiful herb garden. And it's really wonderful. I'm really happy. And there's neighbors. It's country life, but there's neighbors, so there's people nearby. Yeah. How about you, dear one? Where do you live? Hmm. So good to see you. Hi, James. Jalicious. How are you? Good to see you. Hmm. Renita says, every time my intuition tells me something, it's always right. And now it's telling me something weird is going to happen. And now I'm wondering what's going to happen. Yes, today when we were at Chris Knit's Yarning Over Japan, you said that in the comments. So, you know what you can do? Let me grab my water really quick. Excuse me. Sometimes if I don't drink enough water, I get a little tickle in my throat and then it makes me want to cough. Mm. Much better. I'm going to say hi to Dr. Irene. Hi, Dr. Irene in the Congo. We're blessing our morning water. Let's see. So we were talking about intuition. So I think there's a difference between intuition and gifts of the Holy Spirit. Okay, so we have to kind of balance the two. So sometimes we get a sense of foreboding or kind of like a feeling of impending doom. And I get that too. And when I get that, what I do is right away in my heart, I pray and I ask God to help me. And I say, Dear Lord, please give me wisdom. Because, you know, in James, in the book of James, it says, if anyone lacks wisdom, he can ask of God, and God will give them wisdom generously. So let's go look at that, okay? Let's go see if we can find that. James. Hmm. So what you want to do is pray and just ask the Lord. And you know, sometimes I get that feeling. I'm a first responder chaplain, and sometimes I'll get that feeling of foreboding when I'm at an accident scene. I'm on call, so sometimes I go to motor vehicle accidents or collisions or natural disasters. I was at the Oklahoma City bombing site years ago. I've been at fires, I've been at earthquakes, lots of different things that happen where people need prayer or they need counseling. And so when I get that feeling, the first thing I do in my spirit is I pray. And you know, sometimes we think we have to pray by going like this or going like this, but you know, you can pray just quietly, silently in your heart or in your mind, and you don't have to close your eyes. A lot of times when I pray, I'm praying and I'm not closing my eyes. And I just say, Lord, give me wisdom, help me. What is this about? And usually the Holy Spirit will speak to my heart and tell me something. Um, and I try to be really in touch with the Holy Spirit. I try to pray without ceasing. That means I'm always talking to God in my head no matter what I'm doing. Yeah. And when you dwell in God's presence, when you read the Bible or pray or talk to God in your head, you get closer and closer to Him, and the Holy Spirit gives you wisdom. Hmm. Yep. So let me see really quick. And I'm reading. That was hilarious when Honey said he is packing to go to Mars. Um, Sumata Williams just came back after a year. I'm not sure what that means, dear one. Um, oh, that's right. Well, they are thinking we're going to send people to Mars. You know that, right? that's not so far-fetched. Elon Musk has a plan. He's already developed a spaceship to go, and he's choosing astronauts, and they're coming up with a plan to go to Mars. You know that, right? You can follow Elon Musk, and you can follow NASA, and you can follow SpaceX. And SpaceX has amazing rockets. They developed rockets very quickly that can go up, do their mission, come back and land and be reusable. You can follow SpaceX to see when they do launches. It's really amazing. Yeah, and I had a friend who worked as an engineer for SpaceX. He worked for NASA and then he came over to SpaceX, and they're just amazing how much they've done. So I believe, Juanita, in your lifetime, we'll probably go and make a colony on Mars. Yeah. So it's not so far-fetched, I don't think. He said that when I told him about how I have this feeling, and he said, "Oh, heck no, I'm packing to go to Mars. Bye." Oh, he was being silly. I see what you mean. Hmm. Yeah. Well, we did have the astronauts got stuck on the International Space Station, and praise God, Elon Musk was able to come up with a plan with SpaceX and NASA, and he brought the astronauts back. They were supposed to be only there for a few days, and they were there 9 months. And Elon Musk came up with a plan with SpaceX, and they worked and delivered food and supplies and medical supplies because they were out of food and they were rationing their food supplies. So it's really incredible what we can do now with technology and with human abilities. With smart men and smart women working together. A lot of engineers worked very hard to figure out a plan to get those astronauts back. Yep, you can go to YouTube and watch interviews that just happened. And during the Biden administration, the Biden administration ignored the astronauts. They were stuck there on that space station, and we didn't know if they were going to run out of supplies, run out of food, run out of medicine, run out of air. It was very scary. And SpaceX came to their rescue. So it's really something to be praising God about, because all those families, all those children that their daddies or mommy went to space, and their wives and sweethearts, they're just all rejoicing because their home's safe. Praise God for that. That was a happy day. I was actually in the hospital emergency room, so that happened March 18th, I think. And it was on the television while I was in the emergency room, and they didn't have the volume up, so I had to wait till I got home and watch it on YouTube, but it's pretty exciting. Yep, they did a good job. Hi, welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Can you say hi to me in the comments? And please hit like and subscribe for me, okay? That way you can find me. Hi, Winsome Cat. Hello, it's so good to see you. Hey, so good to see you. I'm gonna go back and read what everybody says. How are you? Oh, I'm doing well. I'm I'm doing well. Thank you, dear one. I'm so happy to be here with you all. Hmm. Oh, Winsome Cat, I'm sending you love. Winsome Cat always says hi, and she always gives me hearts, and at the top they're always light pink. The center they're always fuchsia, and they're so pretty. Hey, Winsome Cat, guess what? Something exciting happened today. I had someone send me an email with a lot of acronyms, and I knew 4 of the acronyms, and it was because you taught them to me. Oh, I was so happy. I told my friend, I said, I feel like I'm learning a new language. Isn't that exciting? Yeah. Hi. I'm so welcome. Blessings on you. I'm so glad you could meet us and join it with us. Mhm. Can you hit like for me and subscribe? It would be a big help. And then you can find me again when I go live. Juanita says, he also said, do I need to pack to go to Mars again, Juanita? Isn't that funny? You know, one of my kids wants to go to Mars, and I have a really good friend who is a young man who's an engineer, and he's studying, he's in the astronaut training to go to Mars. Yep, he's got 1, 2, 3 earned degrees already, and he's only 27. Mm. So he's working very hard in astronaut training school, hoping to go to Mars. I think there's lots of people who are signing up for that. Mm. And then Zach said, I'm right behind you, honey. I remember that. That was funny, Juanita. Mm. How are you doing, Winsome Cat? How is your throat? I've been praying for you all day. And she says, I'm a lot better. Not fully recovered yet, but a lot better. I'm so glad to hear that you're better. By the way, Jeannie, I finished my project and it's adorable. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay. Can you send me a photograph in an email? Anybody who wants to send me emails, my email address is jeanniestanleykinata@gmail.com. And you can just look at the channel description and I have my email address. I'm excited to see a picture. And you know what? Peeps just woke up. Peeps says hi. Peeps, can you say hi to everybody? Say hi to Joe Edward. And say, Joe Edward, I hope you have sweet dreams. Can you say hi to Wisdom Cat? And what about Anita? Hi. Can you say hi? Oh, what about our friend? Can you say hi to him? This is Peeps, and he's my little friend. And Peeps, how are you today? Peeps is a little out of sorts today. Do you know why? Can I tell people why, Peeps? Okay. It was very sad. Peeps got lost in the covers. Yeah, but I found you, didn't I? Yeah, sometimes Peeps does that. He's a burrower. Do you have a friend who's a burrower? I used to have a little dog who was a burrower, and he would burrow down into the covers. Well, Peeps likes to burrow, and sometimes he gets lost. But we found you, and you're okay, and we're here, and all of our friends are here, Peeps. Okay, Peeps, you say hi, and then you come over here and get all cozy. Peeps is going to get all cozy with the blankets. Can you get all cozy? Can you get the pillow all cozy around your neck? Get the blankets all cozy? Yeah, that's good. I'm going to see how everybody's doing in the comments. I'm so excited that you finished your secret project. That's good. And I've been praying for you, Wisdom Cat. Let's ask God to bless your throat right now, okay? Dear Lord, we know you love Wisdom Cat. Here I am calling you Wisdom Cat. I have to look at your name. Winsome, like she's winsome. God, please bless Winsome Cat. We know you love her. Surround and protect her and heal her throat quickly, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen. That's so fun. Knitting projects are so much fun. Congratulations. Oh, Joe Edwards, sweet dreams and good night. Mm. And then she says, congratulations, Jeannie, probably for the acronym. I know, right? It's really like I'm learning a language. Mm. Juanita says, I'm sending the biggest hugs to everyone. Juanita, I'm sending you a hug back. Thank you. I'm always so happy when I see you. You know, you bring joy everywhere you go. It's true. Mhm. Well, it's challenging. Winsome Cat says, that's awesome, Jeannie. You are so intelligent. You're so sweet. It's challenging learning a new language, and that's what acronyms are, huh? They're a new language. Yep. Sleep well, Joe Edwards. We love you. Hmm. Sweet dreams. Oh, I'm so happy. Winsome Cat says, my throat doesn't hurt at all. Thank you today. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so happy. Praise the Lord. That's wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that. Wisdom Cat, says Juanita. And then everybody said hi to Peeps. Yes, I'll send it to you. It's so cute. Oh, everybody knows it's so cute because you are such an amazing knitter. Hmm. Peeps is okay. Peeps is feeling better, aren't you, Peeps? Yeah, Peeps is feeling better. Thank you for asking. Sometimes that happens. We all have scary things that happen during our day. Yeah, but Peeps is much better. And besides, now he gets to be with us and be all cozy and cuddly. And he gets to see his friends. Oh, I'm glad Peeps is all right now. He's safe here, she says. Something smells fishy here. Oh, never mind. That's where the smell was coming from. Okay, you're good. Well, we know what the fishy thing is. Somebody we know likes to have little fishes for dinner, and sometimes he hides them. And it's a good thing when he hides the fishes that they're just the little candy jellyfishes, because if they were real fishes, boy, would it smell fishy. Peeps, were we talking about you? We were talking about you. It's okay, Peeps. We love you. You can stay here and get all cozy. I have a friend who likes, I have many friends and many clients, and I have many friends and clients who have little stuffies. And sometimes when people come to therapy, they bring their stuffy. And sometimes they don't have a stuffy. So I'm going to show you my therapy dog. This is Buttercream. Buttercream is a Wensleydale Terrier, and Buttercream has been in my studio and in my office for many years. Sometimes if people are afraid, they talk about something scary, they can hold Buttercream and pet him, and then they feel better. Mm. Buttercream is very sweet and soft and cozy. Yeah. Thank you, Buttercream. I'm going to put you over here. Do you know what Buttercream does for me? He holds a little card that helps me remember something. If I need help remembering something, then Buttercream can hold the card. Oh, we just had the little card fall down, so I have to put it back. There we go. Thank you, Buttercream. Mm. He's looking over our little tin. We have a beautiful silver tin I found, and it's full of all the pretty verses. It's really pretty. And I sometimes open it up and I get a verse out. Maybe we could do that right now, just for fun. We never know what the verse is going to be because they're all mixed up. Let's see what it says. Psalm 45:10. Be still and know that I am God. Mm, that's a good verse. Mm, yep. Sometimes we need to be still and know that God is God, huh? Yeah. You know, I was thinking about resting today because I'm having a period of rest. Usually I work all the time. I'm always working on something. I'm sort of full of energy. So during my rest, I'm trying to write. But usually I'm going. And so today I was reading, oops, we have a little landslide. It sometimes happens, the little lid went sliding away. That's okay. Sometimes I read from a book, and this book is called Streams in the Desert, and it's by L.B. Cowman. And it's a very famous devotional book. And if you can believe it, it was first copyrighted in 1925 by Cowman Publications, 1925. But she wrote this book. She's a pastor's wife and a missionary, and she was in China for many years. She's a very wise lady, and she wrote this book. And every day, it's one of those daily devotionals. And she's written very many books. Let me tell you all the books she's written. She's written Streams in the Desert 1, Streams in the Desert 2, Springs in the Valley, Traveling Towards Sunrise, Words of Comfort and Cheer, Streams in the Desert Sampler, and Mountain Trailways for Youth. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 books. She was a very prolific author, and she's in heaven now. But she was very wise. And let me see. I think I'll read us the April 13th entry just because it was so wise. And what she does is she always has a verse and then she has an entry. And it says, this is from Ezekiel chapter 3, verse 22. And the hand of the Lord was there upon me, and he said unto me, Arise, go forth into the plain, and I will talk there with thee. Did you ever hear of anyone being much used for Christ who did not have some special waiting time, some complete upset of all of his or her plans first? From St. Paul's being sent off into the desert of Arabia for 3 years, when he must have been boiling over with such glad tidings, down to the present day. So what she's saying is the Apostle Paul was going from place to place preaching the gospel. Remember, he wrote the book of Corinthians for the Corinthian church, and he wrote the book of Galatians and Ephesians and Timothy and First Timothy and Second Timothy. He wrote all these books in the Old Testament. And while he was doing it, he was going from city to city preaching the gospel. And he must have been just so excited to go to the next city. And then the Lord told him to go to Arabia, to the desert. So he spent 3 years alone in the desert. Can you imagine if he was so excited to go do this work and preach the gospel, then he got interrupted and had to go to the desert? So I kind of feel like that. I was all happy and working, and then I got interrupted with this thing with my leg. You were looking forward to telling about trusting Jesus in Syria. Now he says, I want you to You know what? I have to bring my light closer. I'm sorry. It's going to be a little awkward with the light for a minute because this is finer print. I want you to show what it is to trust me without waiting for Syria. So in other words, maybe you have a big project you were doing and you got interrupted. Or maybe you did a great work and you were working really hard and it took a lot of energy and now you have to rest. Sometimes we get sick when we need to rest. My own case is far less severe, she says, but the same in principle, that when I thought the door had flung wide open for me to go with a bound into literary work, and she means writing books, it is opposed, and the doctor steps in and says simply, never. She must choose between writing and living. She cannot do both. That was in 1860. So see, she was writing from about the 1840s until the 1900. And then her works didn't get published until after she died, sadly. They were published in the 1925. That was in 1860, she says. And then I came out of the shell with Ministry of Song in 1869. And I saw the evident wisdom of being kept waiting 9 years. Can you imagine being excited about having a book or a project that you were working on and having to wait 9 years before you could do the project? So she had the idea to write a book, but she had a sickness that she caught in China. And when she came back to America, the doctors here said no, she had to rest. That would be so frustrating. Oh Lord, please don't let me have to wait and rest 9 years. She had to rest for 9 years. God's love being unchangeable. He is just as loving when we do not see or feel his love. Also, his love and his sovereignty are co-equals and universal. So sovereignty means the Lord God is in charge of everything. He's Lord over all. He's the creator of the universe and sets all things in motion. So sometimes God withholds the enjoyment and the conscious progress because he knows best what will really ripen and further his work in us. And that's from Memorial of Frances Ridley Havergal. So Frances Ridley Havergal was a very famous writer in the 1840s, and she wrote 9 books, but her last book she had to wait and rest for 9 years because she had a sickness. So here's a poem, and it's an old-fashioned poem, and I'm going to read it for us. It laid down in silence this work of mine, and took what had been sent me, a resting time. The Master's voice had called me to rest apart a while. Apart with Jesus only echoed in my heart. I took the rest and stillness from his own hand, and felt this present illness was what he had planned. How often we choose labor when the Lord says rest. Our ways are blind and crooked. His way is best. To work, the work himself was given. He will complete. There may be other errands for tired feet. There may be other duties for tired hands. The present is obedience to his command. There is a blessing resting in lying still, in letting his hand mold us just as he will. His work must be completed. His lesson is set. He is the higher workman. Do not forget. It is only working we must be trained, and Jesus learned obedience through suffering gained. For us, his yoke is easy and his burden is light. His discipline most needful, and all is right. We are but under workmen, they never choose, if this tool or if that one their hand shall use. In working or in waiting, we fulfill, not ours at all, but only the Master's will. And then she says, God provides resting places as well as working places. Rest then, dear one, and be thankful when he brings you wearied to a wayside well to rest. Hmm. And I wanted to share that with you because it's been a struggle for me to rest. It's been a struggle for me to just wait on the Lord and let the Lord heal me. And just, I had that car accident a year ago. I got hit by a drunk driver and it was a hit and run. And I didn't do anything wrong. And so just out of the blue, it happened and it kind of interrupted my life. And then I went to the hospital, and many, many people I was able to witness to and tell about the Lord. But I was writing a book and it got interrupted. So then I came home and I recovered, and I thought I was all recovered. So I started working again and doing writing and doing my work that the Lord had called me to do. And then all of a sudden I started having pain in my leg. And I went to the hospital. I went to the doctor first many times. And he said, "Oh, you're okay. It's just arthritis. Oh, you're okay." But I had a funny feeling, that funny feeling of foreboding, just like what you were talking about, Juanita. I had a feeling of impending doom. And I knew something wasn't right. And I kept going back to the doctor. And the doctor kept saying, "Oh, it's just arthritis." But I'm a nurse and I knew it wasn't arthritis. And arthritis is usually on both sides. This was only on one side. And I told that to the doctor. And he had the audacity to say that I was a hypochondriac. So I have to get a new doctor. But then a few days went by and my leg was really hurting. And I walk every day. So I thought maybe I had pulled a muscle or something. And then I started getting a headache, and I had a headache for 3 days, and I was fasting. So I thought it was because I was fasting. You know how we are? Sometimes we're listening to our body, but we're denying what it's telling us, right? So my body was telling me something was wrong. And so I called my doctor, and he said, "Oh, you're just a hypochondriac." And I thought, "Oh, this is not right." And I prayed, and I got that really bad feeling of impending doom, that feeling of foreboding. And I said, "Lord, what is that feeling?" And then I thought I better start eating. So I started eating, and I thought that would make the headache go away, but it didn't. And then I woke up in the morning and I couldn't move my leg and I couldn't move my shoulder. My arm was really heavy on the left side and my leg was really heavy. And then when I got out of bed, my leg was all swollen. And I just knew something was really wrong. And then I thought, Lord, I had this horrible feeling of foreboding. And my instinct was, there's something wrong. And I'm a nurse, so in my mind, I'm going through all the symptoms, trying to figure out what it is. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, am I having a stroke? Like the list for a heart attack for a woman and a stroke are very similar. And it's pain down one side, pain in your chest, and pain in your arm, and nausea. A lot of women have heart attacks and they don't know it. They get nausea. Excuse me, I have to remember to drink my tea. So I started to have nausea, and then I prayed and I said, Lord, I have this horrible feeling of foreboding. Is this just my imagination? We always have to think, could be the world, the flesh, or the devil. The world means I could have seen something on TV or in a magazine and just be worried and obsessed about it, right? The world. Or someone could have said something negative to me and I could be worried and obsessed about it. The world, the flesh, it could be something real in my body that I'm experiencing. or it could be the devil trying to slow me down, right? And so I prayed and I said, Lord, what is it? Hmm. Well, I prayed that because James says, if anybody lacks wisdom, to let them ask the Lord and he'll answer them. So I prayed in my heart and said, Lord, what should I do? And then I put a fleece out and said, Lord, I don't know what to do. If you want me to go to the hospital, let me throw up. And then I started throwing up and I knew I had to go to the hospital right away. And I called the doctor and the doctor said, oh, you're just a hypochondriac. But I knew I was having all these symptoms that were really serious. And I'm glad that I prayed and asked God. And I'm really glad that I went with my gut and listened to the Lord. And so I had my gut telling me I should go to the hospital. And then I prayed, and the Lord was telling me to go to the hospital. And then my dear friend who's a nurse, she texted me and she said, Jeannie, I just saw your video and your mouth was drooping. What's going on? And I told her, and she said, go to the hospital right now. So God gave me confirmation. So I went to the emergency room and they checked me into the hospital for 5 days. So it was serious. And so I'm so glad that I listened to that. So I think we need to learn to listen to the Holy Spirit. We need to listen to the messages our body sends us. And we need to be able to pray and ask God for wisdom. So if God gives you that feeling that something's not right, if you get that feeling in your body that something's not right, you really need to pay attention to it. And especially young women and girls, teenagers, and women in their 20s and 30s need to learn this. I think it serves us well our whole life. But have you ever been somewhere like at a park or at school or at work? Maybe you work as a waitress, or maybe you work as a shop girl, working behind the counter, working the cash register, selling items in a shop. Or maybe you're working with the public as a waitress, or working with the public as a nurse or a teacher, and you're doing something. Maybe I'll give you an example. Once I used to work at Baskin Robbins when I was 14, okay? And I worked at Baskin Robbins. And if you don't know, it's an American ice cream store. And they have a little shop, and you walk inside, and there's little chairs to sit in, and everything is that pretty color pink. And they have a sign that says Baskin Robbins 31 flavors, and there's an ice cream shop, and behind the glass they have these big round tubs of ice cream, and there's always 31 flavors to choose from. Besides, like, strawberry, vanilla, chocolate, there's always 31 flavors. And so they have wonderful flavors to choose from. And the people wear these pink shirts or pink swing dresses and little hats, and you stand there and you welcome people, and then behind you there's a great big menu, and it shows pictures of everything that they serve, like special sundaes or banana splits or banana royale, which is like a brownie with a banana and 3 kinds of ice cream and whipped cream and nuts. And so they have all sorts of wonderful confections, wonderful ice cream treats that they sell. And you can also just get a single scoop ice cream cone or a double scoop ice cream cone. So I was working there, and what you do is people come, you wash your hands, people come and you scoop out their ice cream, whatever they want for their whole family. And then when you're done, you go to the cash register and you enter in the prices for everything. And then the person pays and you put the money in the till. And then you wait, or you clean the counters, or you make sure everything looks fresh, or you make hard packed ice cream, little quart ice creams for when people want to come and buy ice creams. And sometimes, if you've been taught how, you can decorate or make ice cream cakes. And I was so happy I got to make the ice cream cakes and write people's names on them, write happy birthday or happy anniversary in calligraphy with icing. It was really a fun job. So, but while I was doing that job, there was there would be people coming in. So maybe I'd work on a Saturday afternoon from like 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 11 o'clock at night when we closed. So people would come in, excuse me, people would come in all night getting ice cream. And so sometimes this happens when you're a young girl or a young woman. Sometimes there's men who come in that act creepy. And there was a guy, and this happened a lot, who came in and he'd say something inappropriate or he'd be acting creepy. And I was very blessed that in those days, the owner of the shop made sure that we always had a young man there. The manager was a young man and he was in his 20s. And so he was always there so the girls didn't have to work alone. And we had quite a few young men who worked there, but the manager was a great big tall man and he was like 6'4" and very muscular. So he would sometimes be working in the back making the ice cream cakes and then I would decorate them. So if he was making an ice cream cake, he would be in the back baking the cake or assembling the cakes with, they have cake and then they have ice cream and then they have like a lot of ice cream, a couple different kinds of ice cream. And so he would make that part but he'd be in the back behind another door. And then when it was my time to decorate the cakes, I would trade places and he would come and scoop ice cream and fill orders. And I would go back in the back. And so he was back in the back doing an order for an ice cream cake, making the cake. And I was there at the front, and a creepy guy came and said creepy things and wouldn't leave. And there was no one else in the shop. And we had a little bell. We had two little ways. One was a secret bell that we could ring by pushing it with our foot. And on the counter there was a secret thing that if we moved, it would call the bell. And that would either, you had ones that would call the police and ones that would just make a light go on and off in the back. So if that happened, the manager would come out right away. So like if you had a difficult customer, the manager would come out if he was in the back and help you deal with the customer. So I did the little foot thing with my foot, and the manager came out and he's all big and strong. And all he had to do was walk out, and the creepy guy got afraid and left because the creepy guy was really short compared with the manager. He wasn't, as strong. But sometimes in life, we get that feeling of impending doom, like there's something wrong. And we really need to listen to it. We really need to say, Lord, is this because I watched a scary movie? Like this could be the devil trying to scare me. I could be thinking these negative thoughts because I watched a scary movie or I saw something in my YouTube feed. But it could be because something's about to happen. And the Lord lots of times will give women a feeling when they're with a man, when they're in a situation like I was at that ice cream shop, where that man is creepy, he's up to no good, his intentions aren't good, he has ill intent, then the Lord will give you a feeling, and sometimes the hair on the back of your neck stands up, or your arms, the hair on your arms stands up, or you get this weird nauseous feeling in your stomach and your gut, or some people get heartburn, and those feelings are called tells. And every woman is a little bit different, but you just get this sense that there's something not right. And when you get that feeling, you don't want to be alone with that man. You don't want to be alone with that person. If you get that feeling, you want to go to a public place right away. Like if you're walking on the street and there's a man coming towards you and you get that strange feeling, go across the street where there's lots of people. You know what I mean? Or if you're in a park and you're sitting on a park bench minding your own business, reading your book, or maybe you're on a picnic blanket and there's people playing frisbee and some man comes up to you and you get a funny feeling. Now, I'm not talking about a man or a boy talking to you or a teenager talking to you and just being friendly. I mean, sometimes they're friendly, but you get a feeling that there's something evil behind it. Do you know what I mean? Then right away go to where there's people. Right away do it. Or you can call out, fire, fire, and someone will come to help you, or you can pray in your head at the same time. Just call on the name of Jesus. Just say, Jesus, in your mind. Jesus, I need help. And Jesus will tell you what to do. The Lord promises us that he'll tell us what to do. And I think it's really important that we as women teach younger women how to listen to their body. And I'm getting the feeling of the Holy Spirit. I get this feeling where I get tingles in my arms and the hair on my arms stands up. And I think it's really important that we as women, the Bible says the older women are to teach the younger women how to love their husbands, love their children, and be keepers at home. But we're also supposed to pass on our wisdom. And so, what I want to say to you is if you're a woman, if you're a big brother or a daddy, a father, an uncle, if you're a police officer or you're a counselor or you work as a doctor or a lawyer, anybody who has a position of trust, maybe you're a school teacher, you need to be sure that you pass on this wisdom to the younger generation. And boys need to know this too. Young men need to know this feeling. They need to know how to listen to their body because God gives us an innate intuition. He creates us, excuse me, he creates, I'm going to have to suck on our little candy here. Mm. These are honeys and they're really lovely. Inside they have honey. I don't know why, but my throat is bugging me. I don't have a sore throat and I'm not sick. I think I know why. Oh, now I feel silly telling you why. I'm lactose intolerant and I had some ice cream. Do you ever do that? Do you ever eat something you're not supposed to eat? I love ice cream, and every once in a while I can't resist real homemade strawberry ice cream. And my friend has a freezer full of strawberries, and she made real homemade strawberry ice cream and brought me some, and I ate it. I didn't get sick, but sometimes it makes mucus. I finished my tea. Sometimes that happens where if you eat dairy, you get more mucus. That happens to me. So let's see if I can fix it by drinking more tea. Let me see what you say in the comments. It is. It takes years to master a new language and a strong mind. I'm embarrassed because my language is just those acronyms. Why is dark spelt with a K and not with a C? They said, hi, buttercream. I don't know why. because you can't see in the dark. That's a good joke, Juanita. Oh no, that's a good one. Box full of bread. But no, seriously, Simba is loafing into a box. Simba is the most beautiful kitty, and we love hearing about her. I used to be scared of thunderstorms, but now I find them peaceful. Me too. I love thunderstorms. Got to go for now, but I'll be back. Bye. I love you. Take care. Thunderstorms are so peaceful. Where I live, it rains a lot, but we rarely get thunderstorms. But a few nights ago, we had a big thunderstorm, and it was so loud that I could hear it with the window closed. It was really pretty. It sounded like booms. It was so loud. When some cat said, I will send you an email, Jeannie. Oh, good. I'm excited. Thank you for sharing that, Jeannie. I struggle with resting as well. Yeah, when we're workers, we're competent women and we work hard, right? And so it's hard to rest. But sometimes if you don't rest, you cause more problems. So here I was at live stream at Chris Knits, yarning over Japan. And if you don't know, if you're watching this later, it's a lovely, lovely live stream. And it's Chris Knits, Chriss, two S's, knits, Knits, yarning over Japan. And she knits and crochets over live stream, and she's got beautiful music in the back. And she just has a really good energy, and it's just an amazing group of people and a community of people in the comments. But here I was, and you're going to laugh at this winsome cat. I was texting Chris in the comments telling her it's good to rest. Maybe it's time to rest because she's injured her wrist. She has a kind of tendonitis, and there's a really specific type that people get from holding their cell phone or doing a repetitive motion. And she's a school teacher, and she has to type a lot, and it was the first week of school. So during the first 2 weeks of school, she's in Japan. She had to do all of her reports and all of her lesson plans, and she probably injured herself typing. And then it's repetitive use, if she's knitting or crocheting, so she would have to quit, could only do a little bit, and then she had to quit. And so I was encouraging Chris to rest, and here I am in the comments writing for her to rest. And the Lord touched my heart and said, yeah, who needs to rest? And that day it was the first time I had left my house since I went to the hospital, since I got out of the hospital. And from 2:30 to 5 o'clock, I went to the bank, went to another bank, went to the gas station, went to the grocery store, did my grocery shopping, went to the hardware store, and then came home. And so here I was gone for that long. Let's see, 2:30, 3:30, 3:30, 4:30. It was only 2.5 hours, but I tried to cram all this work into that little space. When I got home, my leg was swollen and puffy, and I started getting a headache, and I didn't feel good. And I was like, what is going on? I feel like I can't do anything. So because it says in the instructions, if you start feeling a headache or if your leg gets puffy, you're supposed to call the nurse. So I called the nurse, and she said, you're not resting. You're supposed to be resting your legs so you can sit in your studio on the day bed with your legs stretched out, and you gotta point and flex so that the blood flows through. And are you taking your medicine? And are you doing it every 12 hours? And are you resting? And I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to rest. So then my dear friend my dear heart, is in the comments. Winsome Cat says that she has this big test and it's 10 hours. And she's been practicing and studying for a long time for that test. And she has the test and she gets back and she says, it's been 10 hours. I cannot believe having a test for 10 hours is really hard. And then I said, you got to rest. I told her to rest. And here I came home from the grocery store and I put away all the food in the freezer and in the cupboards. And then I went and I sat in my studio and I went, I'm going to write. And then I realized I need to follow my own advice and rest. So it's challenging, you know, it's hard to rest. It's hard to, we want to listen to our body, right? One of my affirmations is, I listen to the messages my body gives me. Well, I was listening to the messages my body gives me, but I wasn't resting that day. So I said, okay, I'm going to go sit and prop myself up with all my pillows and extend my feet and do the point and flex exercises I'm supposed to be doing, you know, but it's hard to just stay still and rest. And I feel like I'm just doing nothing. And it's so hard. And here in the comments the next day when we watched Chris Knits, she just did a little bit of crochet. She did like a lot, in my opinion. She did a whole 2 lines. And then she said, oh, I'm listening to my body. It hurts, so I'm going to rest. And then she was sitting there and she was bored and she was saying, it's really hard just to sit here and do nothing. And I'm going, I know, I've been doing it since the 18th of March. It's very frustrating. So I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to listen to the messages my body's giving me. I'm trying to obey my doctor's orders and just rest. But I'm going stir crazy. So I started another book. And I thought, well, maybe what I could do, you know, what Chris Knits does is she sometimes will be working on a sweater, a cardigan, and it'll have like, when she was working on her gray sweater, she got a little bored with it. So then she gets a colorful yarn and starts making a hat. And then when she's done with the hat, she goes back to the gray sweater. Or she's got this rainbow dress that she's knitting and it's just beautiful. Oh my goodness, you've got to go and see her knit that rainbow sweater. Every time she starts knitting it, I feel so full of joy because of all the colors. It's like a one band of blue and a band of fuchsia and a band of yellow and a band of green, all different rainbow colors. You know, when people knit or crochet, a lot of times they'll have a project, and then when they're finished with the project, they'll have like just a little bit of yarn left. So she's making this knitted dress out of all these colors of yarn, and it is so gorgeous. She has a real good eye for color. Anyway, so I thought, wow, I could do that. I could work on one project until sometimes I get bored with a project, then I can work on another one, then I can work on another one, and then I can come back. So that was a good example for me. So that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm writing one book, and then I kind of take a break for a little bit and write something else. And so that's what I'm doing. And then I have a whole bunch of people that are pen pals on email, because I met a bunch of people at the hospital who are writing me letters, and it's just good. So I'm kind of trying to do my letter writing and my correspondence and my writing for Cora and my writing for my books and my YouTube, and kind of have it all be like Chris Knits, be like her sweater that she brings out, or her rainbow dress, or making a hat, making a lacy cardigan. So I'm having those projects, and that's really helping me a lot. Yeah. I'm going to check and see what you say in the comments. Mm. Oh, when some cat says, thank you for sharing that, Jeannie. I struggle with resting as well. Yes, and if Chris Nitz didn't, she's very wise. She's resting her arm and she needs to rest it so that it can heal. And sometimes what happens, I have so many clients that are elders that tell me stories about they were young and they sprained their ankle or broke their foot or they broke their leg or they broke their wrist. And the doctor said to wear the cast and rest. And they weren't supposed to lift, but they had this job in construction or they had this project they needed to finish. So they went ahead and did it. And then they tell me that for the rest of their life, they've had pain in that knee or in that leg or in that wrist because they didn't rest when they were supposed to. And I don't want that for any of us. So we really need to rest when we're supposed to. And for me, I have a blood clot in my leg, so you can pray that God would help it shrink. And I'm taking medication, and I spent the time in the hospital. They gave me medication in an IV drip to make it shrink. And the blood clot is from that accident. They missed it at the accident. And I kept coming back to the doctor and telling him that something wasn't right. And he was gaslighting me. Medical gaslighting is a thing. So I really encourage you to go with your gut and your heart. When you know something's wrong, get a second opinion. Maybe if I had gotten a second opinion, they would have caught it. And actually, I did get a second opinion, and she just read the chart of the other doctor and believed the other doctor. So maybe I should have went to the emergency room or the hospital sooner. I don't know. It's kind of hard. I'm trying to troubleshoot it backwards and say, what could I have done differently? To learn from it, not to shame myself, just to learn from it. Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. Juanita says, it looks for real. You read it, FR, for real. It looks like he is trying to cosplay a packaged loaf of bread. Her cat, her cat's name is Simba, and he's a beautiful orange cat, and he's squishy like a loaf of bread. Mm, that's such a wonderful picture. Makes me feel really happy. Simba is the most adorable cat, is what when some cat says. If someone ever asks me, does your cat ever get the zoomies? I'm going to say 7 years per hour here. That's funny. She says, bye guys, take care, I'll be back. Mm-hmm. Take care and stay safe, she says. I see, I hope the discomfort goes away soon. Yeah, I hope so too. Hello again, Jessie. Hi. So glad you could be with us. Yes, I remember you. How are you? Sometimes I go off on little tangents. I have to figure out a way to keep the messages current. Welcome back, Jessie. We love your name. You know what? When I was in high school, there was a song, and it was Jessie's Girl. You might look that up. How can I find a woman like that? I wish I had Jessie's girl, Jessie's girl. And it's like the best friend is singing a ballad about how cool his friend's girlfriend is. The big line is, how can I find a woman like that? I wish I had Jessie's girl, Jessie's girl. I wonder if it's on YouTube. That's my Fortnite username. Oh, well, excuse me. You know what? I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm going to grab my water, okay? I think that maybe that when I had that ice cream, it made some mucus or something. one of those silly things. I'm just going to sip my water here in my lap and look at my messages. There's Jessie's a beautiful name. There's another song by Jessie, called With Jessie by Carly Simon. Jessie, I won't bring you flowers no more. Jessie, and she kind of breaks up with Jessie, and then she gets back together with Jessie on the sly. Ooh, if I could just get one line of it, I could remember the line. Jessie, please come here. Don't tell a soul. And that's part of it. I'm going to look it up, and then maybe I can sing it to you next time you come. You like to play Fortnite. That's great. And then Jessie says, I love it. It's really fun. That's good. I think it's really great when people have a game that they like to play because it's a good way to relax and unwind, isn't it? Oh, I didn't know. I'll pray for her wrist. It must be so hard. Hand injuries as a crafter. Yeah, Winsome Cat, please do. I forget the name of the injury, but it goes all the way from the tip, the nerve goes all the way from the tip all the way down. And she said the name of it, but I was, you know how it is sometimes, I was dealing with somebody in the comments, and I got distracted and missed the name of the condition. But I told her to look up online Dr. Eric Berg, because Eric Berg is so wise, and he always has a video about any condition. I'm hoping she'll do it. I'm hoping he has a video about supplements that you can take to help ease tendonitis. I know there's supplements that you can take that will enrich the nerve sheath. And she's doing a really good job of resting it. I was so proud of her because one day she didn't, she was crocheting the beautiful lacy cardigan, and one day she just crocheted one, I think it's called one row, and then she quit. And then the next day she just did 2 rows, and then she said, oh, I'm feeling pain, so I'm going to quit. So I was so proud of her because she's being a role model for all of us crafters. When you have pain, you don't want to push through it. You want to stop and listen to the messages your body sends you and rest. So I was so proud of Chris. It was a good example for me too, because here I am, resting my leg, believing God's healing me, and I'm trying not to push it, and do too much. And it's hard to be disciplined like that. And then Winsome Cat says that I like to play Fortnite too from time to time. I know how it is. I had a wrist issues as well, so it is very hard. Zozo is a summer lover. Hi, so good to see you. Welcome. Blessings on you. I'm so glad you joined us. Winsome Cat, Jeannie figured out an acronym. Isn't that silly? It's like a new language I'm learning. It feels good though. Like I just realized that I automatically read it just like it was a word in another language. But I knew what the word meant, and I was like, yes, that is so cool. Tendonitis, yeah, it was like tendonitis, but there's a specific name. Now she's in Japan, so maybe in Japan she went to a doctor, and maybe they have a different name, but I don't know. But it's something like doctor, and then there was a name, Dr. something's, like how Hashimoto's disease is named after Dr. Hashimoto. It was like that. It was a complicated name, and I had never heard it, so it might be a Japanese definition or something. I don't know how to say that. But she was saying that it was the tendon that went all the way from the thumb all the way down to the elbow, and that it was caused by repetitive use, and that a lot of times people who hold their cell phone a certain way or do gaming consoles a certain way or do repetitive typing or do repetitive crochet or knitting get it. And she said it was really painful and that she put a brace on it to help it make it better, but that her theory was that the brace must have compressed the nerve because the next day when she woke up it was worse. So she's taking the excuse me, taking the brace off. Sometimes she has it on, sometimes she has it off. But it's sort of sweet because everybody likes her and everybody wants to talk to her. It's kind of hard for her to talk. If she's not knitting, she feels kind of awkward if she's not crocheting. So I encourage her to go get a cup of tea or coffee, because she can only crochet for part of the time. And she was ending the live stream early. And then I just sort of encouraged her in the comments, maybe just get a cup of tea and talk to us. And then, of course, a couple of creepy people came in, and they think it's a dating site. You know how that is. They're proposing marriage and that kind of stuff in the comments. And so, I always have so much fun watching Chris deal with trolls when she plays with them. I think it's really funny because I don't know how to explain it. You know Chris, so you know what I mean. But she has kind of a dry sense of humor. And she can just kind of say things. And I think they're serious. And then I have to look up and see her face, or I read the comments and then I go, oh, she's playing with the troll. It's hysterically funny. I mean, I was laughing so hard that I dropped my phone. A couple of the comments that she was just with this troll going back and forth. And finally, Anita blocked the person or put them in timeout or whatever they do. But it was just so funny because the way she was talking, by the tone of her voice, I was doing the comments and greeting people. I thought she was just talking to somebody and she was being serious. And it took me like 3 comments before I realized, no, she's pulling their leg. They're trying to harass her, and she's just giving it right back to them. So I thought that was pretty good. So last night, we had somebody come in the comments they were doing that. So I just ignored them and said hi to them and blessed them and pretended that they were talking about their dog and describing their dog. And they went away right away. It's pretty funny. I thought, well, maybe if I pull a Chris on them, maybe if I do what Chris does, she's a good role model for me is what I'm trying to tell you. She doesn't get fazed by it. She doesn't get upset. She's just like, really? That's the best you can do? When she's like that? And it just made me laugh so hard. I was laughing that I dropped my phone because I watch the videos on my phone. So it was funny. Tendonitis, and then she says it's quite popular between crocheters, sadly. That sounds awful. I wish her a fast recovery. Yes, let's pray for her. And then she says, haha, true, I love her sense of humor and how she deals with trolls. Yeah, it was like school, like literally September or October, November, December, January, February, March, 6 months of school for me on how to deal with trolls. And I just, the Go to God Daily channel is a religious channel. And it started out as reading the Bible, and then it kind of has evolved into being more Catholic channel because the girl became a Christian. She was a tarot card reader. And I've been witnessing to her for years. And when she became a Christian, her family, um, somebody in her family, I think it's her grandmother and her grandfather, are Catholic. So, and they're older, of course, they're grandparents. So she started doing non-denominational church, going to a church. And then she started going to the Catholic church with her grandparents. So slowly, over like 8 months, she became more favorite. She favors Catholicism. So she's kind of, I don't know what the process is called, but I guess Catholics go through catechism. They have to learn certain teachings of the church and start doing certain prayers. And then they take vows and become a Catholic or whatever. And so she always says it's a non denominational in the beginning, but it's not non denominational anymore. There are many people who are Catholic, and she's almost solely now doing Catholic prayers. So I'm still there because I love her and I love all the people in the comments, but I'm not Catholic. Okay, I'm non-denominational, and I actually have some really big issues with the Catholic Church because as a counselor in Seattle, there was a huge scandal where a priest abused a whole bunch of children. And unfortunately, I was the counselor that brought that scandal to light because they were my clients coming to me. And I had like 30 people who came to me who were an adult who were coming to me for therapy because they had been assaulted by this priest. So in the Bible, it says, if you have an issue with another Christian, you're supposed to first bring it to the church and let the church know. So there's a real definite um, teaching in the Bible that says first do this, then do this, then do this. There's steps, and they're supposed to be done in order. So first, a Christian is supposed to take it to the church and tell the church. So tell the priest or the pastor and the board of the church, board of directors, or the elders. And if they don't deal with it, then you have to go to the state. So, but as a counselor, I have to report to the state if there's abuse. So I had to go with the client to the church and say, this has happened and we need to report this, and then report it with the state. And this was years ago. I was in my 20s. So, if you see so much abuse coming through one certain denomination, then you're going to be less likely to want to have anything to do with that denomination. So if you can imagine, I've had like 32 clients who've been abused by priests. So after a while, I started having really bad feelings towards the Catholic Church. And the only thing that redeemed it, the only thing that gave me any positive feeling towards the Catholic Church is I was very involved in the pro-life movement, and I've shared that before about how all of my sisters have had multiple abortions and how I worked in a nursing home and in a hospital where many of the women were getting abortions. And I was seeing the trauma that women who have abortions have. Like, women were having nightmares, women were crying, women were getting really depressed. And so I was trying to help these women, but I needed some support behind me. I couldn't just do it on my own. So I started working with the Crisis Pregnancy Center, and they have a huge support network. At that time, they had 300 crisis pregnancy centers all over the United States. And so I did counseling and I did training for the counselors, and I wrote a training manual. And so I was really involved. And for some reason, the Catholic Church is very, very pro-life. So they're very against euthanasia. They're very against abortion. And a lot of the counselors that were coming to be trained were Catholic. So I met some amazing people who were Catholic. So I have many friends. I probably have 60 or I probably had 80 friends when I worked as a Christian counselor who were pro-life, probably 80 Catholics that I knew. And I got to know them really well because we were working with each other every day for hours and hours. And so there were amazing women and amazing men who were Catholic, but I don't share their, I have things in common, right? But I don't share their church denominational belief. And so here I was counseling women and men and boys and girls who had been abused by priests. And yet I still have these friends who were Catholic. So if you can understand, it was like this weird feeling of conflict in me, like when this is happening. And also, I need to tell you that I went to the church with the clients, and the church didn't do anything. They just took that priest who was abusive and moved him to another diocese. So, in other words, they covered it up. And it was so sad, it was really sad. That priest went on to abuse a whole bunch more people. And so I wrote papers and letters and went to, a board of counselors and went to the state and had to testify in Washington state and say, and I thank God I got to testify behind closed doors with the judge and say, this person, this church did not deal with this predator, and he's actively abusing people. And let me show you 32 people who their cases and their names and their addresses and their phone numbers. They can give testimony that they were abused by this man over a 20-year period. And when we came to the church to expose this and say this needs to be dealt with, they moved him to another district or another diocese, and he's there now abusing people. And so the judge made an injunction and filed charges and said this person has to go to jail for their crimes. And I don't know the outcome because some of it was closed, when there's a closed case and they make it confidential. But let's just say that there was a massive class action suit, and all of the people that were abused by this priest got together and sued the Catholic Church. And I felt bad about that because, they're Christians. I don't want to cause harm to other Christians, but they should have dealt with this when they had a chance. And this went on for 40 years. Okay? So by the time I was involved, it had already been going on for 40 years. And it took almost 20 years to bring that whole case to closure. So I don't know now if the priest is still in prison, or if he's dead, if he's died because he was older, or I don't know. I didn't go research to find out. I could go Google his name and look and see, but it's one of those things where it's so traumatic. You come to a place and you see the resolution, that he had to go to jail finally. And then you just give it to God. And I had to keep giving it to God because I had such anger that this man was allowed to harm children and adults for so long, and teenagers. And so many people suffered because of his behavior. And so it was really hard to deal with. But the hardest part was admitting that the Catholic Church allowed this, that they knew, and they just, instead of dealing with it and helping the state prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law and getting help for the victims, they just moved him around to another diocese, to another place in the state, another town. And then all the people there got abused by him. So that was what was so hard for me. And so I had to go through a process of forgiving him and forgiving the Catholic Church. And that was a process. It wasn't just, oh, I forgive them. I'm a thinking woman, and I had to process that. And I had to come before God every day and say, Lord, I don't want to hang on to this anger. I don't want this anger to become a bitter root. So I'm going to give you this. And not just once, but 20 or 30 times a day, I would think about it and I'd have to give it back to God. And I'd have to say, Lord, I did everything I can. I was faithful. I took care of all those clients. I took care of their families. I went to the church each time with, with each client. I made reports. We finally had to go to the state. I had to testify multiple times. All that horror that I went through, I did because we want healing for people. And part of my healing, trauma informed therapist, nurse, and um, first responder chaplain, EMTs, doctors, nurses, we all get traumatized too by what we see. Firemen get traumatized by what they see. Policemen get traumatized. So I had to work out my own trauma around this because I was going to school and trained to believe and very idealistic, thinking that if you report a crime to the church will deal with it. If you report a crime to the state will deal with it. And for whatever reason, this case kept getting overlooked and this man kept moving from place to place. And if it wasn't for a police detective, shout out to Officer Wallace, if it wasn't for Officer Wallace's dedication that he kept track of everywhere this priest was moved to, and he was watching and helping get victims compensation for some of the victims, and just really, he is a godly man and he wanted to see justice done. If it wasn't for him, the Lord used him. If it wasn't for the Holy Spirit, this case would have just been looked over and swept under the rug. So my anger was, this is not right. And it was a righteous anger. And it's okay to be angry righteously. And my example of that is when Jesus went into the temple with a whip, and he whipped and made noise with his whip and turned over tables. The money changers, the Jews, were selling things. They were selling doves and lambs and all different animals inside the temple. They were cheating poor people. They were breaking the law. They brought this into the temple. They were cheating people and lying to people and telling them that they had to buy a dove from them, that their little dove that they brought wasn't good enough, and they were causing trouble and pain and shame to these poor people. And Jesus said, you den of robbers, you're turning my Father's house into a den of thieves. And he threw them out of the temple. And Jesus was angry. And the Bible says we are to be angry and sin not. And we're not supposed to let the sun go down upon our wrath or our anger. So the principle is to keep short accounts. So if somebody does something that hurts us, sometimes underneath anger is hurt feeling. So when someone does something to hurt us, we take a break, think about it, pray about it, but then we say, I felt hurt when you did this because. And sometimes we don't even have to give an explanation. The explanation's clear. And I think sometimes victims, sometimes women, sometimes caring, good people explain too much. And that person knows if they were angry, if they had an angry outburst, or if they were cruel to us, that person knows what they did. That narcissist who's abusing you, they know they're being abusive. So we don't have to over-explain, but we want to work it out with that person. If I'm married and my husband says something and it's rude, I can say, excuse me, and we need to work that out. We need to talk about that. He needs to ask me forgiveness before we go to sleep and get in bed together, before the sun goes down upon my anger. Because otherwise, I'm going to be mad and think about that over and over and overthink it and ruminate on it all night. And the next morning, a little bitter root has started to spring up. And pretty soon, I will be a not pleasant person to live with. And he needs to keep short accounts and be held accountable and realize that he blew it and he said something stupid or he hurt my feelings. So that's what keeping short accounts is, that we process things as soon as possible. We want to take a break sometimes so that we cool down, but we also want to process the issue. We don't just want to let it slide. A lot of times, women are people pleasers. A lot of times, women are peacemakers, and there's a good side to being a peacemaker and a negative side. And the good side is we're following the word of God, we're being a peacemaker. We want to put oil on the water and make everything in the family run smooth, or everything at our job, or at the church. We want to help everything to run smoothly, and that's positive. But the negative side is if we sweep it under the rug and it doesn't get dealt with, we are not teaching our children how to process their anger. We're not teaching our husband how to keep short accounts and how to be kind and gentle. If we're not holding people accountable, we're enabling them to be abusive. So we need to be in balance in all things. They say all things in moderation. It's good to be a peacemaker. And remember, I'm going to set this down over here. Remember, we said that in Romans 12, it says, as far as it depends on you, be at peace with all people. So when Paul says, as far as it depends on you, Paul got called out by the Jews for preaching Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And they beat him with rods and said, you need to stop preaching the gospel. You need to stop telling about Jesus. And Paul said, we ought to obey God rather than man. And so in this case, I'm not going to obey the religious leaders. I'm going to preach Jesus. And they beat him with rods and threw him out of the city, out of the synagogue and out of the city. And so Paul suffered for his beliefs. He suffered. And but Paul says, as far as it depends on you, be at peace with all people. So, when he said that, let's see if I can find it. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Romans 12. He says, let love be without hypocrisy. Abhor what is evil. Cling to what is good. This is the book of Romans, written by Paul, verse 12. He says, for through the grace, verse 3, through the grace given to me, I say to everyone among you, not to think more highly of himself than he ought to think, but to think so as to have sound judgment, as God has allotted to each of us a measure of faith. For just as we have many members in one body, and all the members do not have the same function, so we who are many are one body in Christ, and individually members of one another. So Paul's saying, when you're a Christian, you belong to the body of Christ, but not everybody is a hand, not everybody is a mouth. We all have different functions, different gifts, different jobs to do. And we are one body, and individual members one of another. So we're supposed to care for one another. Since we have gifts that differ according to the grace given to us, each of us is to exercise those gifts accordingly. So, if prophecy is your gift, according to the proportion of his faith. So, if God gives you a word of knowledge, if God gives you a dream, you're to use that word of knowledge or that dream or that prophecy according, excuse me, according to the amount of faith that God has given you. So, for example, for many years, God gave me dreams and prophetic utterances, but I didn't have the bravery to come on YouTube and share them. I would maybe just share them with that one client, that one person that God gave me that dream for. Does that make sense? But we're supposed to share according to the portion of your faith. So if service and is serving, so it says, since we have gifts that differ according to the grace given to us. So God gives us a measure of grace and a measure of faith to act on our gift or our calling. So we're supposed to use our gift or our calling according to the measure or portion of the faith that God gives us. So if our gift is of service, in our serving, or if we teach, in our teaching, or if we exhort means to encourage, in his exhortation or her exhortation. So a lot of what I do here on YouTube is exhortation. There's a verse that says, encourage one another to love and good work. So that's what I'm doing. I'm encouraging one another, each of us, to love and good works. So if you exhort in your exhortation according to the portion of faith that God gives you, according to the grace that God gives you. He who gives with liberality, so give liberally. If your gift is giving, then give liberally. You know, many of you know that there's a book called The 5 Love Languages, and that book, it talks about the 5 main ways by Gary Chapman that we can love one another. 5 love languages. So one of the love languages is gifts. And so you know if your friend or your sweetheart or your brother or your mother or your father has a gift of giving because they give little gifts. You know, one of my gifts is giving. So I make little loaves of banana bread and take them to all my neighbors, or I have flowers in my garden and it gives me so much joy when somebody comes over to my house to make a bouquet and wrap it in paper with a bow or just with a nice silk bow and give it to them. And so because I like to give, I've had to think of ways I can give within my budget, right? So I plant lots of flowers and lots of herbs because they keep on growing every year, and I can make lots of bouquets all through the growing season. Or I make banana bread, or you get the idea, right? I like to give, so God says, give liberally if that's your gift. He who leads with diligence, lead with diligence. You know, we're all leaders. We all have somebody that we're a role model for. And I would challenge you, even if you're introverted, even if you're shy, even if you're young, be looking for who is looking up to you. Be looking at who you're a role model to, because we're all role models. We are. I was home for 3 years by myself writing a book. My daughter lived with me, but she was always at school, you know, busy. But I was home for 3 years writing a book, writing many books, I should say. And so I was inside all day writing. And I would go out every day for a walk. And I walk down this long road that's in a forest. And there's a part of it that has houses on it, but they're all set back, so you can't see when people walk by. But some of the houses were older and they're set on the road closer. So there's windows and people can see when you walk by. And so I've been walking by for 3 years every day until this happened, and I have to rest. But anyway, that's another story. So I'm a little frustrated because I can't walk right now. But I might go on my long walks. But I was walking every day. And a little while ago, a lady came to the mailbox. When I was going to the mailbox, she was walking by with her dog, and she goes, "You're such a good role model for me. I have to tell you," I didn't know who she was. I'd never met her before. Turns out she lives way down that road. When I would come down the road, I'd go to the very end, and that's where the little houses are. She said, "I lived in my house all alone for 20 years. I've never gone out of my house except for to go to this store, go to the grocery store, or to go to church." And she said, "And I started seeing this beautiful woman, and I felt so, it was so sweet that she said that, because I was wearing my gardening clothes. I was wearing a dumpy sweatshirt and a dumpy pair of pants, and I was covered with dirt. My hands were dirty, and I had just went to the mailbox to get my mail, and I was going to come in and take a shower." And she said, "I started seeing this beautiful woman with a smile on her face walking past every day at the same time." She said, "And I started thinking, maybe I should take a walk." And she said, "It took a couple of months of me seeing you walk by my house every day at the same time." She said, "I sit in my chair and look out the window." And she said, "And I decided I was going to take a walk." She said, "But I couldn't keep it up." So she said, "I got this little dog, and now he's my best friend, and I'm so happy. And now I have to take him on 4 walks a day so he can do his business." And she said, "And now I have to go for a walk every day." And she said, "And you are my role model." And so that was good. I felt so happy. But it never occurred to me that anybody was paying attention that I was walking. So people see you even when you don't realize it. People are watching. So here in Romans 12, Paul goes on and he says all this good advice. Let's read it. He says, "Let your love," he says, "or one who exhorts," so if you're encouraging people in your exhortation, "he who gives with give liberally, and he who leads with diligence, and he who shows mercy with cheerfulness." So if you're doing something, a kind act for someone, do it with cheerfulness. It says in the word, the Lord loves a cheerful giver. "Let love be without hypocrisy. Abhor what is evil, cling to what is good. Be but devoted to one another in brotherly love. Give preference to one another in honor, not lagging behind in diligence, fervent in spirit, serving the Lord." So realizing that when you're doing all these things, you're actually serving the Lord. "Rejoicing in hope, preserving in tribulation." When trials come by, you keep at it. "Devoted to prayer," so always praying to the Lord. Continuing to the needs of contributing to the needs of the saints. So a saint is someone who's a believer in Jesus, and they're alive, they're still alive. So if you see someone who has a need and you can contribute. Practicing hospitality, so inviting people to your home. Hospitality is different things. Now that we've had the SARS-CoV-2 world pandemic, we learned that, I was praying and asking the Lord. I read this during the pandemic, and I said, "God, I'm living in my home with my 4 children, and all these elders are on my block, and I'm going to work at one elder's house. So she's the only person, I'm the only person she's seen. She's the only person I'm seeing, except for she has 2 relatives that come and visit her. How can I practice hospitality?" So I started practicing hospitality at my work. At my work, of course, I always do that. Make cooking and making beautiful flower arrangements and setting a beautiful table. Hospitality is more than just sharing a meal. You can light a candle on the table, you can put a pretty cloth out, you can open your Bible and have it on the table, you can have flowers. Everywhere I go, I always try to bring a little vase and some flowers, just little spring flowers. If it's springtime, if it's summer, there's always flowers or herbs. But in the fall, there's herbs, but then when everything starts dying, I look on the waysides for grasses. And I got this idea, have you ever seen pretty arrangements of grasses and dried flower arrangements? It never occurred to me to look on the wayside, but one of my lady friends is from Germany, and she showed me. She said, you got to look on the waysides. And a wayside is when there's a road on the wayside, right? Beside the way between the road and the property. That's free. You can pick there. So I started, either I would bring a bucket with me, and I have my super scissors that I got at the dollar store, and they'll cut anything. They'll cut roses. They'll cut really tough stems of flowers or grasses. They'll even cut branches. So I bring a garden glove. A couple garden gloves are always in my car, and my little super scissors. And when I'm on the wayside, if I go visit somebody, and if it's not their yard, if it's public, then I'll just cut a couple stems of something and make pretty flower arrangements in the autumn. That can be hospitality. And so during the pandemic, I had to think of creative ways to practice hospitality. So what I did was I made the banana bread or made the fudge or made cookies. And I would do that before the pandemic, but during the pandemic, you couldn't do that because nobody was supposed to eat things that other people were making. We were still learning about the virus. So I started asking God, what can I do? So I started leaving bouquets of flowers in jars on people's porches, ringing the doorbell and running away, kind of like May Day. We used to do that on May 1st, May Day, when I was a little girl. So we started doing that, or leaving a letter or a note in somebody's mailbox, or writing cards, or lots of creative ways. I made little presents from things I got at the dollar store, or I did little artwork and wrapped it up and left it on their doorstep. I had to get creative because people couldn't come to me and I couldn't come to them during the pandemic, so we had to get creative. And the Holy Spirit does that. He gives you creative ideas if you ask him. So it says, devoted to prayer, contributing to the needs of the saints, practicing hospitality. So, you can practice hospitality in your job. Like if you're a waitress, you can be kind and nod and listen for a minute to what the customer's saying. You don't have to just take the order and rush away. You can make some small talk, and that's practicing hospitality. A lot of times when elders go out to eat, they live alone, and that's the only interaction they're going to have with anybody. So if you're a waitress, you have a real gift that you're giving someone just by smiling and saying hi and talking. And if they're a regular, if you remember their name, hello, Mr. Johnson, how are you? How's it going, Bob? Whatever they like to be called, right? How's the fishing today? Did you get to go fishing? Whatever they're doing, take an interest in their life. That's showing hospitality. You're showing hospitality even though they're not coming to your home. They're coming to your business. And that's always good for business. It brings back repeat customers. So it's a blessing for you to interact with someone, but it's a bigger blessing for them, for that elder or that lonely person to interact with you. So the word says, bless those who persecute you, bless and do not curse. So if you're getting persecuted at work by your boss or a coworker, if you're getting bullied at school, you don't have to continue to take it, but you can in your mind say, God bless them and keep them far away from me. You can say, God, help that person, bless them. And then if the blessing isn't supposed to be on them, that's God's choice, and He will bless you for blessing them. Rejoice with those who rejoice and weep with those who weep. You know, a big part of my job as a therapist, a big part of my job as a first responder chaplain is this verse right here, Romans 12:15. Rejoice with those who rejoice and weep with those who weep. So when I get called to the hospital because somebody's had a baby and they're excited and they want somebody to pray for their baby, I get to pray with the new mother and the new father and the grandma and grandpa and bless the baby and encourage them in the Lord. And I get to rejoice with them. And it's amazing when somebody gets healed from cancer, or they get a bladder infection and they're miserable and they're cranky and they're in the hospital and they want a chaplain to come and visit them. I get to go be with them and pray with them. And then when they get healed, I get to rejoice with them. And when somebody calls me because a loved one's died and they're sad, and I get to go be with them and I get to weep with them and I get to be with them during their pain. And so the Lord says his wisdom, he gave wisdom to Paul. And so the Lord tells us, rejoice with those who rejoice and weep with those who mourn, or with those who weep. Yep. And you know, sometimes when you have a friend who's mourning, the best thing you can do is just sit with them, just be with them. Don't offer them any fancy advice. Just say, I'm here. If you need me, I'm here. Maybe bring a casserole or pick up a sandwich that you know they're going to like from the deli. If you don't cook, you can bring some chips or a dessert that you find at the store. Whatever, just come and visit them. Bring them some flowers or a little card. Or maybe you knit. You can make them a pot holder or crochet a pot holder or something. Just a little something, maybe a book that you like or that you know they like. Just bring a little something and come sit with them and just say, here's my number. You can always call me and I'll be there when you need me. You can text me. Yep. And sometimes it's really helpful for people to talk about their loved one who's passed away, who's gone over the veil into eternity, that person who's died. Sometimes loved ones just need to tell you all their memories or all the good things about that person. And a lot of times people are afraid to talk about people after they've died. So if you're willing to sit and listen, you don't even have to say anything. You can just listen and go, oh, wow, or just listen, you know. It's really helpful. And a lot of people who are grieving and come to support groups. I used to do grieving support groups before the pandemic. A lot of people tell me how much of a difference it makes just to have someone who is listening and wants to hear about their loved one. It means a lot. I know I have a lady who called me up a few days ago, and her husband died, and he had died 20 years before, but it was their wedding anniversary. And she called me up and she said, Jeannie, I don't know why, but I keep thinking about him today. And it really helped me if you could just listen to me tell you some things about him. We said, I would be honored. I would love to. And she told me all about how she first met him and how they went to college together and how they were both teachers and they both studied the same subjects. And it was funny because they were in the same classes, and pretty soon every class that they had, they were in the exact same classes, and pretty soon they started sharing notes for the classes and they became friends. And then she realized he asked her if she could help him study a subject. And then she realized that it was just an excuse to be with her. And she started having feelings about him, and he started having feelings about her, but they were kind of feeling like maybe it wasn't okay because they were in school. And then she went home for the summer and break and told her mom, and her mom said, you go right back there and invite him for lunch. And so she went back to the college, and he invited her to lunch because his mother had said the same thing to him. And so they went to lunch together at the school cafeteria, and they started studying together, and pretty soon they were inseparable. All the classes they had together, and pretty soon there were wedding bells ringing. He asked her to marry him at Christmas, and he proposed, and they got married on Valentine's Day. So every Valentine's Day she thinks of him. It was a nice story, and she told me all about it. And it was so romantic. It was like watching a movie. It was like one of those Hallmark movies. It was very sweet and very romantic. And you know what? Afterwards, she felt so much better. And I felt happy too. So if we can rejoice with those who rejoice and weep with those who weep, it makes a big difference. Then it says, be of the same mind towards one another. Do not be haughty in mind, but associate with the lowly. Do not be wise in your own estimation. Never pay back evil for evil to anyone. Respect what is right in the sight of all men. If possible, as far as it depends on you, be at peace with all men. That's Romans 12:18. If possible, as far as it depends on you, be at peace with all men. Now, you know, Paul knows he wrote that way because he knows sometimes it's not possible to be at peace with all men. It wasn't possible for Paul to obey the Jewish synagogue leaders because they were saying that they wanted him and Silas to stop preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ, the good news of Jesus' love. They wanted him to stop telling about the miracles that Jesus did. They wanted him to stop telling that Jesus died on the cross and he took on all the sins of all the world. And that he was buried, and on the third day he rose again. And Paul couldn't stop talking about Jesus. He was so full of the Holy Spirit. He was so happy. He had to tell about Jesus and Jesus' great love for everyone. So Paul couldn't be at peace with those synagogue leaders. He had to disobey them. But here it says, if possible, as far as it depends on you, be at peace with all men. So if somebody's trying to fight with us, we can ignore them. We can ignore their mean comments. We can, maybe if we have to, go no contact for a while or take a break. Or we can just be kind. You know, if I'm at work, sometimes I have to deal with very unpleasant people. And I have to be there. I have to take care of that person, even if they're unpleasant. So I can say, if possible, as far as it depends on me, I'm going to be at peace with all people. So they might throw out bait and try to bait me. They might throw out that lariat. You know what a lariat is? Those things, those ropes that cowboys have. They throw out the lariat trying to trap the little rabbit, you know, try to trap me. They want to pretend like I'm a cow, get my legs and pull me into their pit with them. I'm not going to fall for it. You know, in Africa, what they do when they want to catch an animal, they dig a deep pit. My friend from India told me this is how they catch tigers. She said in Sumatra, they dig a very deep pit, and it's higher than a human, so a very deep pit, and they have to lower the person down with a rope, and they bring the person back when the pit is twice as deep, and then they put palm branches and palm frods across it. A lot of times, unfortunately, they'll have spikes, bamboo spikes, but the tiger is walking across the forest floor, the jungle floor, and then they fall into the pit. And people are like that. Some people, narcissists, want to lay a snare for you, like you're a little rabbit. They want to catch your paw in that snare so you can't run away. They want to trap you like you're a tiger in that pit. They dig pits. Some of their pits they dig with their words, some they dig with their actions. They provoke you. They try to get you to be angry, and they try to get you to yell, or they try to get you to do something bad. So then they can point the finger at you and blame it you. It's called reactive abuse, and an abuser does that. They try to provoke the other person to anger or to lash out. Lots of times when I go and consult for businesses, there will be a narcissist in that business who does that. And they're stirring up people in the business, and everybody's having fights, and everybody's all upset. And there's one person that's causing all these fights, but they'll blame it on somebody else. And everybody will think it's this other person, but no, there's somebody behind them pulling the strings, digging the pits. And you know, in Psalms, over and over, David prays the prayer, Lord, let them fall into the all. Lord, let them fall into the pit that they dug. Lord, let them fall into their own pit. And that's something you can pray if you're in that situation. We read those Psalms yesterday. So Paul says, if possible, so far as it depends on you, be at peace with all men. Romans 12:18. Never take your own revenge, beloved, but leave room for the wrath of God. So you don't have to avenge yourself. God will avenge you. For it is written, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, I will repay. But if your enemy is hungry, feed him, and if he is thirsty, give him a drink. For in so doing you will heap burning coals on his head. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. So we need to remember this. This is a very important book of the Bible. That was Romans 12. And you know, Paul gave good advice to the churches. And you can, if you need advice, if you don't have a pastor or a Christian counselor or a wise person in your life, you can start reading through the New Testament, the books that Paul wrote to the churches, Galatians and Ephesians and Philippians and First Corinthians and Second Corinthians. All these books in the New Testament, Romans and Hebrews, Titus, Timothy, First Timothy and Second Timothy, Paul wrote those books, and they all give very good advice. Yep. I'm going to go see what you say in the comments now. Yes, I do wish Chris a fast recovery. And Chris has such a delightful sense of humor with the trolls. Hi, IGT Lucifer. How are you? Good to see you. God bless you. I was reading Romans 12. How are you doing? Thank you so much, Winsome Cat, for greeting him. Hey, hope you're doing well. Oh, Winsome Cat says, oh, Jeannie, you hit 106 subs. Congratulations. That's wonderful. Thank you for telling me. You know, every day when I'm going to go online, let me see if I can see where I put somewhere there's the paper. I think I might have put the book on top of it. Yeah. I always fill out a little piece of paper that I keep in a notebook, and I write what I speak about. So I have to write Romans 12, read that. And I always write when I start. So I started this live stream at 4:15. And then I have at the beginning, I say how many subs I had at the beginning. And then at the end of the live stream, I write how many subs. And my friend said she watched the stream and she has her own YouTube channel. And she said, you're doing really good, but I want you to ask for likes and subscribing. And she said, point up at the little place on your tablet that says how many people are there and like and subscribe, and ask everybody to like and subscribe. So it was easy for me to do that for Chris Knits. It was easy for me to do that for Go to God Daily. It was easy for me to ask for my friend. There's a lady, a little girl, a young woman, I should say, who has a stream. She does it. Her name is Jasmine, and she's in the Midwest. And Jasmine is really sweet, and she reads the Bible. And I haven't really figured out how to tell when Jasmine goes online. Sometimes, you know how if you're on your phone, you just get a notification that someone's online? Well, that's what happens. Is if I'm on my phone, sometimes there'll be a notification that Jasmine's online. So it's easy for me to say, please like and subscribe for Jasmine, but it was really hard for me. So I had to practice, and Winsome Cat was so sweet. She encouraged me to practice. So now, whenever we get new people, I always say, please like and subscribe. And in the beginning, so just a couple days ago, I started doing that. And you know, before I was averaging 2 subscribers every live stream. Didn't matter how long the live stream was. But when I started asking people to like and subscribe, I got 10 subscribers during one live stream. So I went, wow, God multiplies bread and fishes, right? And so God showed us how to multiply by asking. And my friend said, you got to ask for what you want. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to remember to ask. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's sort of challenging sometimes. How are you doing? Yep, it is amazing, isn't it? It was really fun. And so I couldn't believe it. And then something funny happened. Winsome Cat, you have your own channel, so you probably know about this. 2 people unsubscribed. Like one day when I was writing, it was 105. And then one day it was 107. And so a couple people unsubscribed. But I think what happened was there was somebody who was trying to argue in the comments, and they were a Christian. And so I told them to please stop fighting. And I think they got mad and unsubscribed, but that's okay. Um, they were causing a lot of damage and making people in the comments cry. So I just said, you know, please stop. You're making people cry. And they were talking to very young women. And I think I told you this already yesterday. There are some women who are in a group that I lead for women who have been in marriages where there's been domestic violence. And I know these women personally, and I know that they really do have biblical authority to divorce. And so some of them are having to be very sadly in the process of divorce. And this gentleman came into the comments, and he was very mad and very angry that someone shared in the comments. You know how people in the comments share with one another, and they were sharing that they were um, really stressed out because they had to go see a lawyer and file for divorce. And this man tried to talk her out of divorce. And what he didn't know was that she had just gotten out of the intensive care unit for domestic violence. She was in the hospital and she almost died. So to tell her to go back to her husband when she's in a shelter, she left because he beat her up and she almost died from her injuries, is very insensitive, and he's a blockhead, okay? Quite frankly, he didn't know the situation and he was giving her bad advice. And so I had to ask him to please stop giving that advice because he didn't know the situation. And she was so beat down in a relationship. She's got such low self-esteem that she was feeling bad and guilty and obsessing already whether she should leave or not. And the doctor told her to leave, the police told her to leave, Her counselor told her to leave. And you know, most professionals will rarely tell someone to leave a marriage. They usually don't get involved. But if somebody is so violent and they're beating their wife to the edge of their life, a professional person is going to say, yeah, this person, there's nothing we can do to help him, and you need to leave to keep yourself and your children safe. And she almost died. She was in the intensive care unit. And here this guy is saying, well, even if there's abuse, she doesn't have local authority. And I'm like, dude, you need to get off this live stream. And he wouldn't stop. So what we did is we just stopped the live stream, and I sent everybody a text and gave them the place I was going to do the live stream. And we had a closed live stream because Winsome Cat told me that I could make a live stream just for subscribers. So that's what I did. And so that worked out. But it was so sad that somebody would do that. And, you know, sometimes people can be Christian but still be foolish. People can be Christian but still be mentally ill. People can be Christian but still have old ways of thinking that aren't right. And I know I pray for that man, and everybody at the group, we prayed for him. And we know that God is going to bring his Holy Spirit and heal him and bring him into right thinking. Yeah. So we kind of had interesting things happen. Hmm. I'm so proud of you for overcoming that. I have problems with asking for subbing as well. Yeah, it's challenging. You know, what I learned, this is funny because the only reason I overcame it is because you encouraged me. Somebody said in the live stream, you need to ask for subs. And then I think I got practice from in Chris Knit's live stream asking to like and subscribe. And then I got practice in Go to God Daily's live stream. But it's sort of like I can do it for somebody else, but if it was for me, it somehow felt selfish. Does that make sense? And so I had to say, it's not selfish, it's asking for what you want and being assertive. And so I was teaching someone some life skills, and he happens to be a young man, and we were doing some counseling, and we were learning some life skills, learning some social skills. And I said to him, he said, but I feel so selfish setting boundaries. And I said to him, it's not selfish, it's self-preservation. Because if you don't set boundaries, people will run all over you and you'll be a doormat that people walk on. But if you set boundaries, then people are going to respect you more. And it's a way to weed out people who are disrespectful, people who are toxic, people that you don't want in your life anyway. You know, and he's trying to learn how to talk with women and how to be more comfortable in social situations because he would like to be more successful in his job, and his job depends on having social interactions. And he would like, one of his goals is to meet a woman, and a godly woman, and to get married. And he goes to church, and there are many godly women there, but he's too afraid to talk to them. And he told me I could share this. I changed some of the details a little bit, and I don't use his name, but he told me I could share this. So here's the thing. We were talking, and he's brilliant. He's very, very smart. He's very well educated, and he has a job where he could be very successful and he could be the leader if he had some social skills. But because he does his job and it's kind of a nerdy kind of job, you know, a geek job, something that highly intelligent people do, if he develops social skills, he's at the top of his profession. But if he had his social skills are down here. So if he could even come up to normal, he would be highly successful. So I'm trying to get him way up here, but we're trying to get him just to hear, just to be able to talk with women because he shuts down. And there's lots of us that were like that. And what people don't realize when they see me now is they think I've always been this way. But there was a time when I couldn't even talk to people, when I couldn't, I was afraid to speak up. I was afraid to look people in the eye. I would look at my books all the time in school. When the teacher was lecturing, I would look at the teacher, but then I'd walk around the campus with my books like this and not look at people. So I had to learn these social skills so I know what it's like. And he is doing one of these, it's not YouTube, but I'm not sure, but it's a video presentation within his profession. So he makes videos specifically for how to do different mathematical problems or how to do different research um, experiments, I'll say. And so he came to me because he wants to learn how to be more personable with people, right? So he said, yeah, it's really hard to ask anybody to follow you. He said, it's really hard to ask for what I need. He needs a collaborator for one of his research projects. And here he was with 500 people watching, and it was hard for him. So I said, let's write you a script. And the script was, I need a collaborator. I'm searching for a collaborator for XYZ project. If you have an interest in XYZ, or if QRS is your specialty, give me a call or email me at, and then he would leave his email. You can find my email at, right? And so I wrote that little card for him and gave it to him. And so he came back all excited from his last presentation, and he said he got 25 people that sent him emails. So now he can go through and choose the what collaborators that would be best for the project. And I said, and not only that, but now you have a database of people, a list of people who are wanting to work with you. So it brought his self-esteem up, that there were all these people who wanted to work with him, but he gets to choose, so it'll be best for his research, who would be best. But I told him that, and then I came back and I went, okay, I have to ask for um, followers. I have to ask people to please like and subscribe. And it was hard, but I did it. I had to start doing it. And then when I was speaking to him, I said, it's just a skill set. You're just learning skills. So looking at somebody's eyes and getting them eye contact, and if you can't do that, you look at their forehead. That's a life skill. And some people learn it and some people don't. And I had a friend who was blind, and she was blind from birth. And she heads up the Northwest Center for the Blind and Partially Sighted. And she's in Washington State. And we used to go to lunch together. You know how you have seasons of your life? Well, she was a friend during a certain season of my life. But she was blind. And we used to go to movies together. And she loved it because my family always teases me. When we would watch movies, it's really hard for me to be quiet during a movie. Like literally, I would have to put a candy in my mouth or bite my tongue or put my hand over my mouth and remember not to talk. Because in my mind, I've got a constant dialogue going with the Lord. And sometimes we would be at a movie and I would just talk. And it would drive my family crazy. They're all movie buffs and they wanted to be quiet. But see, I can always figure out when I read a mystery or a book or a movie, watch a movie, I can always figure out what's going to happen in the first few frames. And my daughter finally turned to me and she said, Mom, I really love you. I really love watching movies with you. But you are so smart. You always figure out what's going to happen right away. And I want to be surprised. I want to experience the whole movie. And I want to see how the director lays everything out. so I can solve the mystery myself. And I go, oh, okay. And then I got it. I understood. And so then I had to really make an effort not to talk. But my friend who was blind loved it that I wanted to talk because she would go to the movie and all she could hear was the dialogue. So they had a special place in this theater in Seattle where you could sit and nobody else could hear you. It was a silent room, and it was for women who had a nursing baby, or maybe they had a toddler, or maybe somebody had Tourette's, or maybe there was just a special party and they let people go in that room and you can lock yourself in, you're safe. And so here we were in this little tiny booth that nobody could hear me talk but her, and she loved it. And so I remember we went to go see the movie The Medicine Man with Sean Connery, and I described it. She said, "Go ahead, tell me." And I'm like, "You want me to talk?" And she's like, "Yeah, tell me everything you see, describe it." And I go, "You mean you want me to talk during the movie?" She says, "Yes, Jeannie. That's why I got us this booth. You won't disturb anybody else." And so I'd say, "Okay, a plane, a private plane just touched down. It's a Cessna plane, and it just touched down in the jungle. And there's vines everywhere, and there's a tall canopy of trees. They're in the rainforest. They're flying in, and they just touched down on the runway, and the runway's made of logs." And she's like, I'm being quiet. She goes, keep going, you're doing great." And I start describing the clothes, and a woman jumps out, and they open the door, and a woman jumps out, and she's got long blonde hair, and she's wearing a really tight shirt and a little skirt and a blazer, and she um, takes her hair and puts it up in a bun and pins her hair up, and she's very beautiful and blonde and young. She's about 32 years old. She goes, keep going. And the man comes over and gives her two suitcases, and a native man comes up, and he's got beautiful black chocolate skin, and he's very tall and handsome, and he takes the two suitcases and walks her to this Jeep, and I'm telling her blow by blow what's happening, and she is just thrilled, and I'm in my element. And so I told her every color, every flower, every tree, when they had the jungle and the bushes. And then, Sean Connery comes on the scene, and he's got a khaki shirt and it's unbuttoned, and he's got his sleeves rolled up, and he's wearing khaki pants, and he's got whiskers and a mustache. And she starts giggling. She's so happy. And I'm going, "Am I doing okay?" And she's like, "Yep." She goes, "Jeannie, every movie I go to now, I'm going to buy a second ticket and you're coming with me." So there was like 10 years where I went to movies with her and told her everything. But what I was going to tell you about her is she told me that it's really hard for her to give eye contact. We went to lunch, and we were talking about a client that I had that was on the spectrum. And I was asking her advice because the client was on the spectrum, and he was blind, and he had some other disabilities. And so she specializes in helping people who are blind or partially sighted, and helping them look normal and fit in. And so I wanted to learn everything I could from her. I was in a learning stage where I wanted to learn everything I could because I wanted to help my clients who were disabled or differently abled and partially sighted. So she took off her glasses. She wore um, dark glasses to protect her eyes from the sunlight. And she said, "Jeannie, you know what it's like whenever I don't control my body motions?" I said, "No, what do you mean?" And she goes, "If I don't control my body motions, this is what it's like." And she took off her glasses, and her eyes started going back and forth, and she started swaying like this. And it was really scary to me. And I'm a professional who deals with people with all different kinds of abilities and disabilities. And she goes, "You're frightened, aren't you?" And she started drooling. And I said, "Yeah." And then she had to do this little jerky motion, and she stopped, and she stopped, and her eyes went back to center. And she goes, "It takes me a lot of energy to be looking at you. I'm looking at a spot on your forehead or at your glasses right now, and you think I'm looking at you." She goes, "But I'm using all my energy not to sway. I'm having to think not to drool, and I'm having to make my eyes not go back and forth." And I asked her, I said, "How did you learn that?" You know what she said? She said, "It's an acquired skill." She said, "It's a learned skill. It's a skill set." She said, "I taught myself over the period of years." And I go, "Well, I'm interested. Tell me more about that. Why did you do that?" And she said, "Well, my mother said to me," she said, "I went to school and I was jerking and motioning, and people would treat me like I was stupid, but my mind is totally intact." And she said, "When I was in elementary school, I was very sad because nobody wanted to be my friend." And I go, "Oh, that's interesting. Tell me more about that." And she said, "My mother said one day, if you could learn to control your swaying motions, people wouldn't be afraid of you. And if you could learn to control your lip drooling, you could hold your lip up, then you would stop drooling and it wouldn't be so scary." And so she said, one by one, she and her mother worked on changing a behavior. So she stopped swaying back and forth. And then her mother helped her stop drooling by controlling her mother. Her mother studied and figured out that there was some exercises that she could do by smiling and moving her neck. So she got some physical therapy, and it helped her control her drooling. And she learned over time how to control that. And then she said the hardest thing to do was control the eyes, but she learned how to control the eyes. So to anybody else, she looks perfectly normal now if they don't know she's blind. A lot of times people would get mad because they would think that she was getting special treatment, but she's blind. She's almost totally blind. So anyway, she's taught me that that was a skill, that these were just skills, that she was learning to control her body skills. And so she said to me, right at that time, so this was in the 1990s, this is about 91, 92, 93. She said, I think we'd have to look to see when Medicine Man came out, because it was right around that time. But anyway, during that time, people were just starting to study autism and people on the spectrum. And so there was no one challenging people and saying that you can learn social skills. And so she said, "I would challenge you to help your clients to learn as many social skills as possible, because the more social skills they have, the more successful they will be in business. The more social skills they have, the more successful they will be in relationships." And she said, the more social skills they have, the more successful they will be in life. And so there was this idea that we would just warehouse people who were on the spectrum, or who had disabilities, or who had cognitive deficits, and they went to special education, and then they would learn more bad habits in special education from that classroom of people who had lots of different ways of being. And some people can't control their body motions, and some people can't control their ways of being, and we understand that. But people can control a lot more. If you work in special education, you come to see patterns, and if you're a nurse, you come to see patterns, and you learn that people can control a lot more of their behavior than they realize. Mm. Um, so um, one of the things that happened was my friend, she challenged me to see things as choices, to see behavior as a choice, and to see certain skills as skill sets, certain behaviors as skill sets that needed to be learned. And just by that demonstration of showing me how she could control her eyes, I learned that I can teach people to do skills. So in the autistic community, sometimes people say Aspies for people with Asperger's. Some people don't like to be called Asperger's. Some people do. Some people, there's a whole wide range of feeling. There's lots of people who are on the spectrum. There's lots of people who are neurodivergent. And that's what I like to call people, is being neurodivergent. And I myself have OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, so I'm neurodivergent. So I understand not wanting to have a label. And so what I do is, a lot of times I'll help someone to come up with skill sets that help them to make friends, or to have relationships, or to be more successful at work. Mm. So it's interesting, that in the Word, in Romans 12, Paul says, as much as it depends on you, be at peace with all people. So I will tell people that sometimes, we can only control ourselves. There's something called masking that happens. A lot of people who are on the spectrum, a lot of people who are neurodivergent, don't like to give eye contact. And so they learn really quickly that to be successful, to make friends, or to work in the public, that they have to give eye contact. So what a lot of people will do is look at their glasses, or look at the forehead, or look at the ears, and it appears that they're giving eye contact, but they're really looking at the forehead. But the other person that they're with thinks they're looking at the forehead, at the eyes, because humans don't trust people who don't give eye contact. And then there's nuances of how much eye contact you give, and when you give eye contact and when you don't. So there's all these skills that we're all learning. We're all learning and growing. So I started to say to myself, after I got off the phone with that client, we were doing a video call. And after I got off the video call, I realized, oh, I need to take my own advice. And I need to learn the skill to ask for people to like and subscribe. So if you're here, and this is your first time, can you please hit like and subscribe? And then that'll help you find your way back to me when I live stream again. Mm-hmm. Isn't it funny how I can go off on a tangent sometimes? Mm. God's so good. So, yeah. So it was something to overcome. Partly it's just being shy too, don't you think? Don't you think we just have kind of a shyness, or maybe um, I see this a lot with people who are good people, where they're humble. They're humble, they're not proud people, they're just humble. And yet they're really gifted, they have lots of talents. And so I see that kind of a shyness. Yeah, and that's really common too with women in our culture, because in America, we're culturalized by our culture to just be demure and quiet, within certain circles. And it's really common among women of faith. It's really common among nice girls, kind girls, good people, to be humble and not to brag about themselves, not to say anything special, And like whenever I first found out about Juanita writing stories and developing characters, that is so cool. And now she's got, like, I forget how many, 80 or 81 characters. She's probably got more than that now. But every time she tells us about it, she's getting more confident in telling us about her characters. And I think that's really important, that we build one another up to love and good works. That's what the Word of God says. Hi, dear one. I'm so glad you joined us. How are you doing? Maybe somebody just popped in and out. Mm, mm. Well, let's see. I think I'm going to have get my pitcher. I'm going to have to hold on to this while I reach down and get that big pitcher. I've got a big pitcher. Are you drinking? Are you filling your cup? Are you nourishing yourself? We need to make sure we nourish ourselves. Sometimes we forget. We're going to pour some water here. There we go. Sometimes we forget to hydrate. Hydrating is really important. It's important for our brain. Yep. I have a dear one in the comments that always reminds me. She is so sweet, one of my dear ones. Winsome cat. Mm. Much better. There we go. Now let me see. Mm. There we go. Oh, Peeps fell over. Mm. Peeps, can you say hi? Hi. There's Peeps. He's all happy. He's happy you're here and he's going to get all cozy. I got my big white snuggy blanket and I'm all cozy. Are you cozy? Can you get your pillow all nice and cozy? I'm so glad you're here. Let's see. You know what I'm thinking? Make this just right. There we go. Well, we've been reading the Bible, and let's see what I've got here. I need to turn to the right psalm. We can read a song, and then I think I'm going to sing a couple songs, and then we can read The Secret Garden. How does that sound? Mm. Mm. Yep. Okay, let's see. Mm. Psalms. Let's see. Mm. We're in Psalm 61. Mm. I like reading to you, dear one. Did I show you my pretty sweater? Let's see, I don't know how. I'm going to have to turn it a little bit, see if I can get the lace up here. Maybe if I take a piece of paper and put behind it. It's kind of dark. Can you see the lace? It's very pretty. It's got lace all around. I like lace. There's lace on the sleeves. Can you see the sleeves? And up here, the collar. It goes all the way down. This is another one of those pretty shifts. It goes all the way down. Let's see. Maybe if I'm going to grab that paper again. See if you can see the lace. Isn't it pretty? It's kind of dark. I'm going to have to think about that next time. Try to figure out what to wear. It's funny, I'm just learning what to wear on. My dear one says, I'm lurking, listening. I'm lurking and learning, but I'll listen. That's okay. That's good. And oh, that's so gorgeous. Oh, isn't it? I just love the lace. I like shifts. Remember I told you I like to wear something. If I have bare arms, I like to wear a sweater or a shift or I'm going to have to come up with some other names for them. This is like a a very light sweater, but it's got crochet or a lace all the way down. Somebody took a lot of time making it. Okay, so well, what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead. Let's see if I've got my phone here charging. We're going to go ahead. And for some reason right now I can see my messages on the screen. So I must have moved the camera just right. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So I'll read to you. And here's our little dove. So we have the little symbol of the Holy Spirit. Oh, those silly words, they left. I don't know how I do it. Well, I'll look really quick at the messages on the phone then. She says, "Oh, Jeannie, I'm so happy it started raining. I'm so very cozy now. That's good. You get all cozy. Get your pillow all cozy and your blankie all cozy. Peeps is all cozy. Peeps is happy you're cozy. So we're going to get all cozy and I'm going to read. First, I'm going to read some of the Psalms and then I'm going to grab my songbook. So it's right over here. I'll do a little singing and then we'll read the Secret Garden. How does that sound? So here we go. This is a psalm that there's a really special song to. So first I'll read you the psalm and then I'll sing the song, okay? This is Psalm 61. Confidence in God's protection for the choir director on a stringed instrument, a psalm of David. Hear my cry, O God, give heed to my prayer. From the end of the earth I call to you when my heart is faint. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I, for you have been a refuge for me and a tower of strength against the enemy. Let me dwell in your tent forever. Let me take refuge in the shelter of your wings. For you have heard my vows, O God. You have given me the inheritance of those who fear your name. You will prolong the king's life. His years will be as many generations. He will abide before God forever. Appoint loving kindness and truth that they may preserve him. So I will sing praise to your name forever, that I may pay my vows day by day. Let me get something to drink. Kind of try to clear my throat a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to sing the song. So a friend of mine set this to music so I can sing it. And it goes like this. Hear my cry, O Lord, attend unto my need. From the ends of the earth will I cry out to thee. Oh, my heart is overwhelmed. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I, that is higher than I. For thou have been a shelter unto me, and a strong tower from mine enemy. Oh, my heart is overwhelmed. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I, that is higher than I. And you can keep singing. There are lots more verses. You just sing it over and over. But my friend was he played rock music, and he made that with a electric guitar. It's really beautiful. I thought we used to sing that. It's just Psalm 61. It's a cry out to God to ask him to help us. Yep. Now here's Psalm 62. God alone is a refuge from treachery and oppression. For the choir director, according to Jeduthun, a psalm of David. So David wrote lots of songs. Sometimes I wish that they had a way to record the music. I wonder if one day we will find jars with scrolls in them, like they found the Dead Sea Scrolls. I wonder if one day they will find the music written out for the Psalms. I don't know, but I wonder. But I do know when we get to heaven, we're going to have David there, and I bet you he'll be playing some of the songs. Or if we live a long while, we live through the tribulation, and Jesus comes back and he brings New Jerusalem with him. When we're in New Jerusalem, I bet we'll be singing the Psalms. Won't that be wonderful? I look forward to that. I look forward to hearing David play the Psalms and sing them the way they were meant to be sung. Yep. Well, Psalm 62. My soul waits in silence for God only. For him, in him is my salvation. He only is my rock and my salvation, my stronghold. I will not be shaken greatly. How long will you assail a man, that you may murder him, all of you, like a leaning wall, like a tottering fence? They have concealed only to thrust him down from his high position. They delight in falsehood. They bless with their mouth, but inwardly they curse. Have you ever known anybody like that? If you've ever known a narcissist, then you know what that's like, where they look on the outside, they wear a mask, and they look all kind, but inward they're all full of falsehood. They bless with their mouth, and they have all the right words, but inside their heart they're cursing you. That's a horrible feeling. David knew what that was like, and he wrote a psalm about it. My soul, wait in silence for God only, for my hope is from God. He only is my rock and my salvation, my stronghold. I shall not be shaken. On God my salvation and my glory rest, the rock of my salvation. My refuge is in God. Trust in him at all times, O people. Pour out your heart before him. God is a refuge for us. Men of low degree are only vanity, and men of rank are a lie. In the balances they go up, they are together lighter than breath. Do not trust in oppression, and do not vainly hope in robbery. If riches increase, do not set your heart upon them. Once God has spoken, twice I have heard him. That power belongs to God, and loving kindness is yours, O Lord, for you recompense a man according to his work. This is one of my most favorite verses, Psalm 62:8. Trust in God at all times, O people. Pour out your heart before him. God is a refuge for us. So it tells us to trust in God at all times, pour out our heart before him, and he's a refuge for us. That's amazing, isn't it? Sometimes I tell people to pour out their heart before God, and they'll say, oh no, God doesn't want to hear what I have to say. Well, right here in this psalm, right here in Psalm 62:8, it says, trust in God at all times. Pour out your heart before him. God is a refuge to us. Isn't that wonderful? You know what? I forgot to write down the psalm that I started with. That's okay. I just wrote it down. I try to keep a little list of all the scriptures that we talk about. If we read, I try to keep a list so I can keep reading through the Bible with you. Mm, yeah, God is so good. Isn't that wonderful? Trust in Him at all times, O people. Pour out your heart before Him. God is a refuge for us. Psalm 62:8. That's a beautiful verse. Psalm 63. The thirsting soul satisfied in God. A psalm of David when he was in the wilderness of Judah. O God, you are my God. I shall seek you earnestly. My soul thirsts for you. My flesh yearns for you. In a dry and weary land where there is no water. Have you ever felt like that? You wanted to hear from God so badly that you feel like you're just in a parched place, in a desert. You haven't heard from God in a long time, and so your soul yearns for Him. Yeah. Thus I have seen you in the sanctuary, to see your power and your glory, because your loving kindness is better than life. My lips will praise you. So I will bless you as long as I live. I will lift up my hands unto your name. My soul is satisfied as with marrow and fatness, and my mouth offers praises with joyous lips. When I remember you on my bed, I meditate on you in the night watches. For you have been my help, and in the shadow of your wings I sing for joy. My soul clings to you. Your right hand upholds me. But those who seek my life to destroy it will go down into the depths of the earth. They will be delivered over to the power of the sword. They will be prey for foxes. But the king will rejoice in God. Everyone who swears by him will glory, for the mouths of those who speak lies will be stopped. You know what? There's a song in this psalm. Yep, let's see if I can find it. Thy loving kindness is better than life. Thy loving kindness is better than life. My lips will praise thee, thus will I bless thee, as I lift up my hands unto thy name. I lift my hands, Lord, unto thy name. I lift my hands, Lord, unto thy name. My lips shall praise thee, thus will I bless thee, as I lift up my hands unto thy name. That was a very popular song when I was a little girl. Psalm 63 was one of my daddy's favorite songs. Yep. There's a woman who wrote a song, and in one line of it is, I will hide myself in the shadow of your wings. I can't think of all the words, or I would sing it to you. God is so good. He's good all the time. Well, let's read Psalm 64. Prayer for deliverance from secret enemies. For the choir director, a psalm of David. Have you ever had secret enemies that you didn't know who they were? I have. Sometimes when you work at a big corporation, or when you work in a hospital, or if you work at a job in an office, sometimes there's somebody who's a secret enemy and you don't even know it. Well, this is a lovely psalm to pray if you're in that position. Hear my voice, O God, in my complaint. Preserve my life from dread of the enemy. Have you ever dreaded your enemies? I know I have. So he's praying and saying, Dear Lord, preserve my heart from the dread of the enemy. Hide me from the secret counsel of evildoers, from the turmoil of those who do iniquity, who have sharpened their tongue like a sword. They aimed bitter speech as their arrows, to shoot from concealment at the blameless. Suddenly they shoot at him, and they do not fear. They hold fast to themselves an evil purpose. They talk of laying snares secretly. They say, Who can see them? They devise injustices, saying, We are ready with a well-conceived plot. For the inward thought of the heart of a man are deep, but God will shoot at them with an arrow. Suddenly they will be wounded. So they will make him stumble. Their own tongue is against them. All who see them will shake the head. Then all the men will fear, and they will declare the work of God, and they will consider what God has done. The righteous man will be glad in the Lord and will take refuge in him, and all the upright in heart will glory. So what this is talking about is narcissistic abuse. This is talking about a narcissist who uses their tongue like a sharp sword. It says, Hide me from the secret counsel of evildoers. You know, people who do evil sometimes talk with other people and gossip, and they do case making against us. And sometimes, what do? Sometimes they even do a smear campaign. And it says, Hide me from the secret counsel of evildoers. So David's praying that God would hide him from people who do those things, from the turmoil of those who do iniquity, who have sharpened their tongue like a sword. So David is saying, Hide me from the secrets of evildoers. Hide me from people who sharpen their tongue like a sword. You know that we have to be careful how we use our tongues. We can use our tongues for good or for evil. We can speak good words that build people up, or we can speak evil words that tear people down. And we want to be speaking good words that build people up. Hide me, God, from secret counsel of evildoers. Hide me from those who have sharpened their tongue like a sword. They aim their bitter speech as their arrows. So bitter speech can hurt others, just like a bow and arrow can. To shoot from concealment at the blameless. Have you ever had that happen where you were blameless and someone was saying evil words against you? They're saying that those tongues are speaking evil words that are like arrows that are harming other people. We never want to do that. We want to make sure we speak words that build people up. And here the psalmist says, Hide me from people who shoot from concealment. They shoot their words from concealment, their hidden words. Maybe in an office, there's someone who's talking about you to the boss in a negative way. You could pray this. You could pray Psalm 64. You could say, Hide me, Lord, from secret counsel of evildoers. Hide me, Lord, from those who shoot the bitter speech as arrows. Hide me, Lord, from those who are in concealment and shooting at me because I'm blameless. Suddenly they shoot at him. They don't even fear. Narcissists are not even afraid. They're bold and they do their evil boldly. They hold fast to themselves an evil purpose. That's a narcissist for you. Hello, dear one. We're in Psalm 64. We're reading a Psalm of David about a narcissist. And he's praying and asking God to protect him. Thank you so much, Winsome Cat. Thank you. Hello, dear one. Say hi to me in the comments. And please hit like and subscribe. So we're talking about the Psalm of David, Psalm 64. And David very clearly describes behavior that someone who is an evil person or a toxic person or a narcissist would be doing. They're self centered, they're caring only about themselves, they're not having any empathy, they're going behind the person's back, they're threatening their life. You start feeling like your life is in danger. He says in verse 2, hide me from the secret counsel of evildoers. They're doing evil and they're giving one another counsel. Hide me from the tumult. You know what a tumult is? If there's something that's tumultuous, the sea is raging. These people cause division. They cause disruption. They stir the pot at work. They stir the pot at school. They stir the pot in the family. And they bring division and tumult. Who do iniquity, they're doing sinful things. They're stirring up hatred and strife among brothers and sisters and family members and co-workers. These people, in verse 3 it says, have sharpened their sword, their tongue like a sword. Have you ever met someone who uses mean words and you feel like somebody stabbed you in the heart after they use those words? Those are people who are, their tongue is sharpened like a sword. They aimed bitter speech as their arrows. Their speech is so bitter and so hurtful that you feel like you're hit with an arrow. That's a terrible feeling, isn't it? To shoot from concealment at the blameless. Now, what a narcissist will do is they'll get other people to help them do their dirty work. They'll start gossiping. They'll be malicious gossips. Remember we talked about this when we talked about it when we read from 2 Timothy chapter 3. 2 Timothy chapter 3. In 2 Timothy chapter 3, it describes a narcissist. Let's read that right now. Paul says to Timothy in 2 Timothy chapter 3, realize this, that in the last days difficult times will come. For men will be lovers of self, lovers of money, boastful, arrogant, revilers, disobedient to parents, ungrateful and unholy, unloving and irreconcilable, malicious gossips without self-control, brutal, haters of what is good, treacherous, reckless, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, holding on to a form of godliness, although they have denied its power. Avoid such men as these. Now, here we have very clearly the behavior of a predator, the behavior of a narcissist, the behavior of a selfish person. And God says, avoid such men as these. Well, here we go, back to Psalm 64. That was clearly the description of what we now in modern day would call a narcissist. Very clearly, self-centered, boastful, arrogant, proud, disrespectful of parents, disobedient, unholy, doing evil things. That's a very clear description of a narcissist. So let's see what Psalm 64 says. Suddenly they shoot at him and they do not fear. Do you know that a narcissist will not even fear doing evil? A normal person, if they have to do something unseemly, they'll feel guilty. But a narcissist doesn't even feel guilt in their heart. They hold fast to themselves an evil purpose. And somewhere in the Psalms it says, another place it says, that they devise evil on their beds. They're even thinking about evil that they can do to people late at night. They're staying awake thinking of all the mean things that they could do. They talk of laying snares secretly. Now, you know, one of the ways you can know that you're dealing with a narcissist is if they're laying snares. You know what a snare is? It's like a little trap that a hunter lays, like a little circle and a little circle wire that'll pull real tight if the rabbit steps on it. So what they do is the hunter will take that snare, that wire, and they'll lay it on the ground tied to a tree. And there'll be a tripwire, and they'll put lots of brush and maybe moss or maybe pine needles in the forest. And then when the little rabbit steps on it, the, the wire will trip and it'll go around their leg and they'll get strung up. It's a snare, and trappers have been using snares to catch animals and prey for many years. Well, you know what? They hold fast to themselves an evil purpose, and they talk of laying snares secretly. So narcissists do that, predators do that. They lay a snare for you, and you don't even know it. You don't see it, and you accidentally walk into it. Praise the Lord that the Lord will deliver us out of every trap and every snare. They say, who can see them? They conceal their ways, their evil ways, and they don't think anyone sees them. But God always sees. When an evil person does evil, they may think they get away with it. It may look like they get away with it, even if they committed a murder or a horrible crime. It may appear that they get away with it here on earth, but God will hold them account. They devise injustices, saying, we are ready with a well-conceived plot. So here's another sign of a narcissist. They plot, they think over a long period of time how to cause evil and how to cause damage, and they plot with other people. Do you know that narcissists will often turn your friends and family members into their flying monkeys? It's true. Now, flying monkeys are people who do the bidding of the narcissist. It comes from the story of the Wizard of Oz, where the Wicked Witch had these giant flying monkeys that did her bidding. And it's very sad. It's a very sad thing. But sometimes narcissists, what they do, pretty much all of the time, is they turn friends and family members against you. They start turning friends and family members into flying monkeys. It's very, very sad when that happens, and you feel very violated and very betrayed. And you know, the Jews did this, the Jewish leaders did this to Jesus. They turned Judas, one of his 12 disciples, into a flying monkey, didn't they? They got Judas to betray Jesus. Satan tempted Judas and got him to betray Jesus. So Jesus knows what it feels like when a narcissist turns our friends or our family members against us. And it's very sad. And that's one of the most destructive forms of narcissistic abuse that there is. And here, thousands of years ago, David wrote about it in Psalm 64. It says in verse 6, they devise injustices, and they say, we are ready with a well-conceived plot. For the inward thought and the heart of a man are deep. So, you know, people are deeper than what they appear to be on the outside. Sometimes a narcissist can appear to be your friend. You can think that they're your friend. They trick you. They're really cunning. They're crafty. They're maybe good looking. Maybe they're really pleasant. Maybe they're always smiling and happy when they see you. But then you're at school and somebody starts a rumor, and you know the only person you told that information was that one friend. And they're always smiling with you, but then you find out from other friends they're talking about you behind your back. That's a common thing that narcissists do. They love bomb us. They're really charming. We think they're our new best friend. We think they're our soulmate. We think they're the love of our life until they're not, until we catch them. They caught us in a snare. They caught us in a snare. And so if you're caught in a snare like that, beloved, pray and ask God to deliver you, because it says in the Bible that all the deliverances in the world belong to God, all the deliverances on earth, and He can deliver you. He can be your strong tower that you can run into and you can be saved. And then it says, but God will shoot at them with an arrow, and suddenly they will be wounded. When there's a narcissist in your life, if you pray and you ask God to deliver you, He will. He'll deliver you, and it'll happen suddenly. Yep. Every time I drink water, I try to remember the living water that Jesus offers me. Yep. So we're talking about narcissists. We're reading Psalm 64, and we're learning that all through the Bible, God talks about narcissistic abuse. So it says in verse 7 of Psalm 64, but God will shoot at them with an arrow suddenly, they will be wounded. So the narcissist is going to fall suddenly. So they will make him stumble, their own tongue is against them. All who see them will shake their head. You know, it's like that. Have you ever known somebody who's a gossip at work or a gossip at school, and you discover it and you just go, I don't want to have anything to do with them. They're gossiping. I don't want to have anything to do with that person because they start rumors. I don't want to have anything to do with that narcissist anymore. And it gets revealed and you see it and you just think, what did I ever see in them? And then you remember, oh, they love bombed me. Maybe you're even really in love with them and it took a long time to see, and then it's even more painful. It could have taken years and years. They could have had that mask and pretended that they were your sweetheart or your lover or your best friend for years and years. And then you see behind the mask and it's horrific. It's so sad. And you have to pray and ask God to deliver you. Yep. Then all men will fear and they will declare the work of the Lord. Well, up here it says, God will shoot an arrow at them and suddenly they will be wounded. And so when that happens, when God brings them down, all men will fear and they will declare the work of God. So they will recognize that it's by the power of God that that narcissist fell. And they will consider what God has done. Verse 9. And the righteous man will be glad in the Lord and will take refuge in him. And all the upright in heart will glory in the Lord. So here's the thing. If you're a righteous person, if you're a good person, you're going to be taking refuge in the Lord. You know what this reminds me of? Let me look in here and see if I can find the quote. If I can find our quote. We read a quote on here a few days ago. Here it is. Thank you, Lord, for helping me find the quote. And this quote is very wise. It says, a disagreement with a toxic person or with a narcissist will turn into an argument that becomes a bigger problem that's never going to get resolved. Remember when we were reading just now 2 Timothy 3 or 2 Timothy 3 and it says that the narcissist is irreconcilable. You can't reconcile with them. You'll never work out the problem with them. They're irreconcilable. There's no way to work out a problem with them. Do you know why? Because they don't want to solve the problem. They just want to stir up trouble. And it becomes a bigger problem, right? It becomes one crisis after another, and they continue to bring that up. Well, a disagreement with a good person will turn into a conversation or a discussion that leads to a solution. So this is really important to remember and know the difference. That a disagreement, if we can agree to disagree agreeably, right? When I disagree with someone, I'll just say, well, I love you, but I disagree with you. And that's okay because I love you. We're not the same person. It's okay to think differently than me. And a good person, you can recognize if they have a disagreement with you, it will turn into a conversation. And they will say, let's talk about this, or let's discuss this, or let's think about this. And it leads to a solution. You will have that problem resolved. It won't be an ongoing conflict or an ongoing disagreement that never gets resolved. And a good person will say, I disagree with you, but let's agree to disagree agreeably. In other words, they're not going to hound you and harass you and be mean to you and keep bringing that conflict up. They're going to let it be resolved. So it's really important to know that difference. That's the difference between a toxic narcissist and a good person. So God is so good. It says here, the righteous man will be glad in the Lord and will take refuge in him. Now here's another psalm, Psalm 65. God's abundant favor to earth and man. There will be silence before you and praise in Zion, O God. And to you the vow will be performed. Sometimes we make promises to God, and we need to make sure we perform them. Hi, dear ones, welcome. I'm so glad you could join us. Let me grab my messages and say hi. You can say hi to me in the messages. Say hi. Hit like and subscribe, okay? So you can say hi to me again when I come here to do live stream next time. Thank you. Well, we were reading Psalm 65. There will be silence before you and praise in Zion, O Lord God. And to you the vow will be performed. Have you ever made a promise to God? It's important that you keep your promises to God. Some people call those promises vows. Yep. O you who hear prayer, to you all men come. All men and women and boys and girls and teenagers all over the world, and I think all animals too, pray to God. Yep. The little birds know who feed them. To you all men come. Iniquities prevail against me. As for our transgressions, you forgave them. Iniquities and transgressions are sins. Isn't it wonderful to know that God forgives our sin? How blessed is the one whom you choose and bring near to you to dwell in your courts. There's a psalm that says, blessed is one day, more blessed is one day in your courts than 1,000 elsewhere, O Lord. We enter his courts with thanksgiving. We enter his courts with praise. We will be satisfied with the goodness of your house, the goodness of your holy temple. By awesome deeds you answer us in righteousness, O God of our salvation, you who are the trust of all the ends of the earth and of the farthest, who establishes the mountains by his strength, being girded with might, who stills the roaring of the seas, the roaring of their waves, and the turmoil of the people. Now you see that? Remember earlier in the other psalm where we talked about the tumult of the waves. He stills the roaring of the seas, but he also stills the roaring and the tumult of the people. So David was a king, And sometimes his people rose up. And so he knew that what the only thing that really gives peace is God. God can still turmoil. Did you know that? It's true. I was in Portland during some of the riots during the SARS-CoV-2 world pandemic, and I saw with my own eyes God's still turmoil of people, the turmoil of the peoples. He's stilled. Says here in Psalm 65, verse 7, who stills the roaring of the seas, the roaring of the waves, and the turmoil of the people. I saw God. I saw people, a group of us were praying in our neighborhood, the neighborhood I was in. There was rioting going on. We were in downtown Portland. And I saw God intervene and still people's hearts and make them go away, go home, and stop rioting. It was a miracle. And here David he's a king and he has people under him. And he recognized that and he wrote it in the word. Isn't that wonderful? They who dwell in the ends of the earth stand in awe of your signs, O Lord. You make the dawn and the sunset shout for joy. Have you ever saw a dawn or the sunset that shouted for joy? The dawn is when the sun's rising and the sun's setting down. Have you ever seen one that's so beautiful it fills your heart with joy? Well, this is saying that the sunset actually shout for joy. Oh, sometimes I see sunsets over the water where I live, and the mountains are in the background. You can see the forest of trees, and then you can see the ocean, and the sun sets, and it's all different colors, purple and blue and fuchsia and burgundy and even red where the sun is. And it starts to go down, it turns pink and lavender, and it's so beautiful. And now I can believe that the sunset shouts for joy. I see that, it's so beautiful. We're reading Psalm 64, verse 9. You visit the earth and cause it to overflow. You greatly enrich it. The streams of God is full of water. The stream of God is full of water. God causes the earth to overflow. You prepare their grain. For thus you prepare the earth. Isn't that wonderful to know that God is the one that causes the grain to fruit? He causes the grain to be prepared. He brings the grain. He ripens it for harvest. You know what this reminds me of? One of my favorite verses where Jesus says, behold, I send you out to reap for what you, to sow, reap what you didn't sow, to bring in a harvest that you didn't plant. He says, do you say it's 4 months and then comes the harvest? Behold, look at the fields. I tell you now, they're ripe for harvest. Mm-hmm. You know why their fields are ripe for harvest all the time? Because Jesus was talking about human souls. Because we can always come to Jesus. We can always come and join the family of God. Yep. You water its furrows, O Lord, abundantly. You settle its ridges. You soften it with showers. You bless its growth. You know what is so wonderful? When some cat was just telling me that she was having a beautiful rainstorm and she was feeling so cozy in the rainstorm. And you know, the Lord is God of all the earth. The Lord's the creator, and he's the one. It says here, God waters the furrows of the earth abundantly. And it says, you soften it with showers, you bless its growth. Isn't that wonderful? You have crowned the year with your bounty, and your paths drip with fatness. And you know what that means? To crown the year with the bounty. When you go and you see the harvest of the fruit trees, when the figs ripen in September, when the apples start turning red or yellow, or they get that bloom on them that you know if it's time to pick them. When you see the pears and they get that color, that yellow color, and there's just a hint of orange at parts, and you know they're just right. God is the one that crowned the year with bounty, and his paths drip with fatness. Now, in Bible times, fatness was so important. Nowadays in America, we're so afraid of being fat that people sometimes foolishly don't eat fat. Do you know that scientists have studied, and the most healthiest thing you can do is eat a carnivore diet and eat the fat of the beef? Yeah. And in Bible times, they knew that. So they would eat the fat of the lamb or the fat of the beef or the fat. They would eat it because it gave them energy and it made their hair shiny, it made their skin glow, and they ate the fat of the land because the fat would keep people alive in famine. The fat would keep people nourished. If they were on a long journey, they would bring little cakes of suet, little cakes of fat, and take little nibbles and eat it. And so here it says, you, being the Lord, have crowned the year with your bounty, and your paths drip with fatness. Mm, that's wonderful, isn't it? The pastures of the wilderness drip, and the hills gird themselves with rejoicing. Think on that. The pastures of the wilderness drip. The wilderness pastures were so full of food for all the animals and all the people on earth that they drip. Isn't that wonderful? They overflow with bounty. The hills gird themselves with rejoicing. Have you ever been in the hills at night, on a summer night, and seen flowers blooming? You know, where I live, in the summer, for only a couple of months of the year, and the waysides, they come alive. The hills come alive with beautiful roses, rambling roses, old Robusta roses that are very, very fragrant. And I have a dear one who lives on a high hill above the ocean, and all the paths, excuse me, all the paths that lead to where she lives, the roads on both sides, the waysides are full of roses. And for 2 months of the summer, when you drive down to the beach house, when you drive up to the big house, and you drive that road with the paths with all the beautiful hills, they're full of roses. It smells so lovely. And those hills gird themselves with rejoicing. Mm. We're reading Psalm 65. The meadows are clothed with flocks, so flocks of sheep, flocks of goats, and the valleys are covered with grain. They shout for joy. Yes, they shout and sing. Mm. Have you ever been out and about and saw how beautiful nature was and thought for sure those hills shouted for joy and sing? I know I have. Mhm. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful, beautiful thing to see nature. Mm. 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 God is so good. Mm. God is so good. He brings nature to us. He created all the trees and the fields, and He lets us be here on this earth. He gave us life, and He gave us all the animals. Mm. God is so good to us. Now here is Psalm 66. Psalm 66 is very beautiful. It's a praise for God's mighty deeds and for His answers to prayer. Mm. Shout joyfully to God, all the earth. Sing the glory of His name. Make His praise glorious. Mm. You know what I just realized, dear one? I'm going to turn back one little page. Those pages are those pages that sometimes stick together. And I'm going to put Psalm 64, and I'm going to write narcissistic abuse on my page so I can make a note that I talked about narcissistic abuse with Psalm 64. So when anybody looks up this video, they can see that. So we're going to go to Psalm 66. Shout joyfully to God, all the earth. Sing the glory of his name. Make his praises glorious. Say to God, how awesome are your works. Because of the greatness of your power, your enemies will have feigned obedience to you. All the earth will worship you and will sing praises to you. They will sing praises to your name, Selah. Come and see the works of God, who is awesome in his deeds towards the sons of men. He turns the sea into a dry land. They pass through the river on foot. Then let us rejoice in him. He rules by might. He rules by his might forever. His eyes keep watch on the nations. Let not the rebellious exalt themselves. Bless our God, O peoples, and sound his praises abroad, who keep us in life, and does not allow our feet to slip. For you have tried us, O God. You have refined us as silver is refined. You brought us into the net. You laid an oppressive burden upon our loins. You made men ride over our heads. We went through the fire and through water, yet you brought us out into a place of abundance. I shall come into your house with burnt offerings. I shall pay you my vows, which my lips uttered, and my mouth spoke when I was in distress. I shall offer to you burnt offerings of fat beasts, and the smoke of rams. I shall make an offering of bulls with male goats, Selah. Come and hear, all you who fear God, and I will tell of what he has done for my soul. I cried to him with my mouth, and he was exalted with my tongue. If I regard wickedness in my heart, the Lord will not hear. But certainly God has heard. He has given heed to the voice of my prayer. Blessed be God, who has not turned away my prayer, nor his loving kindness from me. God is so good. God is so good. Bless his holy name. Psalm 67. The nations exhorted to praise God. God be gracious to us and bless us, and cause his face to shine upon us, that your way may be known on the earth, your salvation among all the nations. Let the peoples praise you, O God. Let all the peoples praise you. Let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For you will judge the people with uprightness and guide the nations on the earth. Let the peoples praise you, O God. Let all the peoples praise you. The earth has yielded its produce. God, our God, bless us. God blesses us, that all the ends of the earth may fear him. Hello, dear one. I'm so glad you could be here. I'm so glad you joined us. We're here reading the Psalms out loud. If you hit like and subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. That way you can find me when I go live again this evening. Yep. Say hi in the comments. Hi. Oh, hi, Villabus. Johan. You remember me, the one that asked if you can sing happy birthday. I do remember you. Hi. Oh, I hope you didn't go away already, dear one. sometimes I don't see the comments when I'm reading, but I'm so glad you're here. Hi. Are you Johan? I sang happy birthday. I sang happy birthday to you. I do remember. How are you? Hmm? Oh, I'm so glad you're doing well. That's good. Blessings on you for a wonderful year. Happy birthday. Yep. And I hope you have many, many more. Hmm. That's good. Well, I'm going to put my phone right there now that it's charged so I won't miss any more comments. Hmm. Let's see. Well, you know what? Now we need to look and see what time it is. I think I should sing a song or two, and then we can read The Secret Garden. Hmm. You know what, though? I need to take a tiny little break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this cushion over here. Let's see. Set my cushion over here. And I'm going to have you look at the ceiling for a minute. It's kind of boring, but we're going to look at the ceiling for a minute. And I'll be right back, okay? Hi, dear one. Hi, good to see you. I'm going to have you look at the ceiling for a minute. I'm going to have to figure out a Thank you so much for waiting. Oops. There we go. Let's see how we're going to get this all better. I'm back. Thank you so much for waiting. Let's see. I guess I'm going to have to adjust my camera because I messed it up when I left. Sometimes we just got to stop for a minute and take a comfort break. And let's see. Oh, there's the lantern. We got to bring that lantern over here so you can see me. There we go. Get everything all adjusted. Peeps, where did you go, dear one? Uh-oh, Peeps is hiding again. Sometimes he does that. Let's see if I can get myself all situated. Isn't that funny, huh? Oh, there you are, Peeps. You say hi to everybody. Hi. There's Peeps. Well, let's see. I think what I'm going to have to do is put this over here and come over here a little bit more, get all situated. I'm on my little perch. When I get off my little perch, take some adjusting to do. Get the covers all cozy. Do you have cozy covers? Get your covers all cozy. Yeah. I'm gonna put mine like that. And then Peeps, you wanna come and be cozy with me? Yeah, okay. Get your pillow all cozy behind your head. And I have a little cushion that I sit on my lap, and it is at an angle. And it holds my Bible at an angle just right, so I can see you and say hi. Thank you. I had decided, Winsome Cat, that I'm going to go ahead and take comfort breaks every once in a while. One of these days, I'm going to figure out a way to put something on the screen. When my friend helps me, I'll figure that out. I have a friend who's so clever. She knows how to put pictures up while she goes and has a comfort break. I need to figure out how to do that. I'm just learning. Thank you for being so patient with me. And you know what? I brought my songbook. So I've got some songs I can sing to you. And also, I have The Secret Garden. Yeah. So we're going to read The Secret Garden. And we got our songbook. And somewhere in here, lost in the recesses of the daybed couch. Where is it? Peeps, do you know where the little thing went? Oh, let's see if it's here somewhere. Somewhere. Oh, I found it. Thank you, Peeps. Peeps knew just where it is. I've got some little affirmations too that we can read. So we're just getting everything all laid out. Sometimes we have everything laid out over here where you can't see it. It's not on the camera. So what happens is we get a little bit of a landslide. Sort of funny, huh? Oh well, these things happen, right? Can you say hi? Can you hit like and subscribe and say hi to me in the comments? I can say hi to you, and that way I can pray for you if you need prayer for anything, or if you have a question you want to answer, I can answer the question for you. If you have a question about the Bible, I'd be happy to answer it. Or if you have a question about situation at work, situation at home, something you need prayer for, or if you need some advice, I've been a counselor for many, many years. I'd be happy to give you some advice. And if you need anything, prayer for anything, you list your prayer request in the comments, and I will write your name in my prayer journal, and I will pray for you day and night. Yep, twice a day. I pray for everybody in the prayer request. God's so good. Winsome Cat, I hope you're doing well. I hope your day is going well. I think Peeps is wanting a nap. Are you gonna lay down and take a nap, Peeps? No, you don't want to take a nap? Yeah? Okay. Well, there you go. You know, want to hear something funny about Peeps? Is it's hard to do it on the camera, but I have a way that I can hold him in my hand and then make him move with just by just holding behind my hand behind. So sometimes when I'm on the camera, it's hard to line it up, but Peeps can be very expressive, and so there's a little girl down the street who comes to visit me sometimes. When I go to the door, she says, "Can I see Peeps?" She's just learning English, okay? She doesn't have very much English, just a little bit. And I say, "Okay." And so what had happened was, Peeps, you wanted me to tell the story? Is it okay if I tell the story? Yeah, okay. So Peeps was playing, and he was playing, and he climbed up on a shelf, and he knocked over some honey. I know, Peeps, it's okay. We all love you. Peeps knocked over the honey jar. Not the whole thing, just a bowl with some honey. And Peeps tasted it, and it was so delicious that he crawled in, and he got honey all over himself. So, you know what that meant? That meant Peeps had to have a bath. And when Peeps has a bath, it's a big production because inside Peeps' tummy is a secret music box. It's very sweet and very, very beautiful and musical. Well, what ended up happening was sometimes, Peeps, can you turn around so we can see? Sometimes we have to open up this little area very carefully, and we take the music box out, and then we sew Peeps back up, and then we wash Peeps, huh? Yeah, and when he's wet, he has to dry really thoroughly before the music box can go back in. It's kind of a production, so Peeps doesn't get very many baths. Well, Peeps was laying out on my deck on a chair in the sun so that he could dry faster, weren't you, Peeps? And he was looking up at the sky and watching all the pretty birds fly and having a fun time sunbathing. And the little girl came up to the deck and saw him. And so Peeps made a friend, didn't you, Peeps? Yeah. So now she knows about Peeps. Well, of course, I brought Peeps back inside when he was all dry, and I thoroughly dried him in the dryer. And then we did surgery, and we put the music box back inside. So now, sometimes a little girl will knock on the door and say, "Can I see Peeps? Can Peeps play?" And so we go and get Peeps and bring him out, and we make him move and talk and dance. And she hasn't figured it out yet. She's kind of silly, if you ask me. I think she's playing pretend with us. We have lots of fun together. And she brings her teddy bear, and we have tea parties. Peeps has a tea party with the teddy bear. It's that much fun. Yeah. So Peeps has had a very long weekend. He did a lot of work, didn't you, Peeps? Yeah. He worked hard on a long live stream. He said hi to everybody on live stream, and he played with a little girl. Yeah. So Peeps is ready for his nap. Peeps, can you say bye? Can you make your... There you go. Yeah. Okay. Come on over here. You can get all cozy. Are you all cozy? Can you get your pillows all cozy behind your neck? Get your pillows all cozy. I have a beautiful sweater with lots of pretty lace on it, so I'm all cozy. And I have my nice, warm, fuzzy white blanket, so I'm all cozy. And I have a quilt underneath here. I don't know, I don't think I can pull it up enough for you to see. Maybe you can see just the tips of the quilt. I'll have to figure out a way to make it so you can see the quilt next time. But I have a couple of quilts here, so I'm very cozy. It's fun to be cozy, isn't it? Hey, hi. Hi, James, hi G-Electrics, how are you? Blessing on you. I'm so happy you're here. We were talking about peeps. Yes, it's true. I go off on tangents sometimes. We've been reading the Psalms since about 4 in the morning. And now I think what we're going to do is we're going to sing a couple of songs. And then I'm going to read The Secret Garden. Okay? I'm kind of putting off reading The Secret Garden because I was hoping my good friend would come and she'd be able to hear The Secret Garden because she really, really likes to hear The Secret Garden. It's funny, huh? What do you think, peeps? Are you ready to have me sing? Yeah? Okay. I'm going to put the book just like that and we'll do some singing. Well, we should probably get some tea. We should probably have a tea before we sing. That's lovely. It's chamomile. I like chamomile tea. Okay. Well, here we are. Let's see. Here's a pretty song. This is by Fernando Ortega. It's called Jesus, King of Angels. It's a very pretty song. If you're here, can you say hi to me in the comments? I know my one friend is taking a little break. She's just relaxing, and that's okay. But if you say hi, then I can say hi back. I'm going to go ahead and sing this. This is called Jesus, King of Angels, and the words are so precious to me. Here we go. Jesus, King of Angels, heaven's light, shine your face upon this house tonight. Let no evil come into my dreams. Light of heaven, keep me in your peace. Remind me how you make dark spirits flee, and spoke your power to the raging sea, and spoke your mercy to a sinful man. Remind me, Jesus, this is what I am. The universe is vast beyond the stars, but you are mindful when the sparrow falls, and mindful of my anxious thoughts that find me, surround me, and bind me. With all my heart I love you, sovereign Lord. Tomorrow let me love you even more, and rise to speak the goodness of your name, until I close my eyes and sleep again. The universe is vast among the stars, but you are mindful when the sparrow falls, and mindful of the anxious thoughts that find me, surround me, and bind me. Jesus, King of Angels, heaven's light, hold my hand and keep me through this night. Isn't that a beautiful song? It's by Fernando Ortega. Fernando Ortega. You can look it up, Jesus, King of Angels, with lyrics, Fernando Ortega, on YouTube. It's very beautiful. Yep, it's a pretty song. I'm going to put the songs over there. How are you doing, dear one? How's your day going? How's your evening? We have people come from all over the world. So some of us are having evening, and some of us are having morning, and some of us are having daytime. Mhm. Yeah. Well, let's see. I think what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and read. Mm, let's see if we can save these for afterwards. Let's start reading The Secret Garden, okay? This is the book The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett. And we're about halfway through. This is a very, very special book. Chapter 15, Nest Building. After another week of rain, the high arch of blue sky appeared again, and the sun, which poured down, was quite hot. Though there had been no chance to see either the secret garden or Dickon, Mistress Mary had enjoyed herself very much. The week had not seemed long at all. She had spent hours of every day with Colin in his room, talking about Rajas or gardens or Dickon and the cottage on the moor. They had looked at the splendid picture books and the beautiful pictures, and sometimes Mary had read things to Colin, and sometimes he had read a little to her. When he was amused and interested, she thought he scarcely looked like an invalid at all, except that his face was so colorless, and he was always on the sofa. You are a sly young one to listen and get out of your bed, to go following things up like you did that night. Let's see. I think I did some. Let's see. You are a sly young one to listen and get out of your bed or go following things up like you did that night, Mrs. Medlock said one day. But there's no saying it's not been a sort of blessing to the lot of us. He's not had a temper tantrum or a whining fit since you made friends. The nurse was just going to give up the case because she was so sick of him. But now she says she doesn't mind staying now. You've gone on duty with her, laughing a little bit. Well, that's good, huh? In her talks with Colin, Mary had tried to be very cautious about the secret garden. There were certain things that she wanted to find out from him, but she felt that she must find them out without asking him directly. Asking direct questions could lead to trouble. In the first place, as she began to like to be with him, she wanted to discover whether he was the kind of boy you could tell a secret to. So she's looking for his true heart character. He was not in the least like Dickon, but he was evidently so pleased with the idea of a garden no one knew anything about that she thought perhaps he could be trusted. But she had not known him long enough to be sure. The second thing she wanted to find out was this: if he could be trusted, if he could really be trusted. Wouldn't it be possible to take him to the garden without having anyone find out? The grand doctor had said that he must have fresh air, and Colin had said that he would not mind fresh air in a secret garden. Perhaps if he had a great deal of fresh air and knew Dickon and the robin and saw things growing then he might not think so much about dying. Mary's heart is changing, isn't it? She's learning how to be a kind person. Yeah. Mary has seen herself in the glass sometimes lately when she had realized that she looked quite different. Quite different. She looked like a quite different creature from the child she had been when she arrived from India. This child indeed looked nicer. Even Martha had said that she had changed. Even Martha had seen a change in her. Thou art from the moor. The air from the moor has done thee good already, Martha said. Thou art nigh so yeller, and thou art nigh so scrawny. Even the hair doesn't clamp down on the head so flat. It's got some life in it, so as to stick out a bit. It's like me, said Mary. It's growing stronger and fatter. I'm sure there's more of it. It looks it for sure, said Martha, putting it up a little bit around her face. She's fixing her hair. Isn't that sweet how, women and girls do that? They groom each other and they fix each other's hair. And mothers will oftentimes ruffle their son's hair and put it back into place. It's something that people do. That's a kind thing to do. And that's what Martha's doing for Mary. It looks it for sure, said Martha, ruffling up her hair around her face. That's not half so ugly as when thou way as thou were a bit o' red in thy cheeks. Can hardly understand her, can you? She said, it doesn't look half as bad as it did when you first came, and now there's a bit of red in your cheeks. She's speaking in that old Yorkshire brogue. If gardens and fresh air had been good for Mary, perhaps they would be good for Colin. But then, if he hated people to look at him, perhaps he would not like to see Dickon. Why does it make you angry when you are looked at? She inquired one day. I always hated it, he answered, even when I was very little. Then, when they took me to the seaside and I used to lie in my carriage, everybody used to stare and ladies would stop and talk to my nurse, and then they would begin to whisper about. And I knew when they were saying, I knew it, they were saying that I shouldn't live to grow up. Then sometimes the ladies would pat my cheeks and say, poor dear child. Once when a lady did that, I screamed out loud and bit her hand. She was so frightened, she ran away. She thought you had gone mad, like a dog, said Mary, not at all admiringly. I don't care what she thought, said Colin, frowning. I wonder why you didn't scream and bite me when I came into your room, said Mary. Then she began to smile broadly. I thought you were a ghost or a dream, said Colin. You can't bite a ghost or a dream, and if you scream, they don't care. Would you hate it if a boy looked at you? Mary asked uncertainly. He lay back on his little cushion and paused thoughtfully. Let's go find the picture. It's fun to look at pictures. Let's find the picture of Colin. Oh, here it is. Here's a picture of Colin on his cushion. You see that there? There's Colin on his cushion. He's quite regal, isn't he? Dressed in his little jacket and pajama bottoms. He's got like a robe on. He's sitting on a cushion in an overstuffed chair with all his books about. He's quite the regal one. Let's see what he answered. He lay back on his cushion and paused thoughtfully. After some time, he answered, "There's one boy," he said softly and slowly, as if he were thinking over every word. "There's one boy that I believe I shouldn't mind. It's that boy who knows where the foxes live, Dickon." "I'm sure you wouldn't mind him," said Mary. Hmm. Isn't it sweet? She's bringing lots of love to his life, isn't she? She's helping him the way the Moor helped her. Martha helped her learn to be kind and gentle and be a friend. And now Mary's being kind and gentle and being a friend. Hello, dear ones. Welcome. We're reading The Secret Garden. I'm so glad you joined us. Can you say hi in the comments? Say hi to me. And will you hit like and subscribe so you can find your way back to us? Thank you so much. Well, Mary's in Colin's room, and Colin is very spoiled, but Mary's helping him to be a friend. Yep. I'm sure I wouldn't mind him. The birds don't mind, and the other animals don't mind, he said, still thinking it over. Perhaps that's why I shouldn't mind. He's a sort of animal charmer, and I am a boy animal in a way. Then he laughed, and Mary laughed too. In fact, it ended, and they're both laughing a great deal and finding the idea of a boy animal hiding in his hole very funny indeed. What Mary felt afterwards was that she need not fear about Dickon. Isn't that sweet? Mary's really coming into her own, isn't she? She's been skipping rope and playing on the moor, and she's got color in her cheeks. She used to be little and scrawny and sour and sad and lonely, and now she has friends. She has Dickon for a friend, and she has Martha for a friend, and she has the little Robin for a friend, and she has Ben Weatherstaff, the gardener, for a friend. Oh, I bet she's so excited. And now she has Colin for a friend. What a wonderful thing. Hello, dear one. Say hi to me in the comments, okay? Hi. Hi, Juanita. We're reading. I'm reading The Secret Garden. And oh, I have to show you the picture. We're at the part where Colin just decided that he would like to meet Dickon. There's a picture of Colin. He sits like a little Raja on his cushions. He's sitting like a little Raja on his cushions. I'm so happy you're here, Juanita. I'm so happy you're here, Winsome Cat. I love you so much. I have to stop and give you a big hug. You know what else? Peeps has to say, hi. Oh, darling, that's okay. Everyone has things to do in their life. You can't be here all of the time. You have things to do, but Peeps wanted to say hi to you. What? Really? Aww. Okay, look close. Peeps is gonna do a little happy dance for Winita. Peeps is happy that you have more characters. Peeps likes to dance. He's so happy for Winita. Okay, Peeps, you get all cozy. Oh, everybody said hi to Peeps in the comments. And then Winsome Cat says, I don't have a life, so I can be here all day. I don't have a life either. We're both resting, aren't we? We're resting. We know how Colin feels. Did you see the picture of Colin? Winsome Cat and Jeannie are sitting on their cushions, all regal like the queens they are. There's Colin, and he's spending all the time in his bedroom chamber with all of his books, and Jeannie's got all of her books over here, and she's spending all this time in her studio reading. So we know just how he feels, huh? Thank the Lord I'm not all pale. Well, actually, if I wash my makeup off, I am. Okay, okay. Oh, I can't. It's so adorable. Peeps loves you. Did you know that? He does. He's so happy you're here. He told me so. Okay, Peeps is holding the little ring book of affirmations that we're going to do later. But for right now, he's got his blankie. Do you have a cozy blankie? Get your cozy blankie out. Get your pillow all just right. Maybe you can knit or crochet or do a project while I'm reading to you. Yep. I'm going to have some more tea. My tea is cold now, but I don't mind. You know, if we got a microwave or a teapot and put it over there, I would never have to leave this room. I don't know about you, Winsome Cat, but hearing how everybody's waiting on the little Raja Colin hand and foot makes me want to have somebody who'll bring me tea on a tray. Yeah, I have to go get my own tea. Victorian ladies were spoiled. She says, yep, I think I'm going to start another knit project. It's so much fun. That's good. Okay, let me fix all my glasses and my hair and my sweater and my fuzzy blanket. Everybody ready? Are you ready, peeps? Yeah? Okay, we're going to read some more. Mm. Mm. Here we go. The Secret Garden. Mm. On that very first morning, when the sky was blue again, Mary awakened very, very early. The sun was pouring in slanting rays through the blinds, and there was something so joyous in the sight of it that she jumped out of bed and ran to the window. Oh, what a wonderful feeling, huh? She drew up the blinds and opened the window itself, and a great waft of fresh, pure air, scented air, blew in upon her. The moor was blue, and the whole world looked as if something magical had happened to it. There were tender little fluffing sounds here and there and everywhere, as if scores of birds were beginning to tune up for the concert. Mary put her hand out of the window and held it in the sunlight. Have you ever done that? Where I live, it rains a lot, so when we get sun, we get all excited and go running out and pull our sleeves up and we pull our sleeves up and go like this to get the sun on us. It's not warm enough to lay in the sun yet, but you want some sun on you, you know? That's how Mary felt. Mm. Mm. Mary put her hand out of the window and held it in the sun. It's warm! It's warm, she shouted. It will make the green points push up and up even faster. and it will make the bulbs and the roots work and struggle with all their might under the earth. She knelt down and leaned out of the window as far as she could, breathing in big, big breaths and sniffing the air until she laughed because she remembered what Dickens' mother had said about the end of his nose quivering like a rabbit's. You know what little rabbits look like when they quiver their nose, right? She was quivering her nose to smell. It must be very early, she said. The little clouds are all pink, and I've never seen the sky look like this. No one is up yet. I don't even hear the stable boys. Let me see what everybody says in the comments. Juanita Stanley says, my mom made some bread twist with everything spice. Ooh, that sounds lovely. Tell me more about everything spice. What kind of spice is everything spice? I've never heard of that before. Maybe that's something that they do in Canada. I don't know. But it sounds delicious. Tell me more about everything spice. Oh, you're making me want to go make bread. I think I'm going to go make bread after this. It must be very eerily, Mary thought, because even the stable boys, she couldn't even hear them. They come really early to help the horses, and she couldn't even hear them, so she must have really woke up early. And a sudden thought made her scramble to her feet. I can't wait. I'm going to see the garden, she said. She had learned to dress herself by this time, and she put on her clothes in 5 minutes. Remember when she was taking her forever to get dressed? Let's see what Juanita says. It's like a lot of spices mixed into one spice. Ooh, like cinnamon and nutmeg? Maybe? Ginger, cinnamon, nutmeg? I don't know. Sometimes here we call that pumpkin pie spice when they mix allspice and ginger and nutmeg and cinnamon all together. They call it allspice. I mean, not allspice, pumpkin pie spice, and it comes in a little, maybe that's what it is. Sounds delicious. It is, she says. Oh, you're making me hungry. So Mary jumped up and she got ready in 5 minutes. Can you imagine how happy and eager she is to get to the garden? She knew a small side door which she could unbolt herself, and she flew downstairs in her stocking feet and put on her shoes in the hallway. She was running so fast she didn't even put her shoes on until she got to the hall. She unchanged and unbolted and unlocked, and when the door was open, she sprang across the step with one bound, and there she was standing on the grass, which seemed to have turned green, and with the sun pouring down on her, and warm, sweet waves about her, and the flirting and the twittering and the singing coming from every bush and every tree. She clasped her hands for pure joy and looked up at the sky, and it was so blue and pink and pearly and white and flooded with springtime. Flooded with springtime light, and she felt as if she must flute and sing aloud herself. And she knew that thrushes and robins and skylarks could not possibly help it. So she knew what it was like to fly, because she was so happy. She ran around the shrubs and paths towards the secret garden. Hello, dear ones. Thank you for joining us. Come say hi. Hit like and subscribe, okay? We're reading The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Mm. Come and see. Mm. Let's see if I can move this a little bit. There we go. Mm. And Juanita says, no, not those. I'm not sure what allspice is in it. Not cinnamon or nutmeg. That's all I know. Maybe it's a secret recipe. It might be allspice. You might call evergreens. In Canada, they might call allspice everything spice. I think that's possible because in French, they call it everything spice. So we'll see. I'll look into that. It's all different already, she said. The grass is greener and things are sticking up everywhere. And things are uncurling and little green buds of leaves are showing. Oh, isn't that exciting? Have you ever been in a garden during that time of year, like now in the spring when the little fiddle ferns have little tiny itty bitty fiddle heads? They're all curled up and they just start to unfurl and the little bulbs start poking up from the earth. It's an exciting time in the garden. Yep. And so Mary's so full of joy at the exciting time. The grass is greener and things were sticking up everywhere. And things are uncurling and green buds of leaves are showing. This afternoon, I am 100% sure that Dickon will come. The long, warm rain had done strange things to the herbaceous beds, which bordered the walkway by the lower wall. There were things sprouting and pushing out from the roots of clumps of plants, and there were actually here and there glimpses of royal purple and yellow unfurling among the stems of crocuses. 6 months before, Mistress Mary would not have seen how the world was waking up, but now she missed nothing. She could see every detail. When she had reached the place where the door hid itself under the ivy, she was startled by a curious loud sound. It was the caw, caw, caw of a crow, and it came from the top of the wall. And when she looked up, she saw it there, a big, glossy plumaged, blue-black bird, looking down at her very wisely indeed. She had never seen a crow so close before, and he made her a little nervous. But the next moment he spread his wings and flapped away across the garden. She hoped he was not going to stay inside, and she pushed the door open, wondering if he would. Here's Mary pushing the door to the secret garden open. All those vines hanging down, hiding the door. She looked both ways to make sure there was nobody coming, and when there was no one there, she snuck in. Mm. 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 When she had reached the place where the door hid itself under the ivy, she startled by a curious loud sound. She could still hear the crow. Mm. She hoped he wasn't going to stay. When she got fairly into the garden, she saw that he probably did intend to stay, because he had alighted on a dwarf apple tree, a very small, tiny little apple tree, and under the apple tree was lying a little reddish animal with a bushy tail, and both of them were watching the stooping body and rust-colored head of Dickon, who was kneeling on the grass working hard. Mary flew across the grass to him. Oh, Dickon, she cried out. How could you get here so early? How could you? The sun has only just gotten up. He got himself up, laughing and glowing, and tousled his eyes like a bit of the sky. Ay, he said, I was up long before him. How could I have stayed abed? The world's all fair being again this morning. It has, and it's working and humming and scratching and piping and nesting building and breathing out scents till you got to be out at it steady and lying on your back. When the sun's up, did it jump up? The moor went mad for joy, and I was in the midst of the heather, and I run like a madman myself, shouting and singing, and I come straight here. I couldn't have stayed away. Why, the garden was lying here waiting. Mary put her hand on her chest, panting as if she had been running herself. Oh, Dickon, she said. I'm so happy I can scarcely breathe. Have you ever felt like that? So happy you can scarcely breathe? She says, ah. Simba just put his paw in my hand. Simba loves you. That's right. Simba loves you. I gotta have some tea, dear ones. Be able to have about enough spittle in my mouth to read. You know what? There's an affirmation that I really like. I'm creating a nurturing home for my soul. Are you doing that? Are you creating a nurturing home for your soul? Yeah. There's another one. My rooms are filled with ways to care for myself and my loved ones. Are your rooms filled with ways to care for yourself and your loved ones? I hope so. I hope you're filling your rooms with ways to care for yourself and your loved ones. I thought of that because it's pretty obvious. Juanita's rooms are filled with ways to care for Simba. Dickens talking about nest building. Are you building yourself a cozy little nest, dear one? You need to start building yourself a cozy little nest. Get your blankets all just right and your pillow all just right. If you're crafting, make sure you have a little cup of tea and you start filling your rooms with cozy things. I'm thinking we have to start filling our rooms with cozy things. All around me, I'm very cozy. I have my cozy blanket, and I got peeps here. And I have my books, all my quotes and all my books, and my little prayer journal and my song book. I'm all cozy. Are you all cozy? I'm so glad you're here. Let's see what happens next in our story. Oh, Dickon, Mary cried. I'm so happy I can scarcely breathe. Seeing him talking to a stranger, the little bushy-tailed animal rose from its place under the tree and came to him, and the rook, cawing once, flew down from its branch and settled quietly on his shoulder. This is the little fox's cub, he said, rubbing the little brownish animal's head. It's named Captain. And this here, Suet, Suet, he flew across the moor with me. And Captain, he ran. He came as if hounds had been after him. They both felt same as I did, excited to see the secret garden. Now here's a drawing. You're gonna have to look close. Can you see the little cub? There's the captain, the little cub. Yep, little baby fox. Dickens always caring for little animals. Juanita says, I actually slept in late this morning. I woke up close to 6 a.m. when normally I wake up at 5 a.m. Well, sometimes we need some extra sleep. Neither of the creatures looked as if they were the least afraid of Mary. They were there with Dickon, so they felt safe. When Dickon began to work about, Suet stayed on his shoulder, and Captain trotted quietly close to his side. Isn't that funny? He's working in the garden with a big crow on his shoulder. See here, said Dickon. See how these have pushed up and they're, oh, look at these. Ah, look at these here, said Dickon. He threw himself upon his knees, and Mary went down on her knees beside him. And they had come upon a whole clump of crocuses, burst into little purple and orange and gold. Mary bent her face down and kissed them. She probably had pollen on her nose when she came back up. They smell really fresh, crocus, when they first bloom. You never kiss a person in that way, she said when she lifted her head. Flowers are so different. He looked puzzled, but he smiled. He said, I've kissed mother many a time that way, when I come home and in from the moor after a day's roaming about, and she stood there and the door in the sunshine, looking so glad and comforted and comfortable. They ran from one part of the garden to another, and then to another, and found so many wonders that they were obliged to remind themselves that they must whisper or speak low. They were so excited to be in the garden, they had to remember and tell each other, remind each other to be quiet so no one else would hear. They wanted to keep it a secret. Hi! Hi! James, blessings on you. So good to see you. We're reading The Secret Garden, and Mary and Dickon are inside the secret garden, and everything is blooming, or the little buds are coming up. Here in America and in Britain, we have these bulbs, and in Europe, and the bulbs are big and round, but they're underneath the ground, and little shoots are coming up. Little flowers are blooming, and they're so excited. I'm so glad you're back. Hit like and subscribe. Oh, they ran from place to place, to one part of the garden to the other, and they had to be quiet and remind themselves to be quiet so no one would hear them. Dickon showed Mary the swelling leaf buds on rose branches which had seemed dead. Oh, the leaves are coming alive. The little buds are coming alive on the vines. He showed her 10,000 new green points pushing through the mold. They put their eager young rose noses close to the earth and sniffed for its warm springtime breathing. They dug and pulled and laughed low with rapture until Mistress Mary's hair was as tumbled as Dickens, and her cheeks were almost as poppy red as his. They were playing outside in the cold, so their cheeks got all rosy. There was every joy on earth in the secret garden that morning. And in the midst of them came a delight more delightful than all, because it was more wonderful. Swiftly something flew across the wall and darted through the trees to a close-grown corner, a little flare of a red-breasted bird with something hanging from its beak. Dickens stood quite still and put his hand on Mary, almost as if they had suddenly found themselves laughing in a church. "Shh, we mustn't stir," he said. He whispered in broad Yorkshire. We mustn't scare. We mustn't scarcely breathe. I know he was mate huntin' when I seen him last. It's been Weatherstaff's robin. He's buildin' his nest. He'll stay here if us don't fight him." They settled down softly and quietly upon the grass, and they sat there without moving or making a sound. "Us mustn't seem as if us was watching him too closely," said Dickon. "He'd be out with us for good if he thought that notion of us was interfering now. He'll be a good bit different till all this is over. He's setting up housekeeping. He'll be shyer and readier to take flight or take things ill the wrong way. He's got no time for visitin' and gossipin'. He must keep still. We must keep still a bit and try to look as if we was up to something, like we was grass and trees and bushes. We've got to blend in. Then when he's got used to seeing us, he'll chirp a bit and he'll know us, and we won't be in his way." Mistress Mary was not at all sure that she knew, as Dickens seemed to, how to try to look like grass and trees and bushes. She was trying to blend in. Mm. Mm. My dear one says, "Sister, love you. You remember my name. Blessings to you." Blessings to you, James. Of course I remember your name. I'm so glad you're here. We're reading aloud The Secret Garden. It's a beautiful story about two young children who find a secret garden and they're bringing it back to life. And there's a little robin who's building his nest in the corner. And the boy's name is Dickon and the little girl's name is Mary. And the boy knows all about animals. So he tells Mary they have to be very quiet so they don't scare the little bird who's building the nest. Because you know, when birds build their nest, they're getting ready to have their babies and they're very protective. Yep. Blessings on you. Blessings on you, Juanita. Welcome back. And blessings on you, James. I'm so glad you could join us again. So let's see what happens. This is a sweet story, isn't it? Mistress Mary was not at all sure that she knew, as Dickon did, how to look like grass and trees and bushes. But he had said the queerest thing. It was so strange. It was as if it were the simplest and most natural thing in the world for him. And she felt it must be quite easy for him. And indeed, she watched him for a few minutes very carefully to learn, wondering if it was possible for him to turn quietly green and put out branches and leaves and be a tree. But he only sat wondrously still. And when he spoke, he dropped his voice to such a softness that it was curious that she could even hear him. But she could. "It's part of the springtime and the nest building, it is," he said. "I warrant It's been going on the same way every year since the world's begun. They've got their way of thinking and doing things, and a body had better not meddle. You can lose a friend in springtime easier than any other season of the year if you're too curious, he said. "Hmm. If we talk about him, I can't help but look at him," Mary said as softly as possible. "We must talk of something else. There is something I want to tell you." "He'll like it better if us talks of something else," said Dickon. "What is it you've got to tell me?" "Well," said Mary, "do you know about Colin?" she whispered. He turned his head to look at her. "What dost thou know about him?" he asked. "I've seen him," said Mary. "I've been to talk to him every day this week. He wants me to come and visit him more often. He says I'm making him forget about being ill and dying," answered Mary. Dickon looked actually relieved as soon as the surprise died away from his round face. "I'm glad o' that," he exclaimed. "I'm right down glad. It makes me easier. I know I must say nothing about him at all. I don't like having to hide things from you." "Don't you like hiding the garden?" asked Mary. "I'll never tell about it," he answered. "But I says to mother, 'Mother,' I says, 'I got a secret to keep. It's not a bad un. Thou knowest that. It's not worse than hiding where a bird's nest is. That doesn't mind it, does thou?'" Mary always wanted to hear about mother. "What did she say?" Mary asked, not at all afraid to hear what mother had said. Dickon grinned sweet-temperedly. "It was just like her, what she said," he answered. "She gives me my head a bit of a rub and laughed, and she says, 'Eh, lad, thou can have all the secrets that thou likes. I've known thee 12 a year.' So she trusts him. She's known him so long that she trusts him." "How did you know about Colin?" asked Mary. "Everybody knows about Colin." "About Mr. Craven?" "No, there was a little lad and was like to be a cripple, and they know Master Craven didn't like him to be talked about. Folks is sorry for Mr. Craven, because Mrs. Craven was such a pretty young lady, and they was so fond of each other. And Mrs. Medlock stops in our cottage whenever she goes to Thwaite, and she doesn't mind talking to mother before us children, because she knows us, and we've been brought up to be trustworthy. How did thou find out about him?" "Martha was in fine trouble the last time she came home. She said that she heard him fretting, and that he was asking questions, and that she didn't know what to say. So mother told her." Mary told him her story about the midnight wanderings of the wind, Mary, which had awakened her, and about the faint, far-off sounds of the complaining voices which had led Mary down the dark corridors with her candle, and how she had ended with her opening of the door of the dimly lighted room, with the cavern four-poster bed in the corner. When she described the small ivory-colored face and the strange black-rimmed eyes, Dickon shook his head. I'm going to find you the picture because I'm telling this story, so let's find the picture. She was telling how she found Master Colin all alone in his bed, the big carved four-poster bed And he was so pale and so lonely. He was crying. And Mary took her candle and went up and down the corridors until she could find him. Mhm. Oh, Juanita said, blessings on you, Jeannie. Thank you, Juanita. She says, do you think the story, The Curse of the Black Rose, sounds interesting? I think that sounds very interesting. Do you know that they really have black roses? They're such a deep blue purple that they look black. Like, you know, when you see a raven, and have you ever seen the sun shine on a blackbird or a crow or a raven? How, or on a peacock, how their, or even a little hummingbird, their neck, how it's varied colors. And in one way it turns, it looks blue, and then another way it looks black. The rose is like that. It's almost incandescent. Oh, I saw one at the University of Washington Arboretum in bloom. I'm not exaggerating. The rose was that big, almost as big as a whole grapefruit. Mm. It was so beautiful. And I smelled it, but it didn't smell anyway. I think it was, I think it's when they hybrid roses, they don't smell. Only the roses that are old fashioned Robusta roses smell. Mm. But it was sure beautiful, really pretty. Here's a picture of our robin, and he's got a little twig in his beak because he's making a nest. And Mary and Dickon are trying so hard not to talk about him, and Mary's trying really hard not to look at him. So I wonder if she's looking at him out of the corner of her eye. You know, when you turn your face like this, and you just see a little bit. I think that's what she's doing. I think black roses are beautiful. Juanita says, hold on, I need to get some water. I'm dehydrated. Mm, me too. I better get some water. Thank you for reminding me. Mm. I just remembered something. In my storage shed, I have a teapot that I used to have at my office, and it's on a base. It's by Braun. It's on an electric base. And what you do is you take the teapot and you clip it in, and then you can push it down and it'll get hot, but the base doesn't get hot. It's funny. It's kind of almost magical, but it gets the water hot. I think I'm going to get it and put it in here, and that way I can refill my cozy teacup, pretend that I was a proper English lady, and have warm tea. Yes, I absolutely love black roses, she says. Same, it's been my favorite flower since I seen it in Minecraft. Like 8 years ago, they are so beautiful. You have your water now, good. Let's get back to reading. Mm, mm, boy, let's see. Let's see, I lost my place. It'll take me a moment. Mm, here we are. Oh, Mary was telling Dickon all about Colin, and I got distracted because I showed you pictures, right? When she described the small ivory white, his small ivory white face and the strange black rimmed eyes, he's got thick eyelashes. Dickon looked and shook his head. Them's just like his mother's eyes, he said, only hers was always laughing. They say, as Mr. Craven can't bear to see him when he's awake, and it's because he looks just like his mother. His eyes are so like his mother's, and yet he looks so different in his miserable bit of a face. Do you think he wants him to die? Whispered Mary. No, but he wishes he'd never been born. Mother says that's the worst thing on earth for a child. Them's is not wanted, scarce ever thrives. Mr. Craven, he's a busy buying anything as money could buy for the poor lad, but he'd like to forget he's on earth. For one thing, he's afraid he'll look at him some day and find he's growed a hunchback. Colin's so afraid of it himself that he won't even sit up, said Mary. He says he's always thinking that if he should feel a lump coming up on his back, he should go crazy and scream himself to death. Aye, he ought not to lie there thinking things like that, said Dickon. No lad could get well as though them sorts of things, thinking those sorts of thoughts. The fox was lying on the grass close to him, looking up to ask for a pat now and then, and Dickon would bend down and rubbed his neck softly and thought a few minutes in silence. Presently he lifted his head and looked around the garden. When first we got here, he said, it seemed like everything was gray. Look around now and tell me if it doesn't seem like a difference. Mary looked and caught her breath a little. Why, she cried, the gray wall is changing. It's as if a green mist were creeping over it. It's almost like a green gauze veil. Aye, said Dickon, and it'll be greener and greener still, till the grey's all gone. Canst thou guess what I was thinking? I know it was something nice, said Mary eagerly. I believe it was something about Colin. I was thinking that if he was out here, he wouldn't be watching for a lump to grow up on his back. He'd be watching for buds to break on the rose bushes, and he'd likely be healthier. He'd get healthier, explained Dickon. I was wondering if us could ever get him in the humor to come out here and lie under the trees in his carriage. I've been wondering that myself, said Mary. I've thought of it almost every time I've talked to him, said Mary. I've wondered if he could keep a secret, and I've wondered if we could bring him here without anyone knowing it or seeing us. I thought perhaps you could push his carriage. The doctor said he must have plenty of fresh air, and if he wants us to take him out, no one dare disobey him. He's the master of the house when his father's away. He won't go out for other people, and perhaps they will be glad if he will go out with us. He could order the gardeners to keep away so that they wouldn't find us. Dickon was thinking very hard as he scratched the captain's back. Remember, the captain is his little fox. Do you have robins where you live? Nope. What is that, Jay? A robin is a type of bird. Here's a picture of a robin. See how it has a red breast? They call them little robin redbreast. I'm going to show you another one, okay? Oops, peeps, don't fall over there. There you go. Let's find another picture of a robin. Robins are the most common birds of spring here in America and in England and in Canada and in parts of Europe. There are robins. I heard someone say that many of the birds are dying off because they sprayed crops with chemicals, and My mother says that there used to be many, many more kinds of birds than there are now. She said when she was a little girl, birds would come and they would land in the meadows, and that you couldn't even have one little place without a bird. You couldn't even put your hand down. You couldn't even put your finger down where there wasn't a bird. My mother told me that. And she said then in that was in the 1940s, and then they developed chemicals to spray on fields. Farmers would spray pesticides to kill all the insects. And my mother said that the um, birds ate the insects and then they died. Here's a picture of a robin. That's a type of bird. See how its breast is red? It's brown, it's little, and it has a red breast. The boy looks like this. The girl looks just like this, but without the red. She's just all brown and plain. They're really beautiful. And you know what they do? They sing the most beautiful song. When I come outside in the spring or when I look out my window, the robins are in the grass picking, and they try to pick up the worms. And nobody knows how they figure out that there's worms, but they do. They just pull the worm right up out of the ground. They're really pretty, and they sing a little song. It's really pretty. They're one of the first birds to come out, and they build their nest. They are beautiful. When some cat says, "Oh yeah, then we have robins," I thought it was some shop name. You know what's funny? In Washington State, and I think in Oregon, and I think in California, there's a restaurant called Red Robin, the Red Robin, and it's now a chain, and they have hamburgers. And I remember when I first met my daughter-in-law, my son called me up and he told me that he met a beautiful woman and he wanted me to meet her because he was going to marry her. He was pretty sure he was going to marry her. And he didn't tell me the part about marrying her yet, but he wanted me to meet her to have me tell him what I thought. And so he met me at the mall. I live on an island, and so I had to go to Seattle, to Linwood, to the mall. And he met me at the mall, and he said, "We're going to have dinner at Red Robin." And he introduced me to her little girl. Her little girl, Bella, was 14 months old. And my daughter-in-law is so beautiful. You would not believe it. She has long, thick black hair down to here. She's gorgeous. She's big, beautiful eyes. And I met her. We went to the Red Robin and we had hamburgers. Red Robin has like steak and hamburgers and French fries and I don't know what else they have. Nachos, and I think they probably have really good desserts. But they gave us little coloring. They gave us placemats, and on the placemats there were pictures, and then they give you a little thing of crayons. So the little girl sat across from me, and we colored on the placemats. And I went, "Oh, I'm gonna get a granddaughter." I was so excited. And then we went to the park, and you know what we did? We went to this park in Linwood that was the same park that I went to with my daddy. And my daddy used to push me on the swings there. And they have a slide, and it's one of those slides that you have to climb up the stairs. Then there's like a little dome area over it, and then it goes down and it twirls. And I used to play on that slide with my daddy. I couldn't believe it. And this place has these tree branches. Their roots are all gnarly because they're really old, and the water has washed away some of the dirt. And kids play underneath the tree branches. The trees are really high, but for part of it, they're above the earth. And we used to play there when I was a little girl. And here's my son with this little girl playing on the slide and on the swings. And we all swung on the swings. And I took pictures with my camera in my phone, and I came back home and I was so happy. I couldn't believe it. And then a while later, he asked her to marry him, and they got married, and they had a beautiful wedding at their home, at his dad's home and his gardens. Oh, it was so wonderful. Made me feel really happy. I forget why I'm telling you this story. Back to our book. Well, what happened? They're talking about bringing, Dick and Mary are talking about bringing Colin out. Isn't it wonderful? Mary recognizes that Colin is sad and lonely in his heart, and he's pale, and he's bossy and kind of difficult because he's so lonely and sad, just like Mary was when she first came to Misselthwaite Manor. And Colin knows all about how to make wild things feel love, and how to find secrets and keep secrets, and how people build little, well, not people, but little birds build nests. So he knows all about life and all about animals. From studying animals, he's learned a lot of wisdom about life. And he knows all about people from growing up in a cottage with 14 people all close together. So he knows how to get along. He knows how to make peace. Mm. Mm. Robins are beautiful birds. She says, one time I encountered a goose and it started screaming at me. Oh my goodness. And I wasn't even within 20 feet of it. It was maybe 15 feet away from the goose. Yeah, I have 3 goose stories. First time I ever met a goose, I was a little girl and we went to Woodland Park Zoo. My dad took me. And then we went to a park that has a pond, and my daddy gave me, he had a big loaf of bread. And what happens is, it used to be in America, you could get old bread for like pennies, like a quarter or a nickel. You could get old bread. And so people would save, when you have the heel of the bread, you'd save the heel and nobody would eat it. Sometimes they would make bread pudding with it. But what happened was my dad would always save the heel of the bread. So when the bread bag was all full of heels, we would go to the park and we would feed the geese and the ducks. And so my dad would break the bread into little tiny pieces and throw them on the water. And then the ducks come or the geese come. And one time I was at the park with my dad and we were doing that. He was giving me little pieces of bread and I was breaking them up and throwing them. And all of a sudden, out of the rushes, now we're on a little bank of a waterfront, and there's a pond, and the ducks are in the pond, and there's these plants called rushes, and it's like they have long stems, and it's like pussy willows. That if you've ever seen cattails or pussy willows, they look like that, but they're just tall, and they were as tall as I was. Okay, so my father would have to lift me up. We would walk along this little path, and when we got to the edge, my father would have to lift me up to go over these rushes, and he'd carry me for a few steps, and then he'd set me down on the bank, and we would throw the bread. So one day, it was spring, and I was so excited. I was throwing the bread, and all of a sudden, out of the rushes, out of the bushes, came a goose, and it was as tall as I was. It was as tall as I was, and it was going like this, and it started to peck at me. And my daddy ran over and grabbed me and pulled me back. And so I think I was about 3 or 4, for that goose to be as tall. But it was honking really loud. And I started crying, and I said, "What's wrong, Daddy?" And he said, "It's okay. She's a friendly goose. She's just trying to tell you to stay away from her babies." And so the next little while, we went over and ignored the goose and fed the ducks. And then when the goose went over and sat back down on her nest, my daddy picked me up and he went, "Shh, don't make any noise." He picked me up and he took me over and held me up to see. And sure enough, there was the goose sitting on a great big nest, and there were eggs in the nest, and there were a couple little babies had hatched. They were just little downy gray chicks. And the goose was beautiful and white, and it had a yellow orange beak and webby feet. And I looked. My daddy said, don't make any noise, because if she heard us, she would attack us again. She was protecting her babies. Yep. Then, my other time that I met a goose, I was 16. No, I was 17. No, let me think. Nope, I was 16. And I went into foster care to go live with a family. And they had a beautiful house that they were building. And they had a little shed that they had made for the chickens. And they had it all wired in. And then they had a barn, kind of like not a barn, but a garage, a separate garage. And I came around the corner one day. I was going to school. I was going to high school. And I came around the corner with my backpack and my books. I had extra books. And this goose came running up to me and hit me like that, right on my thigh, right in my leg. And it made a huge bruise. And it was honking, honking, and it was mad. And I went, go away, shoo, go away, go away. And I ran to the house. And my foster mother said that they had to pin up the goose because the goose was being aggressive. I don't know why it was aggressive, but it was aggressive. And if you even got 15 feet away from it, it would honk. You could be way far away from it, it would start honking. So I had to be careful of that goose every time I went in and out of the house to go to school or come home. And then one day I was coming home from school and I was afraid of the goose, okay? I was very afraid of that goose because remember, it had pecked me and I was wearing jeans. It gave me a bruise on my leg. So one day I was coming home from school and I was all happy and I heard honking, honking. And I went, oh no, the goose. So I decided I was going to come around a different way, come around through by the garage. And I looked and there was my foster brother who was only about 4 years old, and he was screaming his head off, and he was going like this with his finger and his hand, waving his hand, and the goose was flying back and forth, and I was trying to figure out what was going on, and I dropped my books and I dropped my backpack and I ran towards my little brother because I looked and the goose had bit his finger and he was flying his finger back and forth, and the goose's whole body was going back and forth. So I ran up to the goose and I grabbed the goose by the neck and I pried its mouth open to get, I grabbed it by the neck, and then with the other hand, I pried its mouth open to get my little brother's finger out. His little finger was all red and purple. Luckily for him, his mama was a really good RN nurse. So I took him inside. I threw the goose as far as I could. I wasn't trying to be mean to the goose. I was just trying to get it to go far away from us. And geese can fly, so it could have flown. And I brought my brother in, and he's my little foster brother, and she had to do first aid on his finger. It was his little finger. And she had to wash it really good and put medicine on it and clean it all up, and it was all swollen and red and it hurt, and he was crying. The good news was ever since then we were best friends. But I couldn't believe I was so brave, but it was because I was brave for him. I wanted to help him. So those were my 3 interactions with geese. I try to stay away from them. My mother on her farm had geese, not when I was little, but when I was grown up. And they had a little pond. They took a little swimming pool, a child-sized swimming pool, and kind of stuck it down in the ground. And they would always go in the little pond, and they were so cute. When they would have babies, the babies would follow behind the goose. Just all 4 or 5 of the little babies would go right behind the goose and follow her wherever she went. So I think most of the time geese are mean when they're really just being aggressive to defend their babies. So I wonder if my little foster brother had gotten too close to the goose's babies, and that's maybe why she bit him. Mm, I don't know. I have another silly story about geese. I just remembered. When I was a little girl, my daddy told me that he was on a farm. He lived on a farm. He grew up on a farm. And that the naughty boys used to do a trick. And I'll tell you what it is. They used to have 4 or 5 or 6 geese or 7 geese or a whole cackle or gaggle of geese. And he said what they used to do is they would take a little bit of meat or goose liver or something and tie it on a string. And the geese will eat anything, so they would eat it and then they would poop it out. And then they would look at the string and make sure there was something tied on it. And the other geese would come and eat it, and then he would poop it out. And then pretty soon my dad and his brother would have 4 or 5 geese on one string. Isn't that gross? But he said they got into lots of trouble from his mother for doing that. She'd say, "Oh, you boys," and they'd have to have a long stick. And it was like a rod, like my rod and thy staff comfort me. It's a long stick, and they would have to take the geese out to pasture so that they could eat all the bugs and all the slugs. They would eat all the bugs and the snails and the slugs so that the garden would grow good. Because if the slugs would get the cabbages, but if they took the stick and would kind of pat, but not hurt him, but just pat the geese on their butts to get them to go where they wanted, and then they would eat all the bugs off of the cabbages, and their cabbages would be nice and big and fresh. But their mother could tell if they hadn't taken the geese out to the pasture to run them in the field where the cabbages were growing, because she could tell because there would be bugs or slugs on the cabbages. So every day that was one of his jobs. He had to take those geese out. I thought that was kind of funny. Mm, mm. Yeah, it was. She says, "Oh no, I'm sorry that happened to you and your little brother." I know. It turned out good. He doesn't have a scar or anything. It was probably really scary. And for years, he was terrified of geese and goose. And if he saw one, he would scream. And I felt so bad for him because you know the cover of Mother Goose has got a big goose on it, and he would throw the book. So we finally just took um, the the little book cover off and got rid of it, and I would read to him. But he didn't like geese, and I don't blame him. It probably hurt really bad, you know. So I kind of try to steer clear of geese. There's a lady that does the Panansky. She dips, they dip a tip. They have a wand with a tip on it, and they dip the tip. They heat it, wax, and then they dip it in melted wax, and they make patterns on eggs. And she likes to do them on goose eggs. And then they dye the egg many, many times, and they do another pattern. So they layer all these colors. Have you ever seen those? They're really big. So there's a lady that I know, and she's Russian, and she knows how to do that art form. And so it's almost Easter time. She makes a lot of them at Easter time. She makes them all year, and then she gives them away to people. And one year she gave me a great big goose egg. It was so pretty. And oh my gosh, it was gorgeous. This is years and years ago. One of the, I had it in a cabinet with glass on a little stand in the cabinet, kind of like in a china cabinet, for many years. And then I had a friend who left Russia and came here, and she didn't have anything Russian with her. And so I gave her that egg as a present. She was so happy because it reminded her of her mother and her grandmother, and she was lonely for them. But it's very pretty if you ever get to see that art form. Sometimes you can look it up on YouTube or in crafts fairs, or sometimes in museums they have those eggs. They're really beautiful. I don't think I would have the patience to do it. Maybe I would. Well, so here they are, Dickon and Mary. They're talking about um, how they can take good care of Colin. Mm. So Dickon was thinking very hard as he scratched Captain's back. Captain's the little baby fox that he saved, remember? It'd be good for him, I'll warrant, he said. Us'n't not be thinking he'd better never been born. Us'n't be just two children watching a garden, growing, and he'd be another. Two lads and a little lass just looking at the springtime. I warrant it'd be better than the doctor's snuff. Mm, he's probably right. Mm, mm. This is really beautiful. Juanita says, I prayed for you last night, W sibling, she said that to um, Winsome Cat. Isn't that a beautiful name? Winsome Cat. Cats are winsome, aren't they? Mm. Thank you for praying for her. I've been praying for her too, that her sore throat would go away. She said earlier she felt better. I'm so happy. Let's see what else Dickens says. Well, he's been lying in his room so long, and he's always been afraid of dying, and always been terrified about his back, and that has made him very strange, said Mary. He knows a good many things out of books, but he doesn't know anything else. He says he has been too ill to notice things, and he hates going out of doors, and he hates gardens, and he hates gardeners. But he likes to hear about this garden because it is a secret. I daren't tell him much, but he said he wanted to see it. Us'll have him out here sometime for sure, said Dickon. I could push his carriage well enough. Hast thou noticed how the robin and his mate has been a working while we've been sitting here talking? Look at him, perched on that branch, wondering where it'd be best to put that twig he's got in his beak. He made one of his low whistling calls, and the robin turned his head and looked right at Dickon inquiringly. Dickon knows how to talk, robin talk. Oh my. Still holding his twig in his mouth, Dickon spoke to him as Ben Weatherstaff did, but Dickon's tone was one of friendly advice. Oh my goodness, isn't that lovely? Here's the picture of the robin with the little twig in his mouth. Mm. And Dickon can talk to him. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, Dickon made one of his low, calm, quiet whistles. Mm. And Dickon gave him some friendly advice. There's ever thou puts it, he said, it'll be all right, wherever thou puts it. Thou know'st how to build the nest before thou came out of the egg. Get on with it, then. Get on with thee, lad. Thou'st got no time to lose. Oh, I do like to hear you talk to him, Mary said, laughing delightedly. Ben Weatherstaff scolds him and makes fun of him, but he hops about and looks as if he's understood every word he said. And I know he likes it. I know he likes Ben Weatherstaff. Ben Weatherstaff says he is so conceited he would rather have stones thrown at him than not be noticed. Dickon laughed too and went on talking. Thou knows us won't trouble thee, he said to the robin. Us is near being wild ourselves. We're near being wild things ourselves. Us is nest a building too. Bless thee, God bless thee. Look out, thou doesn't tell on us. Please don't tell on us. And though the robin did not answer, because his beak was occupied, full of a little twig. Mary knew that when he flew away with his twig to his own corner of the garden, the darkness of his dew-bright eye meant that he would not tell their secret for the world. Isn't that a beautiful story? Isn't she right pretty? Oh my gosh, my upstairs neighbor is starting again. He's blasting music and he's banging. Oh no. That's part of living in an apartment, isn't it? Having upstairs neighbors that can be bothersome. Mhm. When I was first married, I lived in an apartment before I got married. And oh my goodness, I lived, probably at the very, very top, probably 10 stories up, the very top of the far corner. And it was so quiet because the apartment was made of brick. And so I was on the side closest to a shop. And I got the lucky apartment. Nobody wanted it because it was near well, it was in the back, so you didn't have a view. I just had a view of a store, a Safeway store, and a brick wall. But it was the best apartment because I couldn't hear any of my neighbors. I was insulated on two sides by the brick wall. It was very quiet. And it was a good thing too because I was a nurse and I could sleep during the day and none of the noise bothered me. But then moved. I moved into a little duplex or a fourplex. I think there might have been six. And the people that lived above me were elders, and they didn't make any noise. Once in a while, their washing machine would be unlevel, and so it would go boom, 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 really loud, and it would wake me up. And then it would stop all of a sudden. And one day there was a knock on the door, and the lady came and she introduced herself. She was so sweet. Her name was Dorothy, and her husband's name was George. And she said, "I'm sorry about the boom, boom, boom. Our washer is uneven, and when I get an uneven load, George comes and sits on it to make it even." Isn't that funny? So that meant when it was going boom, 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 he came running and then sat on the washer. And then he said, "I don't mind." I'll never forget that. But they were such good neighbors. They were really good neighbors to me. And I had a baby at that place, my little girl, my very first baby, my daughter. And she cried and cried. She had colic, and I'd have to carry her back and forth. And I sang her every lullaby I knew, so many lullabies that a friend took pity on me and ordered me a little lullaby tape, and I would play it over and over and sing all the lullabies aloud to her. She had colic and she just screamed her little head off. I nursed her and patted her and burped her, and it didn't matter. She just screamed and screamed, poor baby. And I'm singing to her all the songs I know and talking to her and saying, "There, there." And one day there's a little knock on the door, and Dorothy comes in and she says, "Jeannie, let me hold the baby. You gotta take a shower. It's been 12 hours she's been crying. You're going to have to go to the doctor. There's something the matter." And she says, "Here, you go take a shower." And she held the baby. Well, the baby's crying, and I had a rocking chair, so she got in the rocking chair. She's rocking the baby, and I went and took my shower and came back, and I was so thankful to my dear neighbor. But at other places I've lived, the neighbors were so noisy. They were screaming and yelling and fighting, throwing things, or blasting their music loud. So it's kind of challenging when you live in an apartment or a condo if you have neighbors. Yep. And she says, "It just stopped. Well, at least my upstairs neighbors wouldn't do the thing with the furniture." Yeah. Oh, God bless him. Dear Lord, bless that person who lit that fire. Please bless him and protect him and bring him mental health help. Bring him your Holy Spirit. Bring somebody who is a good counselor who can help him. and get him the help he needs in Jesus' name. Yeah. Yeah, my neighbors were so kind. And you know what? I took my doctor to see a nature, my daughter to see a naturopath, and she had colic. And he gave her some little drops, and the colic went away. It was such an answer to prayer. Yeah. So it all worked out good. Let's see how we're doing. I'm going to go ahead and read chapter 16. I won't, said Mary. And that is the chapter we are on. They found a great deal to do that morning, and Mary was late in returning to the house, and was also in such a hurry to get back to her work that she quite forgot Colin until the last moment. Tell Colin that I can't come and see him yet, she said to Martha. I'm very busy in the garden. Martha looked rather frightened. I, Miss Mary, she said, it may put him all out of humor when I tell him that. But Mary was not as afraid of him as the other people were, and she was not a self-sacrificing person. Mary had grown up spoiled just like Colin, so I think he's met his match. What do you think? I can't stay, she answered. Dickens waiting for me, and she ran away. That afternoon was even lovelier and busier than the morning had been. Already nearly all the weeds were cleared out of the garden, and most of the roses and trees had been pruned or dug about. Dickon had brought a spade of his own, and he had taught Mary to use all her tools, so that by that time it was plain that though the lovely wild place was not likely to become a gardener's garden, it would be a wilderness of growing things before the springtime was over. There'll be an apple blossom and cherry blossoms overhead, Dickon had said, working away with all his might. And there'll be peach and plum trees in bloom against the walls, and the grass'll be a carpet of flowers. The little fox and the rook were as happy and busy as they were, and the robin and his mate flew backwards and forwards like tiny streaks of lightning, bringing little twigs back and forth to their nest. There's that robin again, and he's flying back and forth with little twigs in his mouth. I bet they're happy, building their little their little nest. The robin found a mate. That's good. And they're working together on their little nest. They have to do that before she can lay her eggs. Isn't that wonderful? The little fox and the rook were as happy as Mary and Dickon were, and the robin and his mate flew backwards and forwards like tiny streaks of lightning, so fast they were probably zooming back and forth, like when our friend Squishy gets the zoomies. When our good friend Simba gets the zoomies, he goes back and forth very fast. And those robins were going back and forth so quickly. My dear one says, I'm going to go work on my stories and my characters. Bye-bye for now. And I think I might end up being busy, so I don't think I can come back. Sorry. No worries, dear one. You have fun. Thank you. I'm giving you a big hug. I love you. Thank you for coming and being with us. You have a good time. We love you. We're so glad you're here. So the robins are going back and forth and building the nest. And you know what happened? There were like tiny streaks going back and forth like lightning, so fast it was like when Simba gets the zoomies. Sometimes the rook or the blackbird, some people call blackbirds rooks or ravens, but it was a blackbird, probably a raven. Sometimes the rook flapped his black wings and soared away over the treetops in the park. Each time he came back and perched near Dickon and cawed several times as if he were relating his adventures to Dickon. Caw, caw, caw. And Dickon talked to him just as if he had talked to the robin. Caw, caw, caw. Dickon would talk back. So Dickon really does understand. Once when Dickon was so busy that he did not answer him at first, Soot flew on to his shoulder and gently tweaked his ear with his large beak. Peeps, would you like to demonstrate? Peeps knows how to do that, huh, Peeps? Yeah. Bye, Juanita. We love you. Peeps says bye. We'll see you later, maybe at Chris's live stream. We love you. Have happy time writing. And then she says, bye, take care, have fun. Bye, bye, Jeannie, take wonderful care. I think she's such a sweetie pie, don't you? Yeah, she's an official sweetie pie. We love you, Anita. Well, can you imagine how funny that would be to see a boy with a giant raven on his shoulder tickling his ear to get his attention? Soot flew on to his shoulder and gently tweaked his ear with his large beak. When Mary wanted to rest a little, Dickon sat down with her under a tree, and once he took his pipe out of his pocket and played his soft, strange little notes, and two squirrels appeared on the wall and looked and listened. Here's a picture of the rook of Soot. He's tweaking the ear of Dickon. Do you see him? Dickon wasn't listening, and so he came and said, hey, don't forget about me. He wanted some attention. Do you ever have that happen? Sometimes when you have a cat or a dog or a pet, they come and do that. Isn't that funny? Yep. Well, he took his pipe out. He took out his little flute. He had whittled a little flute. Do you know some stems of plants, some sticks are almost hollow inside. They have this pith, and people have over the ages taken a nice stick, cut it, and then hollowed it out part way, hollowed it out the other way, and then made little dents in it, and made a little mouthpiece out of another piece of wood and put it in. Made little pan pipes or little flutes. Little recorder like. Isn't that lovely? And Dickon, all the animals in the forest, all the animals on the moor, they know his little tunes that he plays. And when they hear him play the tune, they come to see him. Isn't that wonderful? Don't you wish you could do that? Sometimes I go like this and the birds come to me when I'm in my garden. Because sometimes when I have bread, I'll go like this. And now they know they can come to the garden. If I go like this, I'll get a piece of bread and break it up for them. Yeah. You can learn to talk to the animals too. If you listen to your body, you listen to nature, you listen to the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit will teach you how. Yep. Well, he took his pipe out of his pocket and he played softly a strange little tune, and two squirrels came and appeared on the wall, and they looked and listened. That's a strange bit stronger than that was, Dickon said, looking at her as she was digging. That's beginning to look different for sure. Mary was glowing with the exercise and good spirits. I'm getting fatter and fatter every day, she said. And she was saying it quite exuberantly. Mrs. Medlock will have to get me some bigger dresses soon. Martha says my hair is growing thicker. It isn't so flat and stringy. The sun, the sun was beginning to set and sending deep gold-colored rays slanting under the trees when they parted. It'll be fine tomorrow, said Dickon. It'll be a work by sunrise. So will I. I'll be at work by sunrise, is what he said. So will I, said Mary. She ran back to the house as quickly as her feet would carry her. She wanted to tell Colin about Dickon's fox cub and the rook and about what the springtime had been doing. She felt sure he would like to hear. So it was not very pleasant when she opened the door of her room to see Martha standing waiting for her with a doleful face. Martha was upset and worried. What's the matter? She asked. What did Colin say when you told him that I couldn't come? Said Martha, I wish thou'd con. He was night going on one of his tantrums. There's been a nice to-do all afternoon to keep him quiet. He would have watched the clock all this time. Mary's lips pinched themselves together. She was no more used to considering other people than Colin was, and she saw no reason why an ill-tempered boy should interfere with the thing that she liked best. She knew nothing about the pitifulness of people who had been ill and nervous and who did not know what they could control their tempers and need not make other people ill and nervous too. When she had had a headache in India, she had done her best to see that everybody else also had a headache, or something quite as bad, and Mary had felt she was quite right, but of course now she felt that Colin was quite wrong. So Mary was just as spoiled as Colin was, but she didn't know it yet. She didn't realize it. Of course, now she felt that Colin was quite wrong. He was not on his sofa when she went into his room. He was lying flat on his back in bed, and he did not turn his head towards her as she came in. This was a bad beginning, Mary thought, and Mary marched up to him with her stiff manner. Why didn't you get up? She said imperiously. I didn't get up this morning when I thought you were coming. I did get up this morning when I thought you were coming, he said, without looking at her. I made them put me back in bed this afternoon. My back ached and my head hurt, and I was tired. Why didn't you come? I was working in the garden with Dickon, said Mary. Colin frowned and condescended to look at her. I won't let that boy come here if you go and stay with him instead of coming to talk to me, he said. Mary flew into a fine passion. She could fly into a passion without making a noise. She just grew sour and obstinate and did not care what happened. If you send Dickon away, said Mary, I'll never come into this room again. She retorted. You'll have to if I want you to, said Colin. I won't, said Mary. I'll make you, said Colin. They shall drag you in. Shall they, Mr. Rajah? Said Mary. And Mary said Mary very fiercely. Shall they, Mr. Rajah? They may drag me, but they can't make me talk. And when they get me here, I'll sit and clench my teeth and never tell you one thing. I won't even look at you. I'll stare at the floor. They were a nice, agreeable pair as they glared at each other. If they had been two little street boys, they would have sprang at each other and had a rough and tumble fight. As it was, they did the next thing to it. You are a selfish thing, cried Colin. What are you? Cried Mary. Selfish people always say that. Anyone who is selfish, who doesn't do what they want, you're more selfish than I am. You are the most selfish person I have ever saw. You are the most selfish boy I have ever saw. I am not, snapped Colin. I'm not at all selfish. I'm not as selfish as you, as your fine Dickon is. He keeps you playing in the dirt when he knows I'm all by myself. He's selfish if you like. Mary's eyes flashed fire. He's nicer than any other boy that ever lived, she said. He's like an angel. It might sound rather silly to say that, but she did not care. A nice angel, sneered Colin ferociously. Some angel he is. He's a common cottage boy off the moor. He's better than a common Rajah, said Mary. He's 1,000 times better. Because she was the stronger of the two, she was beginning to get the better of him. The truth was that he had never had a fight with anyone like himself in his life, and upon the whole it was rather good for him. Though neither he nor Mary knew anything about that, he turned his head on his pillow and shut his eyes, and a big tear was squeezed out and ran down his cheek. He was beginning to feel pathetic and sorry for himself, not for anyone else. Here's the picture. You have to kind of look very close to see it. Can you see it? There he is with his face turned. I think he's very spoiled. And I think because Mary was very spoiled, she understood what it was like to be spoiled, so she could talk back to him. Well, let's see what happens. And he was feeling very sorry and pathetic, and sorry for himself, not for anyone else. I'm not as selfish as you are because I'm always ill, and I'm sure there is a lump coming on my back, and I'm going to die besides a horrible, terrible death. You are not, contradicted Mary unsympathetically. He opened his eyes quite wide with indignation. He had never heard such a thing said before. He was at once furious and slightly pleased at the same time, if a person could be both furious and pleased at the same time. I'm not, he cried. I am. You know I am. Everybody says so. I'm going to die a horrible death, and I'm going to have a big hunchback. I don't believe it for a moment, said Mary, sourly. You just say that to make people feel sorry for you. I believe you're proud of it. I don't believe it. If you were a nice boy, it might be true. But you're too nasty. I don't believe you. In spite of his invalid back, Colin sat straight up in bed, in a quite healthy rage. Get out of this room right now, he ordered her. He shouted, and he caught hold of his pillow, and he threw it at her. He was not strong enough to throw it far, and it only fell at her feet, but Mary's face looked as pinched as a nutcracker. I'm going, she said, and I won't come back either. She walked to the door, and when she reached it, she turned around and spoke again. I was going to tell you all about all sorts of nice things today. Dickon brought his fox and his rook, and I was going to tell you all about them. Now I won't tell you a single thing. She marched out of the room and closed the door behind her, and there, to her great astonishment, she found the trained nurse standing as if she had been listening, and more amazing still, she was laughing. She was a big, handsome young woman who ought not to have been a trained nurse at all, as she could not bear invalids, and she was always making excuses to leave Colin to Martha to care for, or anyone else who would take her place. Mary had never liked her, and she simply stood and gazed up at her as she stood giggling into her handkerchief. "What are you laughing at?" Mary asked her. "Are you two young'uns? I'm laughing at you two young'uns," said the nurse. "It's the best thing that could have been happening to that sickly, pampered thing, to have someone stand up to him that's as spoiled as himself." And she laughed and laughed into her handkerchief. Again she said, "If he had a young vixen of a sister to fight with, it would have been the saving of him." "Is he going to die?" asked Mary. "I don't know, and I don't care," said the nurse. "Hysterics and temper are half what ails him." "What are hysterics?" asked Mary. "You'll find out if you work him into a tantrum about after this. But at any rate, you've given him something to have hysterics about, and I'm glad of it." Mary went back to her own room, not feeling at all as if she had felt when she had come in from the garden. She was cross and disappointed, but not at all sorry for Colin. She had looked forward to telling him a great many things, and she had meant to try to make up her mind whether it would be safe to trust him with the great secret. She had been beginning to think it would be, but now she had changed her mind entirely. She would never tell him, and he could stay in his room and never get out of it for fresh air, and die if he liked. Mary was feeling very angry. It would serve him right. She felt so sour and so angry and so unrelenting that for a few minutes she almost forgot about Dickon and the green veil creeping over the world and the soft wind blowing down from the moor. Martha was waiting for Mary, and the trouble in her face had been temporarily replaced by interest and curiosity. There was a wooden box on the table, and its cover had been removed and revealed that it was full of neat little packages. "Mr. Craven sent it to you," said Martha. "It looks as if it had picture books in it." Mary remembered that he had asked her the day she had gone to his room, "Do you want anything, dolls, toys, books?" And she had opened the package, wondering if he had sent a doll, and also wondering what she should do with it if he had. But he had not sent one. There were several beautiful books such as Colin had, and two of them were about gardens, and they were full of beautiful pictures. There were 2 or 3 games, and there was a beautiful little writing case with gold monogram on it, and a gold pen and an inkstand. How kind that was of her uncle. Everything was so nice that her pleasure began to crowd out her anger out of her mind. She had not expected him to remember her at all, and her hard little heart grew quite warm. "I can write better than I can print," she said, "and the first thing I shall write with that pen will be a letter to tell him I am much obliged." If she had been friends with Colin, she would have run to show him her presents at once, but they would have looked at the picture books and read some of the gardening books and perhaps tried playing the games, and he would have enjoyed himself so much he would never once have thought he was going to die, or have put his hand on his spine to see if there was a lump coming up. He had a way of doing that which she could not bear. It gave her an uncomfortable feeling, a frightened feeling, because he always looked so frightened himself. Colin had said that if he had felt ever quite a little lump some day, he should know his hunchback had begun to grow. Something he had heard Mrs. Medlock whispering to the nurse had given him the idea, and he had thought over it in secret until it was quite firmly fixed into his mind. Mrs. Medlock had said his father's back had begun to show its crookedness in that way when he was a child. He had never told anyone but Mary that most of his tantrums, as they called them, grew out of his hysterical hidden fear. Mary had been so sorry for him when he had told her that. He's always begun to think about it when he was cross or tired, she said to herself, and he has been cross today. Perhaps, perhaps, perhaps he has been thinking about it all this afternoon. Mary stood very still, looking down at the carpet and thinking to herself. I said I would never go back again, she hesitated, knitting her brows. But perhaps, just perhaps, I will go and see if he wants me in the morning. Perhaps he'll try to throw his pillow at me again, but I think I'll go anyway. What's happening to Mary, do you know? Her heart is changing. She's developing empathy and compassion. She cares about him. Even though he was mean and cruel to her, she's forgiving him in her heart. She doesn't see it yet. How are you doing, dear one? How are you doing? Have you ever had that happen? Have you ever had it happen where you were angry at someone, but then you begin to feel like you can forgive them, or you begin to feel sorry for them? That's what's happening to Mary. I'm so glad you're here. We're having fun reading The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett. I think we're going to read just a little bit more. Let me look how many pages we have. Oh, yes, we can read another chapter. I hope you're enjoying the book. I'm getting a little cold, so I'm going to bring my little covers up a little bit higher. How are you? Are you all cozy? Can you get all cozy with your pillow and all cozy with your covers? Get all cozy, dear one. Sometimes it's fun to hear someone read when you're working on something else. Well, here's another chapter, chapter 17 of A Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett. A tantrum. Uh-oh. I think that's foreboding, telling us there's going to be a tantrum. Hello, dear one. Welcome. We're reading aloud. I'm reading A Secret Garden. I'm so glad you joined us. Can you hit like and subscribe for me? And then you can find me when I come online. You can hit the little bell and it will give you a notification when I come online. That would be wonderful. Then you can come and join me when I read. We're reading A Secret Garden. Let's see what happens next. Mary had gotten up very early in the morning and had worked hard in the garden, and she was tired and sleepy. So as soon as Martha had brought her her supper and she had eaten it, she was glad to go to bed. As she laid her head down on the pillow, she murmured to herself, I'll go out before breakfast and work with Dickon, and then afterwards, I believe, I will go to see Colin. She thought it was the middle of the night when she was awakened by such dreadful sounds that she jumped up out of her bed in an instant. What was it? What was it? What was that horrible noise? The next minute she felt quite sure she knew. Doors were opened and shut and slammed open and shut, and there were hurrying feet in the corridors, and someone was crying and screaming at the same time, screaming and crying in a very horrible way. Oh, it's Colin, she said. He's having one of those temper tantrums. The nurse calls hysterics. How awful it sounds, thought Mary. As she listened to the sobbing and the screams and the crying, she did not wonder that people were so frightened that they gave him his own way in everything rather than hear them. She put her hands over her ears, and she felt sick and shivering cold. So loud and so disturbing. He's so spoiled. He's disturbing the whole place. Isn't that sad? She, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, she kept saying. I can't bear it. I can't bear it any longer. Once she wondered if he would stop, if she dared to go to him. And then she remembered how he had driven her out of the room and thought that perhaps the sight of her might make him worse. Even when she pressed her hands more tightly over her ears, she could not keep the awful sounds of his screaming out. She hated them so, those sounds, and she was so terrified by them that suddenly they began to make her angry. And she felt as if she should like to fly into a tantrum herself and frighten him as he had frightened her. She was not used to anyone's tantrums but her own. She took her hands from off of her ears and sprang up and stamped her foot on the ground. He ought to be stopped. Somebody ought to make him stop. Somebody ought to beat him, she cried out. Oh, let me stop really quick and say hi to my dear friend, Florin Gibson, or Florin Gilson. Hi, dear Jeannie, how are you? God bless you. God bless everyone in chat. Love reading streams. Secret Garden is a classic. Hi, Florian. So good to see you. Blessings on you. Oh, this is wonderful. Hit like and subscribe, okay? So you can find me again when I read aloud again. And if you hit the bell, it'll, on the notifications, it'll let you know when I go live streaming. I'm so happy you're here. And you're right, it is the Secret Garden. How's your day been? Tell me in the comments how you're doing. I love you, Jeannie. Coach see Jeannie to my, oh, she's got a whole bunch of ways. Winsome Cat just told me I love you in 5 or 6 different languages. That's wonderful. Thank you, Winsome Cat. Je t'aime is French for I love you. And I love you is English for I love you. Oh, and sign language. I love you. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. Yes, I get that. Welcome, Florin. We're so glad you're here, Florian. Well, what we're doing is I'm reading from the Secret Garden. So I'm going to keep reading because we only have a little bit more that I can read. Just then she heard feet almost running down the corridor, and her door opened and the nurse came running in. She was not laughing now, but by any means. She even looked rather pale. He's worked himself into hysterics, she said in a great hurry. He'll do himself harm. No one can do anything with him. You come and try now, like a good child. He likes you. Please come and try. He turned me out of the room this morning, said Mary, stamping her foot in excitement. The stamp rather pleased the nurse. The truth was that she had been afraid she might find Mary crying and hiding her head under the bedclothes. That's right, she said. You're in the right humor. You go in and scold him. Give him something new to think of. Do go, child, as quick as ever you can. It was not until afterwards that Mary realized that the thing had been funny as well as dreadful. That it was funny that all these grown-ups people were so frightened that they came to a little girl just because they guessed that she was almost as bad as Colin himself. So it wasn't till a long ways later that she figured out that they knew she was spoiled and royal and would do whatever she wanted, and that that was the perfect cure for Colin. She flew along the corridor, and the nearer she got to the screams, the higher the temper mounted. She felt quite wicked by the time she reached the door. She slapped it open with her hand and ran across the room to the four-poster bed. "You stop right now," she almost shouted. "You stop. I hate you. Everybody hates you. I wish everybody would run out of this house and let you scream yourself to death. You will scream yourself to death in a minute, and I wish you would." That wasn't very nice, was it? Here's a picture of Mary screaming at the bedside of Colin. She's very disagreeable, isn't she? Well, now remember, she didn't have a loving mother taking care of her, so she doesn't know how to take care of this. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? I better drink something before I do more screaming of her voice. Two traumatized children, huh? Two children that had been left alone, lonely and sorry and sad. What they needed was advice from Martha's mother. Hmm. They needed to take Dickens' advice, huh? Let's see what happens. You stop. You stop. A nice, sympathetic child could never have done that or never have thought of saying such things. But it just happened that the shock of hearing them was the best possible thing for this hysterical little boy, whom no one had ever dared to restrain or contradict or speak back to. He had been lying on his face, beating his pillows with his hands and his fists, and he actually almost jumped around. He turned so quickly at the sound of the furious little voice. His face looked dreadful, white and red and pale and swollen, and he was gasping and choking for breath. But savage little Mary did not care an atom. "If you scream another scream," she said, "I'll scream too. And I can scream louder than you can. And I'll frighten you. It'll frighten you." He actually had stopped screaming because she had startled him so. The scream which had been coming almost choked him. The tears were streaming down his face now, and he shook all over. "I can't stop," he gasped and sobbed. "I can't, I can't." "You can," shouted Mary. "Half that ails you is hysterics and temper. Just hysterics, hysterics, hysterics. The doctor said so," and she stamped each time she said it. "Hysterics, hysterics, hysterics." "I felt the lump. I felt the lump. I felt it," he choked out. "I knew I could. I knew I should. I shall die. I shall have a hunchback on my back, and then I shall die." And he began to wither again, and he turned on his face and sobbed and wailed, but he didn't scream. "You didn't feel a lump," contradicted Mary fiercely. "If you did, it was only a hysterical lump. Hysterics make lumps. There's nothing the matter with your horrid back, nothing but hysterics. Turn over and let me look at you." She liked the word hysterics, and she intended to use it as often as she could, and she felt somehow as if it had an effect on him. He was probably like herself and had never heard it before. "Nurse," she commanded, "come here and show me his back this minute." The nurse, Mrs. Medlock, and Martha had been standing, huddled together near the door, staring at her, their mouths half open. She shocked even the big people. She shocked the adults. All three had gasped with fright more than once. The nurse came forward as if she were half afraid. Colin was heaving with great breathless sobs. Perhaps, perhaps he won't let me, hesitated the nurse in a low voice. Colin heard her, however, and he gasped out between two sobs, Show her! Show her! She'll see then! In a poor, thin back to look at when it was bared. It was a poor, thin back. Every rib could be seen. And here's Mary looking at the back of Colin. He's there on his tummy. You know what? I have to remember to drink. All that screaming about, all that fussing and temper tantrum, yelling kind of strained my voice a little bit. Maybe I need to take one of these little honeys and stick in my mouth. Wonder if I can read. I hope so. Oops. Peeps. Did you see that? Little thing. Some of them are double wrapped. That's better. Florence says, all good here. Thanks be to God. Hope you're doing good as well. Happy to see you. You're looking great and sounding great. Thank you. Same to you. May your day be happy. Oh, everybody's so polite in the comments. So now that I got English out of the way, I will be learning Spanish and Arabic and then Japanese and French. Ah, so excited. Winsome Cat, are you studying to be a spy? I know people who study those languages and they become spies or they go work for the FBI. Very mysterious. That's wonderful. I'm so glad you have a teacher for Arabic. I used to want to teach languages, but somebody told me that I couldn't do it because I was a girl. Isn't that silly? Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can find where we were. I think I just turned the page, so show her, let her see my back. It was a poor thin back to look at when it was bared. Every rib could be counted and every joint of the spine, though Mistress Mary did not count them as she bent over and examined them with a solemn, savage little face. She looked so sour and old-fashioned that the nurse turned her head aside to hide the twitching of her mouth. There was just a minute's silence, for even Colin tried to hold his breath while Mary looked up and down his spine, and down and up, as intently as if she had been the great doctor from London. So she's inspecting his back to see if there's anything wrong with it. There is not a single lump there, she said at last. There's not a bump or a lump as big as a pen, except backbone lumps, and you can only feel them because you're thin. I've got backbone lumps myself, and they used to stick out as much as yours do, until I began to get fatter and eat healthy food. I'm not as fat enough yet to hide them all. There's not a lump as big as a pen. If you ever say there is again, I shall laugh, said Mary. No one but Colin himself knew what effect those crossly spoken childish words had had on him. If he had ever had anyone to talk to about his secret terrors, if he had even dared to let himself ask questions, if he had had childish companions and had not laid on his back in the huge closed house, breathing an atmosphere heavy with the fears of people around him, who were most of them ignorant and tired of him, he would have found out that most of his fright and illness was created by himself. But he had lain on his back and thought of himself and his aches and his weariness for hours and hours and days and months and years. And now that angry, unsympathetic little girl insisted obstinately that he was not at all as he thought he was. He actually felt as if she might be speaking the truth to him. Praise the Lord. Pretty amazing. I didn't know, ventured the nurse, that he thought he had a lump on his spine. His back is weak because he won't try to sit up. I could have told him that. There was no lump there. Colin gulped and turned his little face to look at her. Could you? He said pathetically. Yes, sir, said the nurse. There, said Mary, and she gulped too. Colin turned on his face again, and but for his long-drawn, broken breaths, which were the dying down of his storm of sobbing, he lay there very still for a moment. Through great tears streamed down his face and wet the pillow. Actually, the tears meant that a curious great relief had come to him. Presently he turned and looked at the nurse again, and strangely enough, he was not like a Rajah at all as he spoke to her. Do you think, nurse, he said, that I could live to be grown up? He said. The nurse was neither clever nor soft-hearted, but she could repeat some of the London doctor's words. You probably will if you will do what you are told to do, not give way to your temper, and stay out of a great deal in the fresh air. Colin's tantrum had passed, and he was weak and worn out with crying, and this perhaps made him feel gentle. He put out his hand a little towards Mary, and I am glad to say that, her own tantrum having passed, she was softened too, and she met him halfway with her hand, so that it was a sort of a making up. I'll go out with you, Mary, he said. I shall take fresh air if we can find. He remembered just in time to stop himself from saying, if we can find the secret garden, and he ended it. I shall like to go out with you if Dickon will come and push my chair. I do so want to see Dickon and the fox and the crow. The nurse remade the tumbled bed and shook and straightened the pillows. Then she made Colin a cup of beef tea and gave it a cup to Mary, who really was very glad to get it after her excitement. Mrs. Medlock and Martha gladly slipped away to their work, and after everything was neat and calm and in order, the nurse looked as if she would very gladly slip away also. She was a healthy young woman who resented being robbed of her sleep, and she yawned quite openly as she looked at Mary, who had pushed her big footstool close to the four-postered bed and was holding Colin's hand. You must go and get your sleep, Mary said. He'll drop off after a while if he's not too quite upset. Then I'll lie down myself in the next room. Would you like me to sing you that song that I learned from my Anya? Mary whispered to Colin. His hand pulled hers gently, and he turned his tired eyes on her appealingly. Oh, yes, he whispered. It's such a soft and beautiful song. Please, I shall go to sleep in a minute. I will put him to sleep, Mary said to the yawning nurse. You can go if you like. Well, said the nurse with an attempt at reluctance, if he doesn't go down to sleep in half an hour, you must call me. Very well, said Mary. The nurse was out of the room in a minute, and as soon as she was gone, Colin pulled Mary's hand again towards him. I almost told, he said, but I stopped myself in time. I won't talk and I'll go to sleep. But you said you had a whole lot of nice things to tell me. Have you? Do you think you've found out anything at all about the way into the secret garden? Mary looked at this poor little tired face with the swollen eyes, and her heart relented. Yes, she said, I think I have, and if you will go to sleep, I will tell you tomorrow. His hand quite trembled. Oh, Mary, he said, oh, Mary, if I could go into it, I think I should live to grow up. Do you suppose that instead of singing the Anna song, you could just tell me softly, as you did that first day, that you imagine it looks like inside? I'm sure it will make me go to sleep. Yes, answered Mary. Shut your eyes now. He closed his eyes and he lay quite still, quite so still, and she held his hand and she began to speak very slowly and in a very low voice. I think it has been left alone so long that it has grown all into a lovely tangle. I think the roses have climbed and climbed and climbed until they hang from the branches and walls and creep over the ground, almost like a strange gray mist. Some of them have died, but many are alive, and when the summer comes, there will be curtains and fountains of roses. I think the ground is full of daffodils and snowdrops and little lilies and irises working their way up out of the dark. Now the spring has begun. Perhaps, perhaps, she said. The soft drone of her voice was making him stiller and stiller, and he became sleepier and sleepier, and she saw it, and she went on. Perhaps they are coming up through the grass. Perhaps there are clusters of purple crocuses and gold ones even now. Perhaps the leaves are beginning to break out and uncurl, and perhaps the gray is changing, and a green gauze veil is creeping over everything, and the birds are coming to look at it because it is so safe and still. And perhaps, very softly and slowly indeed, the robin has found a mate and is building a nest, and Colin was asleep. Isn't that wonderful? That was so wonderful. She read him to sleep. Mary's heart is changing. Isn't it lovely to see her grow and change? God's healing her with the garden, with the nature, and with the love from Dickon, and with the love from Martha, and with the love from Archibald Craven. Oh, the little love of the robin. Mary's being healed, and now she's working and healing Colin. Isn't that wonderful? Really, it's wonderful. Now we're going to read the comments. And my dear one says, so now that I've got English out of the way, I will be learning Spanish and Arabic, and then Japanese and French. I'm so excited. That is wonderful. I am so excited for you. And Florence said, Winsome Cat, thank you. Same to you. May your day be happy. And Winsome Cat said, thank you. Could be, could be. Well, no more. I'll just learn from you at YouTube, I guess. Arabic and Japanese especially seem quite difficult to learn. Good luck, Winsome Cat. That's true, thank you. A tough yet exciting challenge. Isn't that so? How lovely is that? Mm. You know, Florin, Winsome Cat usually recently took a test in her English ability and it took 10 hours. Isn't that amazing? She's so proficient in English. 10 hours is a long time to test. Now I'm going to look. Hello, dear ones. There's some other dear ones here. Say hi to me in the comments. I'm so happy you're here. If you get a chance, hit like and subscribe, and then you can come back and be with me again. Well, you know what? It's time for us. We just had a lovely time reading The Secret Garden. And if you hit like and subscribe, if you hit the the notification bell, it'll tell you when I go live again. I'm going to go live again probably tonight, and I will read to you again. It'll be wonderful. She says, well, we'll see when I get the results. Ha 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 ha. Oh, you're so modest. You know you aced it. Been studying so long. Well, let's think a little bit. Does anybody have anything they'd like me to pray for in the comments? Or any questions? We have about a half hour that we can spend. I always have to stop in time to go to Chris Knit's live stream. So when I do that, I have to stop in time to take a little break between my live stream and Chris Knit's. Then I get to see all my dear ones in the comments at Chris Knit's. Let's see. Gonna get my lipstick. You know me and my chapped lips. I'm thinking of some nice affirmations that we can give ourselves. I've been thinking about resting today, about how important it will. Oh my goodness, my dear one says, I will finish a video about the surprise. Can't wait for Jay to see it. Yeah, erase that comment now, because anytime now she's going to come back and remind me that I need to quit before Chris Knits comes on. She says she doesn't, but she's going to come back. So erase that. Yep. We're a team, giving you a high five, working together. I thought we'd do a really good job. No worries. I think we do a really good job, don't you? Together, we're a good team. I think we do a good job of keeping secrets. Secret garden. Yep. The secret garden. Anytime we say anything about secrets, we're just going to tell her, we're just reading The Secret Garden. Anytime now, between 11:30 and 11:45, she's going to come back and tell me, or 11 o'clock and 11:30 my time, she's going to come back. So in the next half hour, she's going to come back and she's going to tell me that I need to quit so that I have time to eat some lunch and take a break before Christmas. She's so sweet and so faithful. Every single time I broadcast, she does that. And even though she says, I'm busy or I'm seeing my friend or I'm doing this, she always comes in for just a minute to tell me. So that's why I wanted you to hide that. She's a dear heart, isn't she? Yep, she's our Juanita. We love her. I'm excited to see your latest project. You know, I know what your latest project is. Send me a email and tell me your channel address that you're going to do the video at so I can see it, or maybe send me a picture. I'm really happy. And then I'm going to figure out how we can get it to her. If you were giving it, I don't know if you were giving it to her. Anyway, we won't talk about this anymore because you know how we can get in trouble if she shows up. And she has a habit of lurking. So here's some fun affirmations. One of them is, I'm creating a nurturing home for my soul. And I've been thinking about this lately because, you know, in the Victorian era, when women were out of sorts, they took to their beds or to their fainting couches. It was kind of a thing. And years ago, I knew a lady, and I'm not sure how old she was at the time, but she had fallen and sprained her ankle. And I think she was probably, of a certain age where women don't tell you how old they are anymore. And I was a very young woman. And I asked her how she was, and I brought her some flowers, and she said, well, I've decided to take to my bed. And I said, what? She said, you heard me. I've decided to take to my bed like a Victorian diva. And so she was an author. You know what she did? She had a fainting couch, a Victorian fainting couch, and she put it in the corner of her room, her studio, and she sat on it, and she had piles and piles of books. And her husband brought her tea, and she had a little table. She had tea and little biscuits and cookies, little sandwiches. And then he went out of the room, and we had tea together. And she said, shh, don't tell. It's not as bad as he thinks he is. She says, but you know what? I've spent 20 years nursing him back to health, and I just deserve a day in bed. I laughed so hard when she told me that. And then she told me she wrote books about Victoria, Queen Victoria, and she wrote history books. She told me all about how in the Victorian era, if people were out of sorts, they would just take to their beds and not come out. So I thought that was pretty funny. I think she spent 2 weeks in bed, just about, lounging about. She had beautiful robes, beautiful Victorian looking nightgowns that she wore, and she didn't take any company. She wouldn't see anybody. She saw me because I was helping her with one of her books. Anyway, I thought that was really amazing. Later, she confessed to her husband that she was fine and he knew all along. Can you imagine? But he loved her so. She had had a bit of a shock and she needed to have some time alone. Turns out she wrote a whole book while she was alone. It was pretty funny. Anyway, I've decided I've taken to my fainting couch, I'm in my studio and this is my little day bed. And here I am. I'm going to read to us. And I've been studying about resting because my dear friend Chris Nitz has injured her arm and she needs to rest. And my friend Winsome Cat has done a great work where she had a 10-hour exam and she studied and studied and studied for that exam. And she needs to rest. And she had a bit of a sore throat yesterday. And so she's resting. And everyone knows the sad tale of how I ended up at the hospital and found out that there's a clot in my leg. Praise God, it's shrinking. We're believing it's shrinking smaller and smaller every day. But I'm not supposed to go running or walking or doing any great exercise. So I'm forced to be a Victorian lady on my couch. So yes, I've been inspired by the secret garden. Mhm. So here are some affirmations I've been thinking about. I'm creating a nurturing home for my soul. Mm. I'm creating a nurturing home for my soul. Can you create a nurturing home for your soul? I've got my tea and my water glass and my water pitcher, and I've even got some little dainties today. Got some dates and some little um, coconut covered dates that I'm eating, and some little figs. Let's see. I've got some of these lovely little honey candies that I've got nearby. Mm. And what else? How else am I nurturing myself? I have my lipstick, so when my lips feel chapped, I can put it on. I have a big pile of books. I like big books, and I cannot lie. I love books. So I have all my books and my Bibles. I have 2 or 3 Bibles here. And I have a devotional book. And oh, this is so much fun. I have my hat box. Remember my little tin full of verses and quotes that I like? I have that nearby. Let's see if we can pull one out. Oh, would you believe it? It happened again. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. That's pretty funny to pull the same one out twice. This has got the whole thing pulled to the brim, and here I pulled it the same one twice. Here's another one based on 1 Corinthians 16:14. It says, let all that you do be done in love. There's a good quote. Let all that you do be done in love. Let's see if there's any more in here. Oh, 1 John 4:19. We love because he first loved us. While we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. Isn't that lovely? Oh, I love this one. Colossians 3:23. Whatever you do, do it heartily as for the Lord rather than men, because it's from the Lord that you're going to get your reward. Isn't that wonderful? That's wonderful. He shields all who take refuge in him. Psalm 18:30. That's a good thing. The Lord is my shield and my strength. Yep. Those are wonderful, aren't they? God is so good. Now, sometimes when we're out of sorts, we need to think of something that we can do. And so this little quote says, my rooms are filled with ways to care for myself and my loved ones or my children, right? Or my pets. My rooms are filled with ways to care for myself. So I filled my room with storybooks and quotes, and I have over here on the walls, all on both the walls, I have bookshelves. They're about halfway up, and they're full of books and magazines. And on the top of the shelves, there's little objects that make me feel happy. And then I have little vision boards that I've made with quotes and ideas that inspire me. All my goals, I've taken pictures and written them out. Can you think of ways to fill your rooms with ways to care for yourself? Feels good when you fill your rooms with ways to care for yourself. I have my favorite teacup. This is my favorite cup. I have sets of teacups, but for some reason I like this. See how it curves and the way the handle is? And I just got it at a thrift store, but it's my favorite teacup. So I keep it in my room so nobody else uses it. Mm, it's my favorite one. And I take it very carefully and wash it. Mm, it makes me happy. Can you think of some ways that you can stock your room with some special things to care for yourself? Mm, I have those special books because sometimes I like to read to my children and or my grandchildren. Sometimes my grandchildren call me and we read books over the phone. Mhm. So let's see if I can see some more. Sometimes I talk about ways that we can love and nurture ourselves. One of the ways that's really important is by stocking a little area in your room with special things. So if you are ever sick, you can care for yourself. So many of us care for everybody else in our life, but we need to think of ways we can care for ourselves. So maybe you can fill your room with some tea. Maybe you have a little place where you have your teapot and your little tea cozy or your special teas that you like. Maybe you can hide away a box of biscuits or cookies for yourself. Yeah. Or a bar of chocolate or a few little box with some candies in it. So if you're having a hard day, you can just curl up and have a cup of tea, maybe read your favorite magazine or your favorite book. Yeah, that's a good way. And my dear one says, yep, I fill my room up with yarn. That's so funny. That's a good one. Give you a punch, a hand punch. You know what? The other night I was scrolling on YouTube, however you scroll, and it was after a live stream. I wanted to see who else was live streaming at the same time. And there was a lady, and I don't know the language she was speaking, but it wasn't English. And it wasn't any language I understood. But I understood what she was saying because she was crocheting. And behind her, she had this squares, a grid of square shelves, all the way behind her, way up above her head. And they were all filled with yarn, and each one was filled with a different color. And I went, oh, so I have a grid like that in my living room, and it's full of like books and some curtains that I need to hang, and a little bin with little kids' books for when my grandkids come, and a little bin of kids' toys from when the neighbor kids or my grandchildren come over. And then I have a VCR in one of the little squares and a bunch of VCR movies, DVDs or tapes or whatever they're called. And so, and then I have music that I can play in the Xbox, and one's got the Xbox. But I thought, wouldn't that be fun to get a grid like that and fill it up with yarn? And that lady had all different colors, like one whole square. It was like 12 inches by 12 inches by 12 inches. And it was all blues, all the different blues. And she had another one of all the different pinks. And she had one of all the different purples and all the different yellows. And I was just sitting there lusting after her yarn. I don't know what I would do with it yet because I can basically make a snake. Like, I can crochet a snake. But wouldn't that be fun to have all that yarn? Mm-hmm. Yeah. She said she'd fill her room with yarn. Mm. I like to fill my rooms with books. I have bookshelves in every room, even in my bathroom. Mm. Well, I'm going to read us some of these verses in here, okay? Watch over and guard your heart with all diligence, for from it flows the springs of life. Proverbs 4:23. And that's really true. We need to guard our heart and watch over it. Mm. She says, oh yes, they are awesome. I have such grids too. They are so pretty. Yes, those grids. You know, if you go to IKEA, they're an arm and a leg, but where I live, you can go to Walmart. They have the same grids. They're probably not as sturdy as IKEA grids, but they have different sizes, and then you can stack them or arrange them across the wall. One of these days, I'm going to have grids on all my walls with all my treasures. Maybe I'll fill one up with yarn. What do you think? Hmm. Here's a good verse. When thou goest, thy way shall be opened up before thee step by step. Proverbs 4:12. Mm. You know, we can hold God's hand in childlike trust, and He will guide us step by step. Yes, He will. Mm. Mm. Here's one of my favorite verses. I will bless the Lord who has counseled me. Indeed, my mind instructs me in the night. I have set the Lord continually before me. Because he is at my right hand, I will not be shaken. Therefore my heart is glad, and my glory rejoices. My flesh also will dwell securely. Psalm 16, 7 through 9. I will bless the Lord who has counseled me. Indeed, my mind instructs me in the night, because I have dreams. The Lord will give us dreams. Now, and then she says, they are so pretty, why only one? Exactly. Those grids are so pretty. Now, here we were talking earlier about the Psalms, and we were looking at Psalm, let's see, well, we were doing the 60s. I believe it was Psalm 65. Psalm 66. And we were talking about, oh, it was Psalm 64 that we were talking about narcissist. And this saying I wrote to myself in 2020, it said, protect your peace, get rid of toxicity, cleanse your space, and cultivate love. So those are some of my goals for 2020, was to protect my peace. So I was guarding my heart and protecting myself from a narcissist. And I got rid of toxic messages in my life. And I cleansed my space and made sure that there weren't any toxic memories or toxic um, people who were influencing me. And we talked about that before, where sometimes if you break up with someone, you should get rid of the things that remind you of them, especially if it was a really negative relationship. So cleansing your space and cultivating love. And that's what we did. We cultivated love. And then I wrote, I can relax and enjoy the process of designing a cozy nest for my dreams. And that's what in the secret garden they're doing, right? Um, Colin is there, and he's coming out of his toxic time where he was believing lies, and Mary's helping to expose those lies, and the very good doctor from London exposed those lies and said he doesn't have a hunchback, and he'll get better if he goes and spends time in the fresh air and time with young children or young people. And that was healing for him. And Mary and Dickon were making the secret garden come to life. And so I can relax and I can enjoy the process of designing a cozy nest for my dreams, means that it's okay for me to relax and have fun. It's okay for me to rest. It's okay for me to stock up on some teas and maybe some books or some tools that I'm going to need to do my art project or my craft project, or maybe crochet or knit or whatever. It's okay to do that. God wants us to have an abundant life, and part of that is loving and nurturing ourselves. Another saying I have written here is, it's okay for me to have fun. I can relax and enjoy myself today. And sometimes we have to give ourselves permission to relax and enjoy ourselves, don't we? Because we've been working so hard. Like when my dear one was studying for that test, that 10-hour test, my goodness, she must have worked so hard to get ready for that. But afterwards, it's okay for me to have fun. I can enjoy myself today. I can relax and enjoy myself. So that's important. So here's another saying that I wrote out, and I actually wrote it out in calligraphy. I don't know if you can't see it. It's probably um, backwards, but it says, I'm lovingly and gently creating a calm, serene, cozy home that is safe for creative expression. My home is a haven of rest. Joy dwells here. And that was really special when I made my cottage. It's very sad. I got divorced. But what I did was I made a very cozy cottage. And I just surrounded myself with things that were cozy, that made me feel secure and safe and cozy. And it says, I'm lovingly and gently creating a calm, serene, cozy home. Maybe that's something that you can do, and it's safe for creative expression. I have lots of musical instruments and lots of books and lots of art projects going, and lots of art supplies all around my house to remind myself that I like art and that I like making things. Mm. And if you create a calm, cozy, serene home that's safe for creative expression, you know what'll happen? Joy will begin to dwell in your home again. My home is a haven of rest. Mm. It's a haven of rest, and joy dwells here. There's lots of different ways we can bring joy to our home. One way I like to bring joy to my home is by doing art, or by singing, or having music playing. I like to bring joy to my home by having hospitality. I just have a little teapot and a little tea tray and a couple little teacups hidden up on the cupboard. You can see them in an open cupboard. And I have a little saucer, a little, how do you say, sugar bowl for the sugar, and I have a little honey wand, a little honey bear to put honey in. And I have a little package of biscuits or cookies squirreled away. So if somebody comes over for tea, I'm ready. And that's a fun way to make your home a haven of rest. And joy will dwell there because it's lovely when you have somebody come to visit you. Mm. Now, here's another thing. I said, words from my lips speak hope. And so I made a decision in March, on March 5th, 2020, that words of my lips were going to speak hope. And over here I have one that says, I speak life and hope and healing. And so I try to do that. I try to always remember to speak life and hope and healing. Mm. It feels so good when I'm someplace in a live stream and somebody said to me yesterday, oh, I love to hear you read. I love to hear you talk. It gives me hope. And oh, I felt so happy because I was in a different live stream. It wasn't mine, and they were complimenting me and saying that they felt hope when they heard my live stream. That made me so happy, because words from my lips, I intend that they speak hope. Yep. And I want to speak life and healing. Mm. Now I'm turning the pages. Now here's some affirmations for self-love. Now, self-love is very important. And there are whole schools of thought that say it's not. But what I've found is when people love themselves, they're less likely to get involved in things like gambling or drinking or addictions. And I'm not talking about being selfish. I mean having a healthy self-respect. And it's really important among people who've been abused. We all need to have a healthy self-respect, don't we? So here's one. Today, I choose me. I choose to treat myself with respect and dignity. Here's another one. I'm worthy of infinite compassion. You know, the Lord has compassion for us, and we need to forgive ourselves and have compassion for ourselves. I choose to stop apologizing for being me. Have you ever apologized for being you? Stop it right now. I choose to stop apologizing for being me. My life is filled with joy and abundance. You know, if you start looking for joy and abundance in life, you are going to find it. I decided I was going to look for joy and abundance, and it made me create a garden. That helped me to create a garden that brings joy. I love my ability to preserve through challenges. I love my ability to persevere through challenges. God is guiding me through. God is guiding you through, dear one. You might be having a challenge right now, but I'm here to tell you, God is going to guide you through your challenge. He loves you with an everlasting love, and He's going to guide you through your challenges. I am resourceful. God blesses us with resources and inner resources and strength, and we have more strength than we know. Oh, apologizing for myself. That's very relatable. Hi, Jeannie. I just popped on to remind you by the time. I just want to help you out by reminding you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm so thankful for you. My battery is almost gone, so I'm going to have to close. But before I do, I want to say we need to start working on I choose to stop apologizing for being me. Because a lot of times women are conditioned to apologize for being them. The thing is, God made you the way you are, and He loves you. He created you with gifts and talents and abilities. Stop apologizing. Just be you. Just be who you are. Be who God created you to be. I love my ability to persevere through challenges, and God is guiding me. Here's a good one. This is not your fault. You know, so many times we automatically think it's our fault. Somebody does something mean to us, somebody says something mean to us, somebody's rude, and we apologize and think it's our fault. This is not your fault, dear one. I'm providing safety for myself today. That's something that we can all do. I'm not going to criticize myself. I choose not to condemn or criticize myself or others. I choose not to condemn, compare, or criticize myself or others. That affirmation I wrote when I was 18 years old, and it revolutionized my life. Because when I was young, women were taught to compare themselves to others. And my family, I had 5 sisters, and really 7. And they were always comparing themselves to each other. And so I got to feel really creepy and bad all the time, because there's always somebody in the room who has prettier hair or prettier lips or this or that, you know, they know more about this or they, whatever. Don't compare yourself. You're incomparable. So I choose not to compare, condemn, or criticize myself or others. That's a very powerful Very powerful affirmation. I release the need to judge myself negatively. Do you know what I found out from brain science? It's normal to look for the negatives because throughout history, the negative thing was the thing that made us not be safe. Like we had to worry about the fire blowing out of the hearth and starting a fire on the carpet and setting the house afire. Or we had to worry about that stranger who was new because they could be at risk for harming ourselves or our children. So a lot of us don't realize that we have ancient patterns in us. It comes down in our DNA to look for the negative, to look for what's different, to look for what stands out. So we will do something wonderful 25 times and then we'll make one mistake, and we'll focus on that one mistake and not on the 25 things that we did right. So I wrote this affirmation. I release the need to judge myself negatively. I'm providing safety to myself today. I am a work of art. Did you know, Juanita, that you're a work of art? You are. Winsome Cat, did you know that you're a work of art? You are. You were designed by God. He made you. He knitted you together in your mother's womb, and you are a work of art, dear one. It's true. I am God's workmanship, created in Christ Jesus. Well, I have many more of these, and you know what? I will tell you them again tonight when we live stream again, or maybe tomorrow morning when we're live streaming. You are worthy of love. You are worthy of respect. You are worthy of dignity. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. You can treat yourself with dignity. And my dear one says, I blame myself 24/7. I know, and it's sad if you think about it. So what we have to start saying is, I am enough. God loves me. You all too like to just lay on the floor in the dark sometimes? I do. I like to lay outside on a blanket in the summer and look up at the stars. And where I live, the forest is like this, and there's one little hole where you can look up at the stars. And I love to lay on my blanket with a big cozy blanket and my coat and my pillow and look at the stars. And you know what else I like to do? I like to lay in the summer underneath the trees on my blanket and look up through the branches and see all the patterns. There's like fractal patterns. Did you know that? They're fractal patterns of the trees. I like that. Here's another one. I love my body and all that it does for me. I have enough. Yeah, sometimes we might not believe that we have enough yarn, but other than yarn, I have enough. Yeah. I am enough. You know that? I'm enough. Yeah. I do enough. Ooh, that one's hard. I'm sitting here needing lots more to do because I'm recovering and I'm resting and it's so difficult. I'm worthy of love. You are worthy of love, dear one. I'm grateful for all I have. You are a real crocheter, Jeannie. You can never have enough yarn. But you know what's so funny? What's so funny about that is I don't crochet yet. All I can do is make a snake. That's all I figured out. So I'm already collecting yarn and I can only make a snake. Heaven help me. But I like tying up packages with yarn. I like making things with yarn. Oh my goodness, I love yarn. I don't know why, I just do. I weave sometimes, and I love to weave different colors of yarn in. And I weave with sticks and yarn and little charms and little things. And I don't know where I even learned to do it. I just have done it my whole life. So I make these little wall hangings, and then I'll have it on the wall for a while, and then somebody will come over and they'll go, oh, that's so beautiful. And I'll go, do you like it? And they go, yeah. And I'll go, it's yours. And I give it to them. So there are people all over my island with my art. One of the ladies said, we have to have a showing. We have to gather up the art from everywhere and show it. I don't think I'm brave enough to ask people. It's just kind of fun. I'm going to have to make another one because I just gave my latest away. But you know that yarn that's fuzzy and like wool roving, and then like yarn that's like metallic, or there's yarn, I don't know if I'm making sense, but there's variegated yarn with all different colors. Oh, I love yarn. Only another crocheter or knitter would understand. No, it's a gift, a blessing. I love listening to your stories. A chain is a stitch, and if you can make a stitch, it means you are a crocheter. Oh, good. And then my dear one says, I'm legitimately addicted to telling stories and making characters. Is that bad? Oh, no, it's a wonderful thing. You know what? In our story, The Secret Garden, um, remember how Dickon went into the garden and she was all afraid, Mary was all afraid that it was dead? And he took his little knife and he went over to a little branch and he cut into it and he goes, no, it's wick, it's alive. You knowing stories means you're alive. Your spirit is alive. So many of the people that I counsel who come for counseling that are really, really depressed, they try so hard to find their creativity because there's a part of them that's died inside. It's really just dormant. But you're alive, you're blossoming, you're flourishing, you're writing stories. That's a very good thing. That's a very healthy thing. It tells me that your brain is healthy and active, your psyche is healthy and active, your spirit is healthy and active, your heart is healthy and active. That's a good thing. So don't ever worry about that. The only people that try to silence women's voices, you know who they are? People who are jealous. You look through time, you can study what they did to witches and women who were wise women, women who were midwives, women who were nurses, women who grew herbs and knew how to heal, women who were mystics and sages. They had wisdom to share with the world. Women who were living alone in cottages, drawing close to God. Some people call them hermits. They burned them at the stake and said they were witches. Why did the men do that? Why did the church do that? Because they were jealous of their power. Because when you get in touch with your stories, when you get in touch with your voice, when you get in touch with God, the Holy Spirit works in you and you become a life, and you're a kava, a life giver. That's Eve's name. And ever since the beginning of time, ever since in the garden, when Adam and Eve, when they made a mistake and they sinned and they took that fruit, that Satan tricked them, we've been trying to silence women's voices. And they blame Eve. But where was Adam? How come he wasn't there? He was supposed to be caring for the garden. He was the husbandman. He was supposed to be there, protecting Eve. He let the snake in the garden. And the men never talk about that. The Catholic Church never talks about that. Not very many denominations, not very many people even know that in the Bible it says that. He was held accountable because he didn't protect Eve. They want to blame women. They want to blame men. And we are united, we stand, divided we fall. We're not falling for it. You keep reading your stories, keep writing them, making your characters. You make sure you write them down. Get yourself something like this little notebook. This cost $1.25 at the store. It's just a little, kind of like a sketchbook. And you keep writing out your characters. Maybe you're going to have one page for each character. But you go back in your memory and you write them down so you don't ever lose them, okay? Promise me you'll do that. You're very creative. When you want to nurture your creativity, that's a good thing. God made us in his image. male and female, and he made us with the ability to create, and we speak things into existence. That's why we have to be so careful with our words. We make things. I love you. It's been so wonderful. I better go now. My little alarm is going to go off, and I'm going to see what you say. It's a gift and a blessing to listen to your stories. I love you. Yes, I love you. No matter how hard I try I to stop, I can't. I try to stop because I think people think it's dumb. Yeah, stop trying to stop. I used to be that way my whole life until 3 or 4 years ago. I thought my writing was dumb because I had my husband telling me, "You're not a writer, you're not that good." He was jealous. One day I wrote something and a woman read it. It was in a notebook. And what happened was I was at church and I had these little tiny notebooks I used to take notes in. I have always had one with me wherever I go in my whole life. And I dropped that notebook. I didn't know it. It fell out of my purse. And I left, and she found the notebook and knew whose handwriting it was and brought it back to me. And she said, "Jeannie, you need to listen to me. I have a word from God for you." And when somebody tells you they have a word from God, if it's somebody you respect, you have to listen. So I listened, and she said, "You, my dear, are a writer. This is really good." And she opened it up to the page. I was so embarrassed. And she said, "Don't be embarrassed. Write. I want you to write." And the next day, there was a package on my door, and she had ordered me a special, beautiful journal and a special, beautiful pen, and it had come by Amazon. And she said, in the note, it said, "You, my dear, are a writer." Isn't that wonderful? She put words out there and said, she affirmed me. So I started writing. It was such a blessing. Mm. All the fibers and colors and the squishiness of yarn. I know. I feel embarrassed about it for some reason. Well, it's very normal. It's very normal to feel embarrassed about our gifts until we own our gifts. So you're in process, you're developing. And so many people that are creative, that are in process and in developing, there's a stage that you're in, Juanita, and it's called incubation. There are stages of creativity, okay? And one of the stages is incubation. And incubation is like when a mommy is pregnant, there's a seed, the egg and the sperm unite, and it's inside in a deep, dark, secret place. And nobody knows it's there but the mommy. And maybe the mommy doesn't even know it's there yet. And that child begins to grow. That whole 9 months when the child's growing is called incubation. It's incubating, it's being created. And so a lot of times we have a dormant season where it looks like nothing's happening, but underneath the ground, there's all this rich life, coming alive. And you're in an incubation season of your life. You're learning to own your creativity. And how about if we start talking about creativity and maybe even read from some books that I have? There's a book called The Artist Way that's really good. And I have that book, and I'm going to go look for it. It's around here somewhere. I don't know if it's on one of my shelves here or if it's at my office, but I'll check, okay? I'll check in the studio, and I'll check in my bedroom, and I'll check everywhere and see where it is. But The Artist's Way is a really great book, and we could talk about it. We could read portions of it and talk about it. When some cat says, "Laugh out loud, my hands are shaking, and I only did 10 push-ups. The sickness is making me weak." Oh dear, you rest. You get some nice broth or some nice meat and you rest, okay? I'll do the rest for you, sibling. Thank you, no problem. I made a character inspired by tie-dye today. That's wonderful. You're so creative. I really want you to get something and write them all down, okay? Write them all down and put the date on each one. So that way, when you're older like me, you can look back on your journal or on your artwork and say, yeah, that was just the beginning. And then you're going to see through your whole life how these characters have inspired you. Mm, I love you. I'm so happy we could spend time together. And why don't you, Juanita, and you, Winsome Cat, think about what you would like to do the next live stream about, okay? Think of a theme. Think of something you'd like to do, to talk about. Maybe we could talk more about artistic expression and finding our voice as an artist. That might be something nice. But maybe you have another idea. So you think about it, okay? And I love you. And I've got to go because I need a little bit of time to go have lunch, make my lunch, and eat before Chris's live stream. But I'm so honored that you joined me here. I'm so happy. And I have to tell you, I'm so in love with you, Winsome Cat. And I'm so in love with you, Juanita.